Chapter 1482. The small storm that Lin Fei caused in the Wind and Rain Palace was over just like that. In the eyes of everyone, this was very normal. Who would bring 12 immortal venerables, and they were all mid-level immortal venerables? It could be said that such a small number of people could completely destroy countless sects. No one could stop them. Lin Fei stayed in the Immortal Palace for 8 days. On the evening of the 8th day, the Wind and Rain Palace sent a message, informing them to attend the Imperial Dynasty establishment ceremony tomorrow. Because people from all over the heavens and realms had come, because he knew some inside information from Venerable Sufeng, he really didn't have much interest in the establishment of the Imperial Dynasty. He just treated it as meeting the big shots from all over the world. The next morning, Lin Fei brought his subordinates out of the Immortal Palace courtyard. Because of what happened a few days ago, when Lin Fei brought his people out, the surrounding area was immediately emptied, as if they would be beaten up if they approached. Am I that scary? Today, the Imperial Dynasty establishment was arranged on the sacred mountain square of the Wind and Rain Palace. When Lin Fei arrived, there were many famous people gathered on both sides of the square. After all, the establishment of the Imperial Dynasty wasn't a small matter, but a grand event. They might not experience it even once in their lives. Daoist Di Tian, this way please. As soon as Lin Fei arrived with his people, a deacon disciple immediately came to greet him. However, no matter how Lin Fei looked at it, he felt that this deacon disciple was afraid of him. Looking at that smile, it was as if his parents had died. Lin Fei really guessed correctly. The deacon disciple who was arranged to come was indeed afraid. Several disciples of the Wind and Rain Palace had died in the hands of Di Tian. A person's name was like a tree's shadow, anyone who saw it would feel uncomfortable. With someone leading the way, Lin Fei followed. It turned out that on both sides of the square, there was a high platform. When Lin Fei brought his people over, he saw a few old acquaintances, such as the people from the 3 palaces. They had arrived a step earlier and had already sat down. The deacon disciple brought them to the location and immediately slipped away. The pressure was too great. Lin Fei sat down and found that his seat was not bad. Lin Fei didn't care too much about the arrangement of his seat. He also believed that at this time, they wouldn't dare to arrange a seat that was too far back, lest they agitate him and cause trouble. That would not be worth it. Not long after he sat down, Lin Fei felt a gaze on him. When he raised his head, he saw a group of ferocious people. They are from the immortal sects. With a glance, Lin Fei knew where these people came from. Such a ferocious aura could only be possessed by the celestial sects. They had gathered many wicked people from all over the heavens and realms, and among them, there was no lack of wicked people on the wicked list. Master, they're from the immortal sects. I know the one leading them. His name is Noble Sword. I heard that his hegemon Rong Zhon's final disciple. The immortal sects had 3 hegemons. Among them, the strongest was Venerable Rong Zhon. There was no one who didn't know this news. Lin Fei had once pretended to be Venerable Immortal Rong Zhon's disciple, but he didn't expect to meet Venerable Immortal Rong Zhon's disciple today. However, from the looks of it, the other party was hostile towards him. Right now in the immortal sects, who among them didn't feel enmity towards Di Tian? They had yet to vent their anger. Now that they saw Di Tian, they couldn't help but feel enmity towards him, venting their emotions. Lin Fei didn't care. His eyes were on someone else's body, and he couldn't do anything about it unless they made a move. His Di Tian. I really couldn't tell. The immortal sects were not far from Lin Fei. Noble Sword sat down and also sized up Di Tian. It was this person who caused the immortal sects to lose a great deal of face. They had no way to deal with him. A low-level immortal venerable repeatedly caused the large sects to suffer losses. For example, the 3 Bloodkill brothers. Even now, no one knew if they were dead or alive. The immortal sects were all holding their breaths, and the Overlord wouldn't even let them make a move. Because of this, when he saw Di Tian's true self, his resentment immediately surged. Sooner or later, I'll have to fight against Di Tian. Let's see who's stronger. Noble Sword was very confident in his own abilities. After all, he was hegemon Rongzhan's final disciple. The Immortal Court's young Lord Fan has arrived. As the three terrifying auras approached, everyone's gazes were attracted, and their expressions began to change. It's an immortal venerable level immortal beast. How extravagant. I heard that young Lord Fan has a peerless physique. His strength is unfathomable, and he's the future overlord of the Celestial Court. In the distance, 3 giant green bulls pulled a chariot. They ignored the rules of the Wind and Rain Palace and flew across the sky. Master, this guy is even more arrogant than you. Bao Mie and the others couldn't stand it anymore. Young Lord Fan. This wasn't the first time Lin Fei heard this name. This was the second time. Last time, he heard a little from immortal venerable Su Feng. He knew that this young Lord Fan's strength was unfathomable, and he wasn't any weaker than himself. Even immortal venerable Su Feng was afraid of him. He's indeed more arrogant than me. He directly used 3 immortal venerable level immortal beasts. Moreover, this chariot is a high-level immortal venerable treasure. With a light bump, it can kill a low-level immortal venerable. Lin Fei's current eyesight was very powerful. One look at this chariot and he knew what grade it was. Lin Fei didn't doubt that young Lord Fan most likely had a sovereign weapon. This was a powerful opponent that those small fries couldn't compare to. The chariot slowly descended. It wasn't young Lord Fan who came out, but 2 white-clothed fairies. Their strength was actually at the immortal venerable level, and they were beautiful. Everyone who saw them would be moved. Lin Fei even heard the sound of gulping around him. That was the sound of people swallowing saliva. The 2 beautiful immortal venerables half-squatted down and pulled open the curtain of the chariot. A young man in luxurious clothes walked out respectfully under the 2 beautiful immortal venerables' welcome. When this young Lord Fan came out, many people couldn't help but exclaim. This was an extremely handsome young man. He was so handsome that the fairies present frequently gave him flirtatious looks. They were simply infatuated with him, especially his pair of deep eyes. They were like 2 shining stars. Young Lord Fan came out of the chariot. The chariot shrunk and landed in his hand. He stepped down from the void. With each step, a red cloud rose, one after another, until he reached his position. Such a pretentious fellow. This was Lin Fei's evaluation. Not only was he handsome, but he was also pretentious. As expected of the young lord from the Immortal Court. Indeed pretentious. Bao Mie and the others nodded. It was unknown whether it was because Bao Mie's voice was too loud or because of some other reason, but 4 cold gazes shot over and transformed into 4 large hands that slapped down. You have quite a temper. You even dare to attack people. Bao Mie shouted and punched out with his iron fist. The 4 large hands were shattered one after another. Tempech, you're only SOSO. In terms of strength, Bao Mie's strength was extremely terrifying. At this time, probably only high-stage immortal venerables could suppress him. A few mere gazes were really nothing and couldn't pose a threat. No need to attack. Young Lord Fan said indifferently and revealed a charming smile. His Di Tian, the woman who imprisoned young Lord. This Di Tian deserves to die. After the 2 female immortal venerables found out, they revealed killing intent. The surrounding people all felt a terrifying killing intent. Smelly woman, say it again if you dare. Bao Mie and the others weren't weak. They glared over. Do you believe that I won't kill you all right now? The people in the distance also sucked in a cold breath. Young Lord Fan was really famous. Now, Di Tian's subordinates actually wanted to kill him. This wasn't just a normal kind of arrogance. You can try. A celestial sword appeared in the hands of the 2 female immortal venerables. They emitted the terrifying pressure of high-stage immortal venerables' treasures. The sword intent locked onto Bao Mie like they were about to attack. The people from Wind and Rain Palace didn't dare to go up. The sword intent was too terrifying. They were worried that if they went up, they would be pierced by the sword intent. Bao Mie had a bad temper, especially when facing 2 female immortal venerables. Naturally, he wouldn't lose his reputation. If you have the balls, try. Hong tilde at this moment, a terrifying aura came from the sky. The confrontation between the 2 was directly dissolved by this aura. A ruler was here. How could a ruler not be present when establishing an emperor dynasty? The first to appear was Tianju's ruler. He also appeared the most. When Tianju's ruler appeared, all the pressure disappeared without a trace. Only the pressure of a ruler was left in the world. This time, Tianju's ruler didn't deliberately release his pressure. Everyone still felt suffocated. A ruler expert was indeed not someone they could offend. So strong. This was the second time Lin Fei saw a ruler since the last time. Hairball in the Realm Lord Stone Pagoda had the combat power of a ruler. Compared to this ruler, Lin Fei could still feel how strong Tianju's ruler was. I wonder how long I can last if I fight him now. Lin Fei was eager, but he quickly suppressed it. Now wasn't the time to experiment. Recently, Lin Fei's strength had been increasing rapidly. He had long broken through to the 6th stage and was close to the ruler level. After Tianju's ruler appeared, Ruler Fengyu appeared too. Compared to Tianju's ruler, Ruler Fengyu's aura was even more ethereal. This Ruler Fengyu seems to be even harder to deal with. Lin Fei didn't use his divine sense. He just sensed that Ruler Fengyu seemed to have 10,000 layers of space around him. He was constantly moving through space, unable to find any traces of him. Unless he destroyed all space, it would be hard to defeat Ruler Fengyu. 2 rulers appeared. This wasn't the end. Celestial Court also sent a ruler. He was dressed in black and was called Extermination Ruler. He had a very vicious aura around him. Celestial Sects also sent a ruler called Boundless Ruler. He was one of the 3 strongest celestial paragons. The 4 rulers were pretty much the same. They represented the 4 strongest powers in the universe. They could decide everything and not be shaken by anyone. Emperor Dynasty, begin. Actually, although it seemed simple, it was actually very complicated. There was a series of procedures. These procedures were very complicated. For example, there was the sacrifice to the heavens. It was a dazzling sight. In everyone's eyes, it was very sacred and not to be profaned. The entire process lasted for 2 hours. After 2 hours, the sacrifice to the heavens ended and the ruler made his move. Stars, come. Tianju's ruler made a grabbing motion. The stars outside the universe flew over and landed in the starry sky. Many mountains and mountain ranges gathered together. This was where the Emperor Dynasty would be built. Chapter 1483. The rulers attacked one after the other. It was a shocking scene. 4 rulers attacked at the same time. They were just casual attacks, but they contained thousands of variations. Even a casual attack wasn't something anyone could block. In less than a moment, an imperial dynasty was established. This imperial dynasty was extremely huge, shockingly huge. Furthermore, it was created by 4 sovereigns, and was filled with terrifying sovereign power. No matter who it was, they couldn't help but feel shocked. As soon as the imperial dynasty was established, the providence of all the worlds in the universe flowed into it. Founding of the imperial dynasty. Just like that, the Sky-End sovereign's voice boomed out, echoing out to all the worlds in the universe. It didn't matter which corner of the universe they were in, everyone could feel the pressure of the sovereign lord. It was almost as if the sovereign lord was right next to them. The hunting immortal beasts lay on the ground, not daring to move. The immortals fighting the immortal beasts all stopped. His voice was filled with a terrifying aura. The ruler's voice didn't just resound throughout the universe, it also reverberated outwards. Founding of the imperial dynasty. Founding of the imperial dynasty. Founding of the imperial dynasty. His voice was as majestic as ever. When these few simple words reverberated, the huge emperor palace seemed to have been reborn. That kind of grandeur was unconsciously felt by everyone. This was the birth of a new imperial dynasty. From now on, the universe was no longer a scattered world, but a truly organized imperial dynasty. Everyone lived under the myriad heavens and myriad worlds, and at this moment, they felt a sense of belonging, a very strong sense of belonging. So it's called the imperial dynasty, Lin Fei thought to himself. This imperial dynasty was called the imperial dynasty. The word imperial had many meanings. This wasn't an ordinary imperial dynasty, otherwise it wouldn't have been named with the word imperial. To Lin Fei, All of this didn't have much of a sense of belonging. The creation of the imperial dynasty in the universe was actually a combination of many factions. It was this combination that gave rise to the imperial dynasty of today. When the announcement of the imperial dynasty spread throughout the universe, Lin Fei knew that the Tao of Heaven had blessed the imperial dynasty with providence. For the time being, the imperial dynasty was the strongest, and no one could contend against it. This was a type of great momentum. At Lin Fei's level, he knew very well what this momentum was. In front of power, any struggle was futile. At least for now, that was the situation. The Sage Emperor dynasty was established. The 4 sovereigns entered the sacred dynasty first. Wherever the 4 sovereigns flew past, there would be flowers and birds everywhere. Hundreds of flowers vied with each other, giving the sacred dynasty new life. It was no longer lifeless like before. The sacred dynasty had become the rising sun. Everyone felt pressured in front of the massive Emperor dynasty. This was pressure from the Emperor dynasty. Even a realm lord would feel immense pressure in this place. This was a pressure that came from the depths of the soul. Apart from a limited number of people, the rest were not spared from this feeling, so they all became apprehensive, afraid that they would do something wrong. Everyone entered the huge palace one after another. Everyone understood that there would soon be a change in the structure of the universe. The establishment of the Emperor dynasty and the enfeoffment of the world were necessary. The world overlords and the others here were all subjects of the Emperor dynasty. None of them would be able to escape. How to gain a foothold in the new imperial dynasty had become something that many people desperately wanted to do. Times were different now. This was the era of the sacred dynasty, no longer the era of 2 scattered palaces. The presence of the 4 sovereigns was the best proof. From today onwards, the sacred dynasty will be overseen by the 4 of us. The Tianjua ruler's words were not surprising at all. This was something that had to be done. With the 4 sovereigns in the sacred dynasty, everyone knew that the competition would become more intense in the future. The sacred dynasty would also become more chaotic. Without some ability, it would be difficult to stand firm. Greetings, 4 holy sages, everyone shouted loudly. Their voices traveled all the way outside. Rumble tilde, the heavenly axiom also expressed its approval. Dense immortal chi descended from the sky above the sacred dynasty. The flowers, grass, and immortal beasts living in the sacred dynasty all transformed into ordinary bodies, displaying extraordinary strength. This kind of thing had not happened for a very, very long time. The appearance of the 4 holy sages was recognized by the heavenly axiom. It could be said that this position was very stable. Not everyone could be shaken. The heavenly axiom statement was the best proof. After the 4 holy sages' announcement, the next step was to enfeoffment of the world. This was not a good thing for the realm lords present, especially the realm lords without any backing. Those who knew them knew that this time, they might not be able to sit still in their positions. The myriad worlds would undergo a new reshuffle. The reshuffle would also start with the realm lords. Enfeoffment of the world. In fact, it was the division of power between the 4 holy sages. The realm lords who had already submitted to them heaved a sigh of relief this time. Not only did they have an honorable identity, but they also had the opportunity to devour the surrounding worlds. That's right, this was an opportunity to expand. Realm lords without backing, then sorry, it was their fault for not choosing a backing in the first place. As long as they were not in one of the 4 holy sages' factions, they would be cleansed this time. At the same time, their worlds would be devoured and used to expand the world. The myriad worlds used to be a complete world, but after a great war, they were completely separated, and finally, there was the current myriad worlds. Those whose names weren't called had a very bad look on their faces. The realm lords who were sent to other worlds could only sigh helplessly. Resist. They did not have the ability to do so at all. Then they could only obediently accept the punishment. They had been realm lords for such a long time, and had gained enough benefits, at least they did not have to worry about being killed. The first realm lords were all realm lords of great worlds, and they were all from the central region. Finally, the realm lords of great worlds were divided, and there were a total of 108 great realm lords. This was a new reshuffle. Originally, in the myriad worlds, There were more than 108 great worlds, but this time, they were directly compressed. The originally numerous great worlds, under the leadership of the 4 holy sages, directly became 108 great realm lords. This was equivalent to a feudal lord. After the division, the status of these 108 great realm lords was not low. It could be said that their authority was extremely high, and at the same time, they could participate in the Holy Dynasty Conference. This was the qualification. After that, it was the division of the middle-level world. This was also a process of compression. There were many middle-level worlds, and they were all below the great worlds. Now, there were only 108 great worlds left in the myriad worlds, and the middle-level worlds were also going to be devoured. It was unknown how many middle-level worlds would be left. As for the small worlds below, they would be declared to have completely disappeared in the long river of history, letting the wheels of history roll by. There were not many middle-level worlds that were divided. Chapter 1484. 108 Great World. 72 Middle-Level World. The result of this reshuffling was very cruel. It could be said that countless realm lords would lose their qualifications to be realm lords from today onwards. They would return to being ordinary immortal emperors and immortals and lose their illustrious identities. No one could change the Holy Venerable's decision, unless you were a ruler. Otherwise, you would not have the right to say that you could change everything. Master, now there's something to do. Among the 72 medium worlds, Lin Fei was naturally qualified. It would be a joke if he did not get his turn. Now, Lin Fei's subordinates could be considered strong. It was not impossible for a seemingly medium world to directly become a great world. The Holy Venerable did not announce it, which was equivalent to a change in direction. This was because he did not want Di Tian's forces to expand too quickly and suppress the medium world. They are quite wary of me, circling such a large territory for me. Unfortunately, it's nothing much. Lin Fei sneered in his heart. Great Metropolis World used to be a small world. The location was not good either. In the myriad heavens, it could only be in the periphery. If it encountered a powerful immortal invasion, it would be the first unlucky target. Now, it seemed to be one of the 72 medium worlds, but in fact, it was also in the periphery. If he had not heard about the Battle Wolf group from Venerable Sufeng, Lin Fei might have been happy and cocky. Now, he was not in the mood. The territory was big, but it was still not the vanguard. This made Lin Fei very unhappy. However, he did not have the strength to fight against the Holy Venerable ruler. 108 great worlds and 72 medium worlds were divided just like that. He thought it would end like that. But it was not that simple. Next, Tianjua ruler announced another major event. The reason was simple. In view of the chaos in the Sacred Dynasty, he was preparing to reorganize them to set an example in the Sacred Dynasty. The 10 great immortal sects were created just like that. The sects in the myriad heavens had always been led by the 2 palaces, followed by the 3 halls and so on. Now, they directly established the 10 great immortal sects. It meant that in the future, they would be famous in the myriad heavens. At the same time, they would also be top sect. This is the rhythm of wiping out everything in the myriad heavens and realms. Lin Fei knew very well what the 10 major immortal sects represented. This was the extension of the 4 Holy Venerables' influence, completely dividing up the various realms. In the future, the sects would just have to watch others live. Lin Fei even dared to say that the sects below him would also be divided into levels. This integration allowed the myriad worlds to quickly emerge from the chaos. This way, he would be able to control these forces perfectly. This way, it was unknown how many sects would be taken in. At the very least, unranked sects would be taken in. With regards to this, Lin Fei didn't really have much to say. He was only curious about which of the 10 great immortal sects would there be. If they managed to gain the title of the 10 great immortal sects, their influence would be even more resounding compared to the 108 world overlords. The number 1 immortal sect, Immortal Court. The Sky Terminus Hegemon announced the first immortal gate. When this result came out, everyone didn't seem too surprised. It seemed like it wasn't surprising that the Immortal Court had become one of the 10 great immortal sects. Second immortal sect, Heavenly Rain Palace. Everyone knew that this was a brand new sect formed by the integration of the two palaces. Its strength was even stronger than the era of the two palaces, and was not inferior to the Immortal Court. Third immortal sect, Immortal Sect. These three immortal sects were the extensions of the four Holy Venerables. Fourth immortal sect, Dark Soul Sect. Fifth immortal sect, Demon Sealing Sect. Sixth immortal sect, Light Sect. Seventh immortal sect, Demon Emperor Sect. Eighth immortal sect, Group of Immortals Sect. Ninth immortal sect, Tower Beyond Tower. 10th immortal sect, Brotherhood Sect. When the 10 great immortal sects were announced, everyone actually knew what was going on. The forces of the three halls were already very strong. It wasn't surprising that they had now advanced to the immortal sects. As for the later ones, they were combinations of forces, such as the 4 sects, 5 emperors, 6 demons, and so on. It could be said that these 10 great immortal sects were the 10 most powerful immortal sects in the myriad worlds. Among them, the 10 great immortal sects relied on which holy venerables, but no one knew. They might have cooperated, but no one could say for sure what was going on. After the 10 great immortal sects were announced, the enfeoffment didn't stop after that. After all, the establishment of the sacred dynasty wasn't a small matter. It was a big matter, so there were too many things that needed to be done. It wasn't until night fell that the framework of the sacred dynasty was completed. From then on, everyone was a subject of the sacred dynasty. At the same time, they were also people of large organizations. After the meeting, the 4 holy venerables held a banquet for 3 days. During these 3 days, everything in the myriad worlds stopped. There were no wars, no fights, and everyone was celebrating. Lin Fei also stayed in the sacred dynasty for 3 days. Finally, he received the decree and returned to the great metropolis world. During this period, nothing happened. For example, the holy venerables summoned him. In Lin Fei's opinion, it was impossible for a troublemaker like him to be summoned. Otherwise, he wouldn't have slandered him in private. Lin Fei couldn't wait to return to the great metropolis world. Time was precious. Lin Fei wanted to leave, but some people weren't willing to let him leave just like that. Di Tian. Lin Fei led his people out of the immortal palace courtyard. When he came out, he saw a very handsome person. Even Lin Fei felt envious. How could there be such a man? Beside this handsome man stood 2 female celestial venerables. It looked like the 2 female celestial venerables had bad tempers. Young Master Fan, I've heard a lot about you. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of young Master Fan. In fact, he couldn't wait to spar with young Master Fan. Among the younger generation, young Master Fan was the strongest person Lin Fei had ever seen. It was most interesting to spar with someone like this. He also wanted to know how strong young Master Fan was. I've also heard a lot about you, Di Tian. Lin Fei didn't believe that young Master Fan would have heard a lot about him. Maybe he had wanted to fight him for a long time. Young Master Fan, you came to see me early in the morning. What's the matter? I'm very busy. Lin Fei didn't feel any pressure from young Master Fan. The more it was like this, the more mysterious young Master Fan was. You're a straightforward person. Young Master Fan had a pair of peach blossom eyes. I know about your past. Your strength has increased very quickly. But in my eyes, you're very weak. You're just an ant among the countless others. I've decided that I'll give you 10 years to cultivate. After 10 years, I'll personally take your life. I want you to live in fear. After 10 years, I'll slowly kill you. This was young Master Fan's intention. At the same time, it was also young Master Fan's domineering way. Recently, young Master Fan had killed several celestial venerables. It was rumored that he could instantly kill high-level celestial venerables. He was the number 1 young master of the celestial court, and even the number 1 young master of the myriad of worlds. Young Master Fan's strength was unfathomable. This was the common thought of all the celestial venerables. Facing young Master Fan, they didn't have the courage to attack. Because if they did, they would die. What bullsh*t young master. You dare to say that you'll kill my master in 10 years. Extermination and the others were unconvinced. In their eyes, their master was the greatest and the strongest. "I'll beat you up right now." Extermination and the others cultivated battle formations. It could be said that their minds were very detailed. The 12 generals soared into the sky and formed a grand formation, bursting out with the combat strength of a high-level immortal venerable. A phantom of a giant dragon emerged, whipping its tail at lightning speed. At the same time, a claw pierced through the void. Dragon tail whip. Dragon probing claw. These were two powerful killing moves. When high-level celestial venerable's strength was unleashed, the surrounding people were suppressed and couldn't move. Too scary. The rumors are true. Di Tian really has high-level celestial venerables by his side. They actually attacked young Master Fan. I wonder what the result will be. Many immortals outside the Immortal Palace were trembling. They wouldn't see this kind of attack many times in their lives. Lin Fei didn't stop extermination and the others. In fact, he wanted to see. This young Master Fan was so arrogant. He said that he would kill him in 10 years. Did he really think that he was invincible? Lin Fei didn't think that young Master Fan had the qualifications to kill him in 10 years. Not a bad attack. Unfortunately, it won't work. Young Master Fan shook his head and casually stretched out a finger. It was fairer than a woman's. With a light tap, it was like popping a bubble. All the attacks were quickly disintegrated by this finger. Peng 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 tilde the 12 generals were all sent flying and smashed into the Immortal Palace courtyard, leaving behind a large area of ruins. "Do you still doubt it?" Young Master Fan said calmly as if he had done something. "It's as easy as flipping my hand to kill them. High-level celestial venerables weren't that easy to resist. Even 50 mid-level celestial venerables couldn't stop them. Young Master Fan easily disintegrated them." Everyone was shocked. Many people were also excited. Di Tian had finally met his nemesis. Keep being arrogant. Keep being arrogant. Someone is here to take care of you, and it's the #1 sect, Immortal Court's young master. Extermination and the others were blasted away. They weren't injured, but their chi and blood were surging. They wanted to attack again but were stopped by Lin Fei. "There's no need to attack. Hurry up and thank young Master Fan for his guidance." Extermination and the others weren't a match for Lin Fei. Lin Fei was already prepared. If young Master Fan was so easy to deal with, he wouldn't be young Master Fan. He wouldn't be such a mysterious guy. Lin Fei saw fear in Venerable Su Feng's eyes. "My subordinates are always trying to show off and think that they are invincible. I still have to thank young Master Fan for his guidance. I'll let them know that there's always someone better out there. That way, they won't be at a disadvantage when they go out." Lin Fei wasn't afraid of the other party. He chuckled and changed the topic. "Your 2 maids have been dissatisfied with me since the beginning. This is a disgrace to your master. Let me discipline them on behalf of your master so that they know how to be made." Courting death. The 2 beautiful venerables were furious. They were young Master Fan's maids. Who would dare to say anything bad about them? A sharp golden light flashed past. The 2 beautiful venerables were cut in half at the waist and fell to the ground. Chapter 1485. Young Master Fan defeated the combined attack of the 12 generals. Who would have thought that Di Tian would not hold back and directly kill young Master Fan's 2 maid? This was tit for tat. "You hit my maids, I'll kill your maids." Only then did everyone realize that Di Tian's dominance was not just for show. It was done with his strength. Whatever others dared to do, he dared to do too. "What a good Di Tian, it looks like the rumors about you are true." Young Master Fan's aura was also not ordinary. "It will be very interesting to have an opponent like you." Lin Fei also said, "I also like an opponent like young Master Fan. I believe that I will personally kill you soon, perhaps even before the 10 years you said." "Kill me in 10 years? Isn't he underestimating me too much?" Only Lin Fei could say such word. Young Master Fan had originally planned to give Di Tian time to grow. Instead of being angry, he laughed. Good, good, this young master is really looking forward to this day. Let's see who will kill this young master, or this young master will kill you." Lin Fei and young Master Fan's first meeting was not pleasant. After exchanging a move, the two did not attack again, but left with their people. But everyone knew one thing. Celestial Court's number 1 young master and Di Tian had a huge conflict, and both wanted to kill the other. This news spread through the entire Holy Dynasty immediately. News of Di Tian having a high-level immortal venerable by his side also spread. On one hand, everyone was shocked by the strength of Di Tian's subordinates. On the other hand, they were shocked by young Master Fan's strength. A casual finger could break a high-level immortal venerable's attack. Young Master Fan was infinitely close to the ruler realm. All kinds of gossip quickly spread. Master, it will not be easy for that young Master Fan to kill us. The 12 generals were extremely unhappy that their attacks were broken. Lin Fei did not blame them. Go back and cultivate well. Try to break through to high-level immortal venerable battle power. At that time, you can combine your formations and crush him. Even though he did not know young Master Fan's true strength, Lin Fei was very clear that he had not reached the ruler realm. Not long from now, that might be the case. Young Master Fan personally wanted to kill him just for Venerable Su Feng. Lin Fei also realized that Venerable Su Feng was not an ordinary person. This had nothing to do with Lin Fei, so he did not want to care about it. We'll talk about it after we return and integrate the surrounding world. As for Huang Xiaolong, he would think about it after he broke through to the sovereign realm. After the people from all sides returned, the vigorous shuffling of the cards began. No one could defy the sacred venerate ruler's order. The process of receiving the order was not complicated and was relatively easy. The 12 generals went out to stand, and all their thoughts disappeared without a trace. In less than a month, the great metropolis world had advanced to the peak of a middle-grade world, controlling a large area. It had truly become a warlord, and it was perfectly justifiable. Lin Fei no longer worried about the matter of annexing the small world. Because there was one thing waiting for Lin Fei to do. A notification came from the system. It was about the demon world. Who would have thought that the appearance of the Holy Dynasty would indirectly help me? By annexing one small world after another, I've unknowingly completed the follow-up mission of annexing world. It turned out that the system had a follow-up mission to annex the world. Previously, Lin Fei did not pay attention to it until the system sent him a message. Lin Fei knew that the small world mission was completed. A huge amount of experience points was contributed. He was one step closer to leveling up. What excited Lin Fei the most was that he could finally create a demon army. This matter had been on Lin Fei's mind for a long time. Ding! Capture demon activated. A new instance dungeon opened, and Lin Fei once again entered the instance dungeon. This space was filled with the aura of killing. The aura of humans. I can smell the aura of humans. Delicious human flesh. The demons began to scream, and their eyes turned scarlet. The moment Lin Fei stepped into the space, he saw that he was on a blood-red plain. Suddenly, hundreds of powerful auras grabbed at him. The sky was filled with attacks of blood shadows. So many demons, ha ha ha. The attacks of these demons were very strong, but to Lin Fei, they were all his subordinates. Get down. The huge hand formed by the power of an immortal slammed down on them from the sky. Boom. This slap was like a mountain pressing down on them. The ground shook. The hundreds of demons that were clamoring earlier were all pressed to the ground, and a huge pit appeared below. As expected of demons with powerful bodies. Even a low-level immortal venerable wouldn't be able to withstand the power of my slap, but they managed to withstand it. Lin Fei liked these powerful demons, and the more, the better. It's a pity that the system only gave me the qualification to capture an army of 100,000 demons. Lin Fei took out the demon summoning flag from last time and waved it at them. One after another, the demons were sucked into it. This was an array flag used to control them. As long as they entered, they would leave a mark. Moreover, this flagpole had another advantage. If the demons were injured, they could return to the space in the flagpole to recover. During this time, Lin Fei used his divine senses to check inside and saw a funny scene. The demons that entered were originally very arrogant, and there was even a rank 1 demon living inside. The rank 1 demon didn't have the combat strength of a juggernaut, and it couldn't withstand the aura of a juggernaut. It grabbed and ate a dozen demons, and the remaining demons all became obedient. There were many demons on the plain. Lin Fei didn't hesitate to capture them wantonly, and the number of demons in the array flag space started to increase. It quickly broke through 10,000, followed by 20,000, and then 30,000. The number kept rising. I'm still short 30,000 demons. With 70,000 demons in hand, Lin Fei could imagine how great the influence of this force was. It wouldn't be a problem to sweep through the current middle-level world. You're the one who captured this king's subordinates. A roar came from under the blood-red sky. It was a black mass of demons, and there were no less than 100,000 of them. The leader was a 300 feet tall demon. When it saw Lin Fei, who was capturing demons, its huge wings turned into 2 long black blades that slashed through the air. Boom 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 tilde 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 everywhere the black blades passed, the plains collapsed. Not a single place was left intact. Juggernaut demon. Lin Fei's reaction was also very fast. He punched the black wings with both fists, and sparks flew everywhere. Sparks flew, and everyone retreated. This was a big boss. It was even stronger than the demons from before. The power of Lin Fei's 2 fists didn't stop the black wings' attack. At least, it slowed them down a little. They attacked again, and Lin Fei was sent flying, smashing into the plains. Even a juggernaut's attack isn't that strong. Lin Fei's physical body was unbelievably strong. The opponent's attack only caused Lin Fei's blood to surge, and he suppressed it with a light pressure. Now, Lin Fei wasn't that weak anymore. Black-armored demon, come out. Lin Fei directly released the black-armored demon from the devil's summoning flag. Fight for me. Although the black-armored demon's combat strength was only a high-level immortal venerable, Lin Fei wanted to stall the opposite rank 1 demon. A lot of blood. What was there to be afraid of? Chapter 1486. Under the blood-red plains. 5 large sword energies turned into a huge sword energy storm that mercilessly attacked the Tier 1 demon. The 5 large sword energies were infinitely close to the ruler level. Naturally, this attack was not easy for the demon. The other black-armored demon attacked without any regard for its life. With its powerful defense, it dealt a lot of damage to the Tier 1 demon. The black-armored demon did not disappoint Lin Fei. It was like an unkillable cockroach. Lin Fei dealt the most damage. With his ruler weapon, each slash dealt tens of thousands of damage to the Tier 1 demon, sometimes even hundreds of thousands of HP. At the same time, Lin Fei activated his demon wings. His speed advantage did not fall behind. Awesome. Hua Lane. Another large wound was left on the Tier 1 demon. With the ruler weapon, Lin Fei's advantage increased infinitely. The Tier 1 demon continuously lost HP. A ruler rank Tier 1 demon isn't much. At this time, Lin Fei slashed again. You tilde 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 shameless human tilde tilde tilde. The Tier 1 demon was unwilling. Its huge body fell from the sky. Its dying counterattack sent the black-armored demon flying. The demon smashed into the plains, unable to move. Lin Fei remembered that Tier 1 demons had demon reincarnation. This time, without giving the other party a chance to use it, he finally killed the Tier 1 demon. Ding! Killed Tier 1 demon boss. Obtained 10 million experience points. Ding! Killed Tier 1 demon boss. Obtained 1 million demon heart. Ding! Killed Tier 1 demon boss. Obtained demon wings. Lin Fei felt his experience bar increase rapidly. However, this was not what made him the happiest. What made him the happiest was the 1 million demon hearts and demon wings. These were all good items. Demon hearts could be used to exchange for other items. The demon wings were also good items. He already had a pair of them. Now that he had another pair, was he going to give them away? Master, you can use the demon wings to strengthen them. The demon elf appeared. Lin Fei was used to the demon elf's mysterious appearance. Ah, it can be used like that. After listening to the demon elf's explanation, Lin Fei understood that the demon wings could be used to strengthen. Wasn't this the same as strengthening equipment? Right now, The wings of demon were at 80 times the maximum speed of the heavenly Tao. Wouldn't it be faster to strengthen it? When speed reached a certain limit, it would become an advantage. When Lin Fei heard that he needed one of the 3 pairs of demons to strengthen it, he grumbled a little and put away the demon wings and demon heart. After putting away the items, Lin Fei still had one more important thing to do. He summoned a second Tier 1 demon. Compared to the first time, Lin Fei's speed was much faster and more proficient. His combat prowess was still that of a high-level immortal reverent. Most importantly, he was unkillable. This second rank 1 demon, Lin Fei named it Demon 2. The previous one was Demon 1, but now, Demon 1 was riddled with scars. He didn't have much combat power left. Lin Fei received the demon summoning flag. After accidentally harvesting a Tier 1 demon, Lin Fei recovered his strength and began capturing demons once more. Without a powerful Tier 1 demon, Lin Fei had an easy time. Ding! Congratulations player for capturing 100,000 demons. Lin Fei was teleported out. Originally, he had planned to hunt demons and harvest some demon hearts. Now, it seemed like there was no hope. If he had known this would happen, Lin Fei would not have gone to the market to capture demons. Since I can't capture demons, I can only level up. Lin Fei leveled up for half a month. Other than leveling up, he spent most of his time accompanying his wife and daughter. Everything outside was handled by Immortal Reverent Infinite Evil or Immortal Reverent Demon Sealing. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Other than that, Lin Fei was also paying attention to the movements of the entire Holy Dynasty. The forces were more or less integrated. The 10 immortal sects and 108 great worlds were more or less settled. With this shuffle, the era of the Holy Dynasty had officially arrived. Everyone was a citizen of the Holy Dynasty. The area around Lin Fei was still very quiet. The surrounding middle-level worlds each had their own backers. They did not dare to make things difficult for Lin Fei. Didn't they see that young Master Fan Do did not gain any benefits? If they offended him, they were afraid that the backer behind them would be the first to deal with them. In fact, when they came and took over the middle-level worlds, someone told them that they could offend anyone but Di Tian. Lin Fei also hoped that the surrounding middle-level worlds would be obedient. If they angered him, Lin Fei did not mind changing their realm lord. Master, the Jiyu family is here. Immortal Reverent Demon Sealing came in to report. They're finally here. I thought he would continue to endure. Lin Fei sneered. Lin Fei did not have a good impression of the Jiyu family since they targeted his great metropolis world. Bring them in. Immortal Reverent Demon Sealing turned and left. Not long after, a group of 5 people was brought in. The leader was a middle-aged man who looked similar to Jiyu Tianren. I am the patriarch of the Jiyu family's 3rd branch, Jiyu Shendao. Greetings, Realm Lord Di Tian. During this period of time, Lin Fei did not stay idle. He arranged for people to go to 3rd Sage Liu's place and specifically learned about the Jiyu family's situation. He learned that the Jiyu family currently had 7 branches, which together supported the huge Jiyu family. These 7 branches had direct descendants and collateral forces. So it's the patriarch of the Jiyu family. I have long heard of your name, Lin Fei said indifferently. The 4 people behind Jiyu Shendao did not look good. What kind of force was their Jiyu family? It was far from what Di Tian could compare with. They actually dared to not give him face. It was just that when the patriarch greeted them seriously, they did not say anything. Realm Lord Di Tian must be joking, Jiyu Shendao said. Men, bring the things up. They just met and they were already preparing to give him gifts. Lin Fei thought that the Jiyu family wanted to threaten him. If the other party dared to speak, he did not mind making them stay here today. Although the few young people were angry, they did not say anything. With a wave of their hands, the aura of immortal reverent treasures spread out. It turned out that there were 30 immortal reverent treasures on the ground. This is a small token of our Jiyu family, Jiyu Shendao said. Celestial is a member of our 3 branches. Since he did such a thing, I, as the clan leader, have to bear some responsibility. I hope that Realm Lord Di Tian can give face to our Jiyu clan and release Jiyu Tianren. I guarantee that he will never dare to find trouble with Lord Realm Lord again. What kind of situation was this? The immortal reverent treasures on the ground did not attract Lin Fei's attention. After continuously leveling up and killing monsters, it would only take a few days for him to become a sovereign realm expert. Once he became a sovereign realm expert, he would be able to harvest a large number of devil's hearts. Whatever high-level immortal reverent treasures were already within his reach. Wait. Lin Fei said unhurriedly, Jiyu Tian is one of your people. Do you think that you can take him away with just 30 immortal reverent treasures? You are looking at things too simply. Jiyu Shendao actually did not want to come. Whether Jiyu Tian was dead or alive, there was no loss to the Jiyu family. However, if they did not take him away, it would affect their Jiyu family. If the dignified Jiyu family was afraid of a realm lord, what face would they have in the primal chaos ancient kingdom? Taking out 30 immortal reverent treasures was already a great deal of face for the Jiyu family. Jiyu Tian is a member of our Jiyu family. Could it be that Sir Realm Lord still wants to detain him? Jiyu Shendao said sinisterly, our Jiyu family is already giving Realm Lord face. This was called peaceful measures before resorting to force. Lin Fei laughed and pointed at Jiyu Shendao, who do you think you are? Is the Jiyu family that amazing? With 100,000 devil army, Lin Fei's confidence increased. The primal chaos ancient kingdom did not take it to heart. Di Tian, our Jiyu family is giving you face. Don't take it too far. If you know what's good for you, then immediately release Jiyu Tian. Otherwise, prepare to suffer. A disciple behind Jiyu Shendao shouted. As a member of the primal chaos ancient kingdom, the Jiyu family's disciples were not afraid of anything. Otherwise, Jiyu Tian would not have run to the wind and rain palace and finally fell into the hands of Lin Fei. Your Jiyu family has guts. 2 Jingguang rays shot out from Lin Fei's eyes, and the young man who spoke immediately exploded. The ground was filled with fragments. I'll kill him right now. What can you do to me? The remaining 3 disciples were furious, but they were stopped by Jiyu Xuantao's gaze. I understand Sir Realm Lord's words. This one will go back and tell the Patriarch. I hope Sir Realm Lord won't regret this. It wasn't as if Lin Fei hadn't seen arrogance before. The Jiyu family was not just arrogant, they even threatened him before leaving. I was going to let you guys go, but now, all of you can stay. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. He raised his hand and an endless pressure directly pressed down. Bang 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 tilde tilde the 3 disciples behind him exploded like glass bottles, shattering into pieces. Di Tian, you will regret this sooner or later. Jiyu Shendao did not change. After leaving behind these words, he disappeared, leaving behind a broken leaf on the ground. Substitute divine leaf. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed as he recognized what the leaf on the ground was. This kind of leaf was a special existence that grew in the land of extreme negative energy. After it grew, it could become a special substitute existence after refining. The aura on the body would be exactly the same, making it impossible to tell whether it was real or fake. Lin Fei was very displeased that he had killed several of his followers. It seems that I have to break through to the ruler realm as soon as possible. At that time, with Hairball, I can easily deal with the Battle Wolf group. Lin Fei sneered. If I don't make a trip to your Jiyu family after dealing with the Battle Wolf group, then I'm not Lin Fei. At this time, on the other side, the other leaf in Jiyu Xuantao's hand shattered. This Di Tian really wants to go against our Jiyu family. This person was the patriarch of the 7th branch, Jiyu Shendao. His voice was cold, and he did not even look at the 2 leaves that were wasted. In the room, apart from Jiyu Shendao, several elders of the 7th branch were present. Where did the Battle Wolf group go? How long will it take to reach the great metropolis world? Jiyu Shendao asked. He wanted Di Tian to know the consequences of offending the Jiyu family. It will take another 5 years. The 2 territories were too far away, and the Battle Wolf group had been fighting outside, so it would take some time to reach the great metropolis world. Chapter 1487. Ding. Killed low-level demon. Ding. Killed low-level demon. On a blood-red plain, demons roamed around. With a slash of a blade, countless heads flew, leaving corpses behind. Ding. Obtained demon's heart. Ding. Obtained demon's heart. Ding. Obtained demon's heart. This blood-red plain was connected to an endless mountain range. At this time, a black-robed man was carrying a huge blade, laughing as he flew past. No one could stop this young man. As the young man flew past, he left behind a sea of demons. Soon, the black-robed man slashed with his blade, and all the demons with strong defense fell to the ground. Ding. Killed low-level demon. After killing for an unknown period of time, the black-robed man's body shook, and he stabbed his blade into the ground, causing the ground to crack. His experience bar was finally full. Ding. Congratulations player for breaking through Celestial Lord Realm and entering Sovereign Realm. Boom Lin Fei only felt a Jingguang flash past his body. The Celestial Lord power in his body started to change again. An invisible sovereign pressure rippled out like the setting sun. Everywhere the sovereign pressure passed, immortal beasts and low-level fiends alike, all fell to the ground. Millions of miles, billions of miles this aura kept spreading out. I finally broke through. Lin Fei sighed. After walking such a long way, he had finally reached this step. The massive Celestial Lord power in his body was completely changing. It was not as difficult as he had imagined. There was no heavenly tribulation like he had imagined. As Lin Fei killed another low-level demon, his experience bar finally broke through from Celestial Lord Realm to Sovereign Realm. In such a large area, only the aura of a sovereign was left. His Celestial Lord power was changing, and so were his secret techniques and abilities. Great Sword Chi secret technique directly advanced to Sovereign level secret technique. World Storm also advanced to Sovereign level Storm. Everything was undergoing a perfect transformation. The whole process lasted for an hour, not too long nor too short. Ha ha ha, I am a sovereign now. Lin Fei raised his head to the sky and roared. His roar spread far and wide. Destroy. A huge golden sword chi slashed through the air. All the evil demons in its path were killed. This was the power of one of the sword chi of the Great Sword Chi secret technique. A ruler's attack power is indeed stronger than an immortal venerates. No matter how tyrannical he had been in the past, after becoming a ruler, Lin Fei realized that the gap between a ruler and an immortal venerate was not easily bridged. Ding. Congratulations. You have entered the ruler realm. The system congratulated him. This time, Lin Fei was in a good mood and didn't find the system's voice unpleasant. Now that he was a hegemon, Lin Fei could truly sense how powerful he had become. Even if he were to fight against Hegemon Skyend or Hegemon Windrain right now, Lin Fei wouldn't have anything to worry about. Lin Fei knew that he was not inferior to them. The great metropolis Heaven also had a true ruler. As for the Battle Wolf group that the Jiyu family had arranged, Lin Fei was no longer worried. Instead, he wanted to teach them a huge lesson. Demon, come out. Lin Fei summoned the demon. Don't you know that disturbing someone's sleep is a very immoral thing to do? The demon seemed to have not slept well and waved its trident. Hey! You actually broke through to the ruler realm. I just broke through. The demon circled around him. I barely made it. Lin Fei didn't want to fight with the demon. He couldn't win against the demon. I want to know if I will face a heavenly tribulation outside if I break through to the ruler realm here. This was what Lin Fei wanted to ask. Lin Fei didn't want to expose himself so quickly. He had to save his trump card for last. He was prepared to use it against the Jiyu family. Yes. The demon was straightforward. This is the demon dimension. Everything is shielded. Even the heavenly Tao can't enter. If you go outside, the heavenly Tao will be the first to find you. Could this demon dimension be created by a god? Lin Fei had never been able to figure out who had the ability to create a demonic space. You don't have the right to know, the demon said. When you become the strongest person in the weave, you will have the right to know about the demon dimension. I will tell you everything. The time limit. Lin Fei felt that it was quite long. The strongest person in the weave. How long would it take? If you don't want to say it, Just say it. Lin Fei wouldn't be so stupid as to say it out loud. He only cursed in his heart. Lin Fei was still confident in becoming the strongest person in the weave. Let's change the topic. Do you know how the ruler realm is divided? 100,000 demon heart. The demon stretched out a finger. Lin Fei was already used to the demon's extortion. So expensive. The demon chuckled with a hint of slyness. This is already very cheap. You will know in the future that this answer is the cheapest. Here. 100,000 demon hearts fell into the demon's pocket. There are a total of 9 minor stages in the ruler realm. They start from 1-star ruler to 9 stars ruler. Each star's combat power increases exponentially. Right now, you look like a 1-star ruler, but your overall combat power is equivalent to that of a 2-star ruler. Lin Fei was just asking casually. He didn't expect the demon to really answer him. The ruler realm was divided in such a way. What's above 9 stars? Plus 50,000 demon heart. The demon stretched out another finger. This time, Lin Fei was depressed. Can you not be so greedy? Giving out 150,000 demon hearts in one go also made Lin Fei's heart ache. It wasn't easy to earn demon hearts. Who would have thought that this guy would ask for 150,000 demon hearts in one go? I'm also poor. The demon blinked. Anyway, you can get demon hearts by killing demons every day. Did he really think he was a free fighter? Lin Fei wasn't interested in asking about the ruler realm after 9 stars ruler. He couldn't spend 50,000 demon hearts in vain. If you give me 50,000 demon hearts, I'll help you with a small matter, the demon said. It's totally worth it for you. This is called buy one get one free. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. This was called buy one get one free? Tell me, how can you help me? After you go out, I'll use a secret technique to help you block the heavenly axiom. I can protect you for half an hour, the demon said proudly. How about it? 50,000 demon hearts is not a loss, right? Lin Fei wasn't confident that he could seal the ruler aura. Once he went in, the heavenly axiom would definitely target him, and the rulers in the sacred dynasty would definitely know. This wasn't a good thing. Here you go. Another 50,000 demon hearts were taken out. Above the ruler realm of 9 stars is actually a true god. You can transform your immortal body into a true god and become one of the true gods. The demon gave a simple introduction. With the time you have, you should be able to become a true god soon. However, you won't have easy days in the future, he tilde. Chapter 1488. He really needed the little devil to help him now. Lin Fei didn't think too much about it. Don't worry, I'll put a seal on you once you're outside. The heavenly Tao won't be able to detect you, the little devil said nonchalantly. Take advantage of the time you have to find a place to undergo tribulation. All right. Lin Fei didn't waste time. He still trusted the little devil. His guide wouldn't trick him. He left the demonic dimension. Lin Fei did his best to restrain his aura, afraid that it would be discovered by the heavenly Tao. In the end, the little devil looked down on his actions. People say you're audacious, but look at you now. Seal. The little devil produced a seal, which landed on Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei instantly felt like he was wrapped up by something, completely isolating his aura. The ruler's divine sense covered the entire great metropolis heaven, and he could see more clearly than before. The heavenly Tao hadn't discovered him. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. The little devil's seal was quite useful. Let's go. Lin Fei left the great metropolis heaven. He released his demonic wings, which boosted his ruler's speed. Lin Fei passed through one world after another. Apart from the ruler, no one could discover him. Lin Fei was very carefree. Lin Fei didn't care about the tribulation brought by the heavenly Tao. With the current strength of his physical body, he was confident that he could easily withstand the attacks of the heavenly tribulation without feeling threatened. You'd better find a safe place as soon as possible. Lin Fei agreed. The sacred dynasty was huge, and choosing a place to stay was not a small problem. Lin Fei kept flying until he entered a world filled with death energy. This was a desolate world called the Death World. There were no signs of human habitation. In the past, The death world was full of ambition. After being surrounded, it became a desolate world. Over the years, the death energy accumulated, and even immortal kings didn't dare to enter. As soon as Lin Fei entered, the death energy filled the air, and all sorts of emotions washed over him. Now that Lin Fei was a sovereign, he could unleash his aura and crush a huge area. He flew deeper and saw a huge stretch of ruins. Lin Fei slapped down with a single hand, sending it all the way to the bottom of the ruins, where an underground palace appeared. This is it. The world of death was located in a remote area of the sacred dynasty. Of the 108 worlds and 72 intermediate worlds, the death world was a place that no one wanted. It had been abandoned for a long time, and its name had almost been forgotten. Lin Fei sat down cross-legged. The death chi in the palace was directly crushed by the pressure. Time passed quickly. Lin Fei was very excited. I advise you to change your aura and divine sense fluctuations. The little demoness giggled. As long as you are willing to pay 10,000 demon hearts, I can help you. This fellow was truly cunning. Lin Fei didn't want to expose himself so early. Otherwise, there wouldn't be anything fun to do. The Jiyu family had yet to seek revenge. 10,000 devil's hearts, so be it. Lin Fei gave it without hesitation. You are quite capable. The little demoness wasn't modest, of course. I know many things. As long as you give me devil's hearts, there is nothing I can't do. You must know that I am your guide, an omnipotent guide. Lin Fei had never seen such a despicable person like the little demoness. It's here. When the seal on his body was released, the entire world of death trembled. A heavenly Tao pressure even more terrifying than a sovereign descended upon the world of death. The moment this pressure descended, the entire sacred dynasty was alarmed. Within the sacred dynasty's palace, the 4 sovereigns immediately opened their eyes and appeared in the air above the palace. I can sense the terrifying heavenly Tao pressure. Someone is about to become a sovereign. Sovereign Skyend stared in a certain direction. Who is about to become a sovereign? Is it someone from your immortal court? Sovereign Windrain looked at Sovereign Extermination suspiciously. Sovereign Extermination was puzzled and immediately denied. Daoist Windrain must be mistaken. Why would someone from our immortal court attempt to become a sovereign? Perhaps it is your heavenly rain palace. Right now, aside from the immortal court, only heavenly rain palace could become a sovereign. Do you think that's possible? The appearance of any sovereign was enough to change the situation in the sacred dynasty. They didn't wish for this to happen. Let's just go and take a look. Sovereign Boundless acted as a mediator. Be it heavenly rain palace or immortal court, Sovereign Boundless didn't wish for another sovereign to appear. Sovereign Boundless words received approval. The 4 sovereigns transformed into streaks of light and shot through the air. The terrifying pressure continued to spread out. The nearby worlds all felt the immense pressure. Everyone was in danger. As for the onlookers, none of them could fly. Your world's sovereign is here. The little demoness smiled merrily. What does that have to do with me? Lin Fei smirked. He looked up and saw the terrifying heavenly lightning crashing down. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk this was a red bolt of heavenly lightning. Wherever the heavenly lightning passed, everything was smashed into nothingness. Just in time, Lin Fei put away his sovereign weapon and soared into the sky, punching the red heavenly lightning. Break. Asterisk rumble asterisk the punch smashed into the red heavenly lightning, causing arcs of light to explode. Lin Fei's body was instantly covered in lightning, and his flesh suffered a huge blow. So strong. The red heavenly lightning shattered with this punch. Lin Fei didn't feel good either. And this was just the physical strength of a sovereign. Lin Fei didn't doubt that if he had been an immortal sovereign, he would have died. Again, someone really is trying to break through to sovereign. Sovereign Skyend and the other 2 sovereigns appeared outside the world of death. The world of death was sealed by the heavenly Tao's pressure. Even the 4 of them didn't dare to enter. On the way here, they had learned that no one in their sect was trying to break through to sovereign. Then who was the person inside? At first, they suspected that it was young Lord Fan. Right now, young Lord Fan had the highest chance of breaking through to sovereign. This was what all the sovereigns thought. I can't see through him. Sovereign Skyend tried to use his divine sense to see who it was. Unfortunately, he could only sense a blurry face and aura. He had never seen such an aura before. Perhaps an outsider immortal is trying to break through to Sovereign. Hegemon Windrain frowned. As long as it wasn't young Lord Fan breaking through, Hegemon Windrain actually suspected that it was Di Tien breaking through. This person can actually resist the heavenly lightning. The Sovereign of Annihilation had hoped that it was young Lord Fan, but alas, it wasn't young Lord Fan. His excitement had been for nothing. He has a high chance of breaking through to Sovereign. That's hard to say. Next up are the 5 deadly formations of metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Hegemon Boundless' attempt to break through to Sovereign was full of danger. The 4 sovereigns stood there beneath the starry sky, watching intently. The person inside was breaking through to Sovereign, causing the 4 sovereigns to stare with wide eyes. Iron fist shattering heavenly lightning. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Not a single one of the 5 deadly formations could trap this person. Normally, it would have taken 7 days, but this person had succeeded in less than a day. Finally, the final earth formation was broken. The terrifying aura vanished without a trace. The 4 sovereigns were once more stupefied. What was going on? The heavenly Tao had vanished, just like that. This was different from when they were breaking through to Sovereign. They simply couldn't understand it. Right now, their focus was on this black-robed Sovereign. Breaking through to Sovereign in a single day was a heaven-defying genius. Probably not even one of them could be found in the countless territories. In truth, they hadn't realized that Lin Fei had been breaking through as a Sovereign from the very beginning. There naturally wouldn't be any rewards for breaking through as a Sovereign. This was just a test of the heavenly Tao. You've got guts. Before they could speak, a harsh voice rang out from the realm of death. The black-robed Sovereign walked out, step by step. Sovereign Skyend's expression changed, and he hurriedly clasped his hands. Congratulations on becoming a Sovereign, fellow Daoist. Congratulations, fellow Daoist. The 4 sovereigns didn't recognize this person, which meant that he was an outsider. As a Sovereign, he was naturally a fellow Daoist. Furthermore, this Sovereign before them was a freakishly talented genius. The 4 sovereigns didn't dare to underestimate him. Strength is the true Tao. Previously, Lin Fei had been very strong, but he hadn't truly caught the Sovereign's attention. Now, things were different. Your world really is poor. Lin Fei snorted coldly. Right now, he was pretending to be an outsider immortal. A hint of discomfort flashed across the 4 sovereigns' faces. Poor. Only someone from a truly great weave would say such a thing. It's our fortune that fellow Daoist has come to the Holy Dynasty. Sovereign Skyend smiled. Why don't you come to my humble abode and have a drink with me? This was an invitation. To Sovereign Skyend and the other sovereigns, there was no harm in befriending one more sovereign. There was no harm in making friends with another ruler. Perhaps he would be of help in the future. Lin Fei had been prepared to leave after blocking the Heavenly Tao's test. When he saw that they hadn't recognized him, Lin Fei couldn't help but admire the little fiend's ability. He was truly amazing. Even at such a close distance, he couldn't see through him. What do you think? 10,000 fiend hearts is worth it, right? The little fiend flew out. At this moment, Lin Fei was really worried that he would be discovered. In the end, they acted as if they hadn't seen him. Do they think they have the right to see me? They're just 4 one-star sovereigns. The little fiend said disdainfully. Lin Fei didn't speak. The 4 sovereigns thought that he didn't think much of the Holy Dynasty, so they didn't say anything else. That's fine, Lin Fei said indifferently. It's all those guys' fault. They insisted on breaking through outside. A bunch of bastards. The 4 sovereigns' eyes lit up. This guy really came from a great family. They had heard that many disciples of the great clans trained outside without any protection. Those who could break through were the geniuses of the great clans. This guy in front of them had broken through in a single day in the Holy Dynasty. He must be from a great family. They had to be on good terms with this kind of person. Fellow Daoist, please. At this moment, the 4 sovereigns were very united. They returned to the Holy Palace. Sovereign Skyend ordered people to prepare a banquet. In a short while, a banquet was prepared. All of them were delicacies from all over the world. A toast to fellow Daoist. Chapter 1489. After becoming a ruler, Lin Fei was even bolder. 4 one-star rulers. Lin Fei now had the combat strength of a 2-star ruler. If he really fought against them, 1 or even 2 of them would be in trouble. Moreover, after becoming a ruler, Lin Fei could better understand that battles between rulers, unless it was a life-and-death feud, would usually stop and not go on forever. Lin Fei swaggered his way through their hospitality. If they knew that the person sitting in front of them was Di Tian, what kind of expression would they have? Lin Fei guessed. He really wanted to know. I heard that your dynasty has a young master fan who has a strong background. After a few drinks, Lin Fei asked with a smile. This question made the Destruction Dominator's expression turn ugly. Could young Master Fan have offended this ruler? This was not good news. A ruler had appeared out of nowhere. No matter how strong young Master Fan was, if he really met a ruler, he would probably have to use all his means. There is such a person. A person. The Destruction Dominator felt the need to say something. Young Master Fan is from our Heavenly Rain Palace. If young Master has offended you, I apologize on his behalf. Successfully breaking through to ruler in a short time. His potential was unimaginable. The Destruction Dominator did not dare to offend this mysterious ruler. The other 3 rulers had to leave a bad impression on young Master Fan so that he could pressure the Heavenly Rain Palace and suppress them. Don't worry, fellow Daoist. I just heard that this young Master Fan has an extraordinary background and is known as the first person to break through to ruler. Such a genius is rare. Lin Fei actually wanted to know about young Master Fan's background. He did not expect his words to make the other party's expression turn serious. Was there a need to be like this? As long as it's not against young Master Fan, the Destruction Dominator was really worried that he would be hated, especially by a ruler expert. Fellow Daoist, you flatter me. The Destruction Dominator smiled. Young Master Fan is indeed talented. As for his background, it is not a secret. Young Master Fan was brought back by our immortal court patriarch. It is said that he came from a mysterious place. As for the details, I do not know. Lin Fei thought about where this mysterious place was. It sounded like a very impressive place. So it's that place. No wonder. Lin Fei said casually. As soon as the 4 hegemons heard this, they knew that this hegemon was no ordinary person. He knew of this place, but ordinary people didn't. Lin Fei did not stay in the palace for long. During this period of time, the 4 sovereigns tried to probe his background, but Lin Fei easily avoided them, leaving them scratching their heads in confusion. They only revealed that he was a disciple of a great clan. This was enough. This wine is almost finished, I should also leave. Lin Fei stood up. Even though they did not manage to get the specifics, they were still able to learn a few things. The 4 sovereigns were not disappointed. The other party's background was not small, and he was far from someone they could spy on. Even though they were 1-star dominators, they had been stuck at this realm for far too long. Even a single hegemon would be enough to suppress them. When he heard that the other party was leaving, he didn't dare to say anything. As for asking his clan to stay, he didn't have the guts to do so. Lin Fei had swaggered in, swaggered out, and left under the watchful eyes of the 4 sovereigns. After the other party left, Hegemon Skyend said, "Even I can't see through this mysterious person's strength. This person is extremely powerful. He must be from a great clan." Hegemon Windrain said, "He has such combat prowess at such a young age. No wonder he's from a great clan. The young masters of our world, Brahma and Di Tian, are far weaker than this person. Fortunately, he didn't have any intentions. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't have any hope of reaching the divine general platform 100 years from now." Hegemon Annihilation said. When the words divine general platform came out, everyone fell silent. "Did you say the divine general platform?" Lin Fei left the sacred palace, but Little Fiend didn't leave. Instead, he stayed behind until he was out of the sacred palace and no one was spying on him. Then, he He summoned Little Fiend back. Little Fiend repeated what they had said. Lin Fei memorized the words Divine General Platform. He could tell that this place had an extraordinary background. The change in the 4 sovereigns was the best proof. This seemed to have something to do with him. Lin Fei had no impression of the Divine General Platform. At least, this place was not within the Sacred Dynasty, but somewhere else. In fact, it had an even greater background than the battlefield he had entered. Perhaps they will understand. Lin Fei's eyes lit up, and he soared into the sky. Far away, under the starry sky, a black warship sailed past at high speed. This black warship had an extremely impressive name. It was called a border warship. It was a top-notch flying treasure that could traverse the starry sky. This kind of border warship was extremely expensive. Ordinary clans couldn't even afford it. In the Endless Territories, it had always been a rare commodity. However, at this time, the border warship was filled with murderous black-armored men. There were more than 10,000 of them, and even the weakest among them was a first-step immortal emperor. Big brother, we're not far from the Endless Realms. A black-haired wolf was tearing at the raw meat with great relish. This was one of the 3 lords of the Battle Wolf Squad. Hee, I heard that the Endless Realms have established an emperor dynasty. What kind of rubbish is this? A country bumpkin dares to establish an emperor dynasty? The nearby Second Lord White Wolf said disdainfully. If there weren't any profits to be had, they wouldn't have borrowed the border warship. This was a territory with few sovereigns. It was the most suitable place for them to act. Second brother, don't underestimate the Endless Realms. It's such a small territory, but it produced an incredible emperor dynasty in the past. Boss Black Wolf laughed. If it wasn't for the deterrence of that emperor dynasty, do you think a small territory like this would be able to last until now without being disturbed? I'll believe whatever you say, big brother. Lord Black Wolf continued to eat. Also, if we complete this mission, we can sell the GU family a favor. Big brother, the Endless Realms established an emperor dynasty probably to participate in the Divine General Platform. Lord White Wolf said, it's a pity that we can't enter. That's a great place. Nonsense. We're here to find an opportunity. Lord Black Wolf revealed a look of greed. The Divine General Platform. Haven't we been stuck at this realm for this day? Who asked us to be unable to afford the slaughter breakthrough pill? As long as we can obtain a spot, we'll definitely become true sovereigns. I understand. I'm finally back. Lin Fei stealthily entered the great metropolis heaven. Master, you've broken through. Hairball appeared out of nowhere. This fellow had been living quite comfortably recently. With several celestial sovereigns serving him, he had to make delicious food every day. When Lin Fei thought about it, he felt that it was really difficult for those celestial sovereigns. That was a group of big men. You reacted so quickly, Lin Fei said with a smile. Hairball revealed a simple and honest smile. Hee, I thought I was improving the fastest. I didn't expect Master to be even more awesome than me. You came just in time. We have something to do. What is it? Chapter 1490. Inside a secret room in the headquarters of Tianyun Tower. Father, Di Tian just sent me a message. He wants to buy the GU family's information. Liu Ziyue pushed open the door and walked in. She was very surprised when she received the message. Third Saint Liu sat cross-legged and slowly opened his eyes. Di Tian's experience pill is indeed a good thing. It allowed me to make a breakthrough in my cultivation method that I haven't broken through for many years. I really don't know who can refine such a pill. Congratulations, Father. What information does he want? Third Saint Liu asked. Father, look at it yourself. Liu Ziyue handed the item over. Third Saint Liu took it and checked it with his divine sense. He frowned slightly and relaxed. He's probably going to make a move. Di Tian wants to make a move against the GU family. Liu Ziyue knew better than anyone else how powerful the GU family was. If Di Tian really wanted to make a move, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. If the GU family was so easy to bully, they wouldn't be the GU family. Therefore, Liu Ziyue knocked on the door of the secret room the moment she received the message. Yes, Di Tian is very courageous. Maybe he has a helper. Don't forget, there is a mysterious expert behind him. Third Saint Liu nodded. Go and send him the location of the Battle Wolf Group. Battle Wolf Group? Is it suitable? There's nothing inappropriate about it. The Battle Wolf Group is the GU family's partner. Many things are solved by them. If Di Tian's people get rid of them, the GU family won't feel good. Third Saint Liu smiled. I really want to see if Di Tian can do it. All right, I'll go collect it right away. Oh right, send him the locations of the nearby worlds controlled by the GU family as well. Lin Fei was going to beat someone up. His target was naturally the GU family. Lin Fei was not in a good mood since the GU family was not going to take care of them. When he left the Saint Palace, he wanted to deal with young Master Fan. However, he couldn't find him with his divine sense. He also didn't know where he ran off to. He could only make a move next time. Lin Fei didn't know where the GU family was. However, there was someone who knew and sent a message to Liu Ziyue immediately. He believed that she would give him a satisfactory answer. So fast. When the message came through the message talisman, Lin Fei knew that his guess was correct. The Tianyun Tower was happy to serve him. No, it should be Third Sage Liu. A position in the Battle Wolf Regiment. This is what I want. Right now, the people Lin Fei wanted to deal with the most were the Battle Wolf Group. They were the biggest threat to the great metropolis world. As for the others, he didn't have to worry about them for now. After all, they weren't the first to bear the brunt of the attack. The Battle Wolf Regiment would have to defend themselves. What Lin Fei wanted to do the most now was to wipe out Battle Wolf in one fell swoop. Lin Fei was very satisfied with Liu Ziyue's message. Hairball, let's go. Under the endless starry sky, Lin Fei followed the map that Liu Ziyue had given him and headed in the direction of the Battle Wolf Group. Lin Fei was sitting on Hairball's back. Hairball's greatest ability was to travel through the void. This was an innate ability. After reaching the mature stage, void travel would become a void jump, and its speed would be many times faster. Even with his fiend wings, Lin Fei wasn't Hairball's match. He put away his fiend wings and sat on Hairball's back, shuttling through the void. This was also the first time Lin Fei left the Holy Dynasty's territory. In the eyes of a sovereign expert, moving under the starry sky was a kind of wandering. But at this time, Lin Fei didn't feel like he was wandering. Master. This feeling is amazing. In the great metropolis world, Hairball was only eating. She had never used her full speed. Now, she finally had a chance. Hairball's huge body was fully displayed. Even if there was no one in front of her, Hairball would smash it into pieces. Hairball's body was terrifyingly strong. Lin Fei saved himself a lot of trouble. The Holy Dynasty is really a backwater place. I've been out for 2 years, but I haven't met a single immortal. Lin Fei sat on Hairball's back and tore off a piece of venison, mumbling unintelligibly. For the past 2 years, Furball had been constantly flying. Logically speaking, she should have met an immortal, but she hadn't. Only now did Lin Fei realize how remote the Holy Dynasty was. It was probably no different from the great metropolis world. Lin Fei could go out and kill monsters to level up. After 2 years, he had harvested millions of fiend hearts. Now, he had 10 million fiend hearts. If he traded them, he could get a lot of top-grade items. Master, I feel something is about to appear. Hairball licked her lips. Could it be the Battle Wolf Regiment? Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Calculating the time, they were about to meet. The Battle Wolf Regiment's warship was getting closer and closer to the great metropolis world. A few years of travel was too short. With a flick of a finger, Master, we found a wandering void immortal beast ahead. Someone rushed in from outside. The 3 wolf lords were all there. Are you sure? Lord Green Wolf asked hurriedly. Yes, it's a void immortal beast. It's huge, and it's coming towards us. We're so lucky to encounter a void immortal beast. Lord White Wolf's eyes widened. If it's true, we're rich. They were all in the business of robbing and robbing. Void immortal beasts were good stuff. It all depended on their level. This is good news. Let's go take a look. Lord Black Wolf smiled. If it's an immortal prime void immortal beast, we'll take it down immediately. A group of people appeared on the deck. 3 divine senses, which were almost at the sovereign realm, were released. They saw a massive creature coming towards them, just as they had said. So big. It's actually an immortal prime void immortal beast. It wasn't that they hadn't encountered void immortal beasts while flying in the void, but they hadn't encountered them often. The void seemed safe, but it was actually the most dangerous. Ferocious beasts often appeared in the void, and it wasn't easy to deal with them. Capture it, we must capture it. After seeing that it was an immortal prime void immortal beast, they relaxed. Such a good thing was delivered to their doorstep. If they didn't capture it, who would? It should be the Battle Wolf Group. Lin Fei saw the word battle on the border warship, and with the black border warship, it was hard not to recognize it. Liu Ziyue's information introduced the Battle Wolf Group in detail, and it was clear at a glance. 3 fellows who are almost sovereigns. Lin Fei scanned with his divine senses and immediately knew the situation inside the warship. As for the other first step immortal emperors and immortal primes, he chose to ignore them. Master, actually, you can send out the evil demon army to fight later. A little demon appeared. Lin Fei was already used to such a situation. What's in it? Evil demon warriors like to devour flesh and blood to increase their strength. These people can be used to increase their strength. Don't you like your evil demon warriors to become stronger? That's possible. Just like what Liu Ziyue said, who didn't want their own people to become stronger? With 100,000 evil demon warriors around, Lin Fei could use them as a powerful weapon. If he encountered a strong opponent, he could release them and block for a while. Hairball, ram them. Lin Fei didn't plan to say anything to the Battle Wolf Group. He would kill them first. Ha 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 ha, I like it. Hairball raised her head and laughed. Her original speed suddenly increased, leaving only a black shadow. Boom. Hairball rammed into the border warship. With this collision, the border warship raised its defensive barrier, but the entire warship was sent flying. There were tens of thousands of black-armored soldiers inside, and a few first-step immortal emperors died on the spot. It didn't shatter. Furball was in a very bad mood. She grabbed with her huge claws, and the border warship rumbled again as it was blocked by a ray of light. This warship's defense is so terrifying. It actually blocked 2 attacks in a row. Lin Fei was shocked. He immediately thought of taking the warship for himself. The 3 wolf lords were the strongest in the warship, but even they felt their blood churning. Damn it, it's a void ruler immortal beast. Lord Green Wolf's expression changed. He didn't believe that a ruler immortal beast would attack them. Moreover, at such a close distance, they could clearly tell that this was a ruler immortal beast that they didn't recognize. They had been trying to capture this immortal beast, but before they could react, they were attacked and lost many people. Look, there's someone up there. Lord White Wolf saw the person on the back of the ruler immortal beast. Lord Black Wolf's expression sank. Activate the warship and avoid this ruler immortal beast. Being targeted by a ruler immortal beast wasn't a good thing. Who are you? Why are you attacking our Battle Wolf Group? Lord Black Wolf's voice sounded out. Furball was even more displeased that his attack had missed. His dragon tail and claws turned into blurs as they slammed into the border warship, sending it flying hundreds of millions of kilometers away. The massive border warship then disappeared with a crash. You still dare to run? They had overlooked how powerful Hairball was. Furball could also make big leaps. Bang! They thought that they had dodged the attack, but they were still hit. The warship fell out of the warship and appeared in the starry sky. Come out! Furball's huge body coiled around the border warship, and its claws pounded on the warship like a drum, thumping non-stop. PFFF 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 tilde. The people in the warship kept vomiting blood. This was a ruler's attack. At least a few hundred immortal emperors in the warship were killed. The warship was powerful, but it couldn't withstand this kind of attack. The people inside were either vomiting blood or dying from the shock. Hairball attacked wildly. The 3 wolf lords didn't even understand what was going on. They had already lost 1/10 of their subordinates. Attack! Kill them! Although they didn't know who was coming, if they didn't kill them, they would be the ones dying. The three of them were comparable to rulers. No matter how powerful this person was, he wasn't their match. Boom 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 tilde. Chapter 1491. The three wolf lords had finally attacked. If they didn't attack, all of their subordinates would die, and they would be left without an army. In a short period of time, they had lost 10% of their subordinates. The situation was not looking good. Hairball continued to attack furiously. If it weren't for the border warship's defenses, everyone on the warship would have died long ago. Third brother, go deal with that human brat. Black Wolf ordered his third brother to deal with the human brat. No matter how he looked at it, there seemed to be something wrong with this human brat. He had been attacked for no reason. There was definitely something fishy going on. All right. Lord Green Wolf roared. Human brat, die. Celestial sovereign power surged forth, transforming into a howling azure wolf that opened its bloody mouth and bit down. The starry sky turned dark. This was one of Lord Green Wolf's unique divine abilities. This attack already had the power of a ruler's attack. Lin Fei didn't move at all, completely disdainful of this attack. Scram. He didn't have a good impression of the outsiders, especially when they were targeting his great metropolis realm. Boom 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 tilde. The gigantic green wolf's head exploded from the roar, and its body trembled as blood blossomed from its chest. You're a ruler. Only a ruler could cause his attack to explode with a single roar. The three wolf lords had seen many things in their lives, but they had never imagined that they would encounter two rulers in a situation like this. This was the wilderness. Since when did they have the right to attack rulers? Lord Ruler, is there a misunderstanding between us? Lord Green Wolf's expression was one of fear. You'll know once you die. Lin Fei didn't want to say anything else. The GU clan's members should all be dead. Not a single one should be left. Bang! Lin Fei charged forward and slapped Lord Green Wolf. Karkaka tilde 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 tilde. This slap was so fast that it was impossible to block it. Lord Green Wolf was sent flying, tumbling through the starry sky before exploding. A Jingguang beam shot out from Lin Fei's eyes as he slashed at the starry sky. The scream stopped. Lord Green Wolf was dead. Third brother, White Wolf Master and Black Wolf Master, who were attacking Hairball, howled in grief and indignation. Who are you? We have no enmity with you. Although Lord White Wolf was furious, he could only suppress the boundless hatred in his heart. Originally, they thought that the two of them wouldn't have any problems dealing with this sovereign realm immortal beast. Who would have thought that the opponent's physical body would be so terrifyingly strong? It was practically indestructible, and they were unable to cause any damage to it. Their hearts sank. They had encountered a powerful opponent. Not long after this thought appeared in his mind, his third brother was slapped to death. Because you have offended me, and the GU family behind you. Lin Fei said lightly, now, you will accompany your brother. So it was the GU family. The two seemed to understand everything in an instant. Go. Neither of them had the courage to make a move. As long as they could leave today, the GU family would definitely go all out. Eternal moment. The starry sky stopped at this moment. Now that he had become a sovereign, Lin Fei's eternal instant had naturally risen to the level of a sovereign. Bang! Lin Fei slashed out with his sword intent, and Lord White Wolf's head flew into the air. Soul-searching art. Lord White Wolf felt a tyrannical and terrifying divine sense burrowing into his mind like a ferocious beast, breaking into the depths of his sea of consciousness and entering the river of memories. Another sword flew over, and Lord White Wolf's head was also cut off. This was a one-sided battle. Without using much strength, Lin Fei had killed them. Hairball opened her mouth, and two corpses fell into Hairball's stomach. These were foreign races that were comparable to sovereigns. Their blood energy was dense, and it was very satisfying to eat. Lord White Wolf is dead. Cries could be heard in the warship. Open. After searching Lord White Wolf's soul, Lin Fei grasped the method to control the warship. He easily opened the warship and removed the defensive formation. Devour to your heart's content. The devil summoning flag flew out. Large swaths of devil warriors rushed out, turning into a sea of blood as they pounced toward the battle wolves. Master, they are so weak. It's not fun at all. Hairball was very displeased. There's no rush. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. The battle wolves struggled, but in less than a moment, they were all slaughtered and devoured. They did not lose many devil warriors. Only a few dozen devil warriors had died. This kind of consumption was negligible. A territory warship. That's a good thing. Lin Fei stood inside the warship. The entire warship had been cleaned up. The Jiyu family really spent a lot of money to nurture the battle wolves. In the outside world, a border warship's value was equivalent to a one-star sovereign. This was also why Hairball could not break it. Border warships had extremely strong defenses. It was a must-have item when traveling. The Jiyu family lost a border warship in one go. I wonder what expression the 3 foreign race experts will have. Hee hee. Master, should we go back now? Hairball asked. No, let's go to another place. Lin Fei took out a border map. This was a perfect border map that he had found on Lord Whitewolf's body. Let's go here. Lin Fei's finger landed on a spot. Moluo Weave. This was the closest border territory to the Sacred Dynasty. Wind Luo City was the most remote place in the Moluo Weave. After more than a year, Lin Fei arrived at Wind Luo City and entered the Moluo Weave. Master, I smell a lot of delicious food. Lin Fei disguised himself as a black-robed man and Hairball disguised herself as a man appeared in Wind Luo City. As expected of a large border territory. The Sacred Dynasty can't compare. It's really a rural place. Lin Fei nodded. With his powerful divine sense, he could vaguely sense that there were a few sovereigns in the vicinity of Wind Luo City. That's right, sovereigns. Wind Luo City was astonishingly huge. It was equivalent to 10 great worlds combined. Moreover, this was a remote city in the border territory. This made the Sacred Dynasty feel ashamed. Master, are we not entering the city? Hairball wanted to enter the city. Today, Lin Fei did not intend to enter the city. Instead, he wanted to go to a mountain range near Wind Luo City. That was a mining area of the Jiyu family. A very large mining area. It produced ores suitable for trading in the border territory, holy stones. Let's go kill some people. Following Lord Whitewolf's memory, Lin Fei concealed himself and flew all the way. Not long after, he appeared in a huge mountain range. The entire mountain range was filled with warships. It was very lively. The Jiyu family is really huge. Lin Fei stood in the sky and carefully scanned the area with his divine sense. 1 one-star sovereign, 8 pseudo-sovereigns, and hundreds of immortal supremacies. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. He knew the strength of the Jiyu family in this mining area. Their foundation is really strong. Lin Fei felt that he had still underestimated the Jiyu family. As expected of the 3 aristocratic families of the ancient chaotic country. They had arranged so many experts to guard a single mining area. From Lord Whitewolf's memory, Lin Fei also knew that there were a total of 4 mining areas in Wind Luo City. The Jiyu family was not the strongest among them. Chapter 1492. The Jiyu family's mining area. This was one of the Jiyu family's mining areas, and they had spent a lot of effort to get it. It could be said that this place was heavily guarded. Normal forces could not interfere in matters here. A 1-star ruler and 8 pseudo-rulers were enough to make people tremble in fear. Most importantly, this was Wind Luo City, and it was the Moluo territory. At the center of the mining area was a senfu. This was a portable senfu. As long as one wanted to use it, one could take it out. Brother Tianyuan, congratulations. You will leave this damned place in another 10 years. Inside the senfu sat 3 pseudo-rulers. They were called pseudo-rulers, but in reality, their battle strength was already at the level of a ruler. They were just 1 step away from being able to crush peak immortal supremes. You guys don't have to be envious. You can go back in 30 years. I'm just 1 step ahead of you. Tianyuan Immortal Supremacy said with a smile, looking very proud. In a place like this, they had to control the safety of the mining area every day. Life was very boring. Fortunately, every 100 years, the Jiyu family would summon people back and replace them with new people. When you go back this time, Brother Qianyuan should be able to break through to the ruler realm. That's hard to say. We've been stuck at this step for tens of thousands of years. Qianyuan Immortal Supremacy said. Who knows when we will break through? Unless we can get a slaughter breakthrough pill and break through the current barrier, reaching the heavens in one step. To the pseudo-rulers, breaking through the last step was the most important thing. Rumble Tilda, however, before they could speak, the ground shook, and a terrifying pressure swept over. The entire mining area was shaken. The three pseudo-rulers' faces changed. Someone was breaking into the mining area. Following that, they were all furious. Who didn't know that this was the GU family's territory? Someone actually dared to break into the GU family's mining area. Wasn't that just seeking death? Kill, kill, kill. The immortal guards outside the mining area also attacked. The GU family's sign was not hung for nothing. The immortals here were also very savage. The GU family's troops are indeed savage. Standing in the sky, Lin Fei watched quietly. Below them, a chaotic battle ensued. The black mass of demon warriors had all made their moves. Lin Fei did not personally take action. Even Hairball was by his side and did not let him take action. With the demon army of 100,000 plus Devil 1 and Devil 2, it was enough. The battle in the GU clan's mining area was completely one-sided. No one could withstand the attack of the army. Devil 1 and Devil 2 were fighting at the very front. The Immortals' attacks couldn't even break through their defenses. More than 100 Immortal Supremacies rushed over from all directions and joined the battle. No, their defense is too strong. Damn it, where did these people come from? Great, Lord Immortal Prime is here. The GU clan's subordinates were all in a state of panic. The enemy's troops were simply too powerful. Killing them was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Since when did the GU clan's people become so weak? Who are you people? How dare you act so impudently in the GU clan? The 10 immortal venerables who came first shouted at the newcomer. Die! Devil 1 rushed forward and transformed into a bloody mist that enveloped the 10 immortal venerables. When the bloody mist dissipated, corpses fell from the sky. These corpses had already become shriveled. Lord Immortal Prime! The GU clan's people were all dumbfounded. This was too powerful. Those were all immortal supremacies. With such a huge commotion, the 3 nearby clans immediately heard about it. The commotion was too huge. It was difficult for them to not know. Whoosh tilde tilde tilde. The first to arrive was an old man with a cold glint in his eyes. He stood in the sky just like that. What a powerful army. Aren't these the demons of the Abyss world? The old man frowned. Could it be that the demons of the Abyss world have come to wipe us out? Daoist myriad layers, do you know whose troops these demons belong to? At this time, another ruler arrived. He was relatively young. The old man from before was called Myriad Layers Ruler. The first to know about the commotion here was a ruler. I'm not too sure. Myriad Layers Ruler said, however, I can't see through the strength of those two. These demons are very powerful. All of them have the strength of first step immortal emperors. I wonder when the GU clan offended them. Not long after the two appeared, another female ruler appeared. The battle between the 3 clans had never stopped. Seeing the GU clan being attacked, they immediately stayed on the sidelines. The GU clan was one of the 3 great clans of the Primal Chaos ancient country. They did not want to offend any enemies. The 3 rulers watched silently. More than half of the 100 immortal sovereigns were instantly killed or injured. Almost all of them died at the hands of the 2 pseudo-rulers. This terrifying strength gave the 3 rulers a headache. They actually did not know about their grandiose appearance. Qianyuan Immortal Supremacy and the others appeared together. Seeing the one-sided battle, they felt like they had lost their lives. When they saw that more than half of the immortal supremacies were left, their eyes almost spurted blood. Kill them all. They did not know that the GU clan was besieged. This was a serious dereliction of duty. If the GU clan was enraged, they might not be able to withstand it. Deal with them first. The 8 pseudo-rulers stared at the 2 at the front. All sorts of divine abilities were used to kill the two powerful demons, rescuing the remaining immortal supremes. If they allowed this to continue, the Jiyu family would suffer a great loss in this mining area. How would they be able to face the three major families of Wind Luo City then? Devil 1 and Devil 2 were both at the Sovereign Realm. Previously, they had been at the Pseudo-Sovereign Realm. When the 8 Pseudo-Sovereign Realm experts arrived, they turned into a blood mist once more, trapping the 8 Pseudo-Sovereign Realm experts. Just like before, withered corpses fell to the ground. The 8 pseudo-rulers died in an instant. The Jiyu clan's ruler is unlucky. Ruler Wanchong sucked in a cold breath. 8 pseudo-rulers. They did not even have time to use their treasures and were instantly killed. With the death of the 8 pseudo-rulers, the Jiyu clan's subordinates fell into chaos again. They lost the confidence to fight and fled in all directions. People from the Abyss world, who allowed you to attack the Jiyu clan. Boom tilde a terrifying pressure appeared above the Jiyu clan's mining area. This terrifying pressure crushed the demon warriors that came forward and crushed them to death on the spot. Then, an energy beam shot out from the mining area, covering almost the entire mining area. It was filled with terrifying danger. Damn it! Lin Fei thought to himself. He activated the devil summoning flag and recalled the demon army, including Devil 1 and Devil 2. Just as they were all recalled, the terrifying light wave surged over like flowing water. Wherever the light wave passed, nothing was left intact. The Jiyu clan's ruler is really tyrannical. He directly used the ruler's destruction cannon. The terrifying light wave energy and the 3 rulers in the distance had defensive ruler treasures on them, blocking the attack. The Jiyu clan is really rich and overbearing. They even used the ruler's destruction cannon. I wonder how the people from the Abyss world are doing. I'm afraid they are going to suffer, said the female ruler. They feared the Jiyu clan not only because of their strength, but also because of this treasure. This was a treasure that even rulers feared. After the light wave passed, the Jiyu clan's mining area was in a mess. A black-clothed ruler stood in the sky with a long black cannon in his hand. The terrifying attack just now came from this cannon. Look at what kind of place the Jiyu clan is. Ruler Jiyu Yuan let out a cold snort. However, ruler Jiyu Yuan felt a pain in his heart. The cost of this cannon alone was 1,000,000 holy stones. The holy stones contained terrifying energy, even more terrifying than a true spirit. Only high-level celestial venerables could barely use them. In order to deal with the demons of the Abyss world, he had used 1,000,000 low-grade holy stones. It seemed that the effect was not bad. As long as he severely injured those 2 demons, victory would always belong to his side. As for manpower, the Jiyu clan did not care. I thought the Jiyu clan was something amazing. So it turns out that they only rely on this kind of treasure. A disdainful voice came from behind ruler Jiyu Yuan. He cursed inwardly and was about to escape. A black shadow flashed on his left, and a huge fist smashed onto ruler Jiyu Yuan's body. This power was too strong. Hegemon Guyuan watched as his teeth flew out. He lost his balance and slammed into a mountain below him, causing the treasure in his hand to fly out of his grasp. Come back. The huge hand appeared again and grabbed the black treasure. Then, 2 more black shadows pounced over and turned into a sky full of blood mist. They wrapped around each other. You guys are actually fine. Ruler Jiyu Yuan struggled with all his might, but he could not break free. He saw a black-robed man not far away. He could not see the man's face, and his whole body was blocked by a force. Do you think this little trick will work? Even Lin Fei's strong body felt like it was about to break. An attack no weaker than a peak 1-star ruler. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and put away the demon warriors. Otherwise, the 2 demons would have been injured and would have had to spend a lot of demon hearts. Ruler Jiyu Yuan was a 1-star ruler, but no attack could break through the blood mist. He could only feel his blood essence being devoured, and his strength constantly weakening. He knew that today was not going to be a good day. Who are you? I am the ruler of the Jiyu clan. As soon as I die, the Jiyu clan's army will come personally. There will be no place for you in our territory, not even the Abyss world. Ruler Jiyu Yuan began to threaten. 8 pseudo-rulers and 100 immortal venerables were mostly dead. The Jiyu clan's mining area was completely finished. Threats are useless against me. We of the Abyss world fear threats the least. Lin Fei laughed loudly. It's your Jiyu clan's fault for killing my people. This is just the beginning. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to see it. Ruler Jiyu Yuan had long ago heard that the demons of the Abyss world had violent tempers. From the looks of it, he had destroyed one of the Jiyu clan's mining areas for the sake of a subordinate. This was an enormous loss to the Jiyu clan. Ruler Jiyu Yuan wanted to say that this had nothing to do with him. But before Jiyu Yuan could say these words, the blood mist broke through his defenses and burrowed into his body. His pale face instantly lost all color and began to shrivel up. Ruler Jiyu Yuan could only watch as he sank into endless darkness. Chapter 1493. Jiyu Yuan Juggernaut died just like that. Luckily we didn't make a move. Otherwise, we would have died too. This is too scary. What is this young man's background in the Abyss world? He has 2 juggernauts by his side. The 3 juggernauts not far away secretly gasped. The Jiyu family had been mining here for more than 10 chaos years. They had been occupying this mining area and sending the mined holy stones to the Jiyu family. It wasn't that no one had come to cause trouble during this period, but they were easily dealt with every time. From then on, no one dared to come to this mining area. They didn't expect to be uprooted today. Even the Supreme Juggernaut Destroyer couldn't take it down. Jiyu Yuan Juggernaut's strength was similar to theirs. They didn't expect him to be killed in an instant under the joint attack of the 2. Their attack power was too strong. Who would be so generous to send out 2 juggernauts? Ding. Killed 1-star juggernaut. Obtained 2 billion experience points. A large amount of experience points. Ding. Killed 1-star juggernaut. Obtained 1 divinity point. Ding. Killed 1-star juggernaut. Obtained 1000 invincibility points. Activate invincible defense. The system suddenly sent a message. Lin Fei smiled immediately. He didn't care about the experience points. 2 billion experience points wasn't much at all. It wouldn't be worth it even if he went to the demonic dimension for a few hours. What he cared about was the divinity mentioned later. This was what Lin Fei was curious about. Unfortunately, no matter how Lin Fei looked, there was no introduction to divinity at all. Lin Fei could only put it down. Perhaps he would know the use of divinity when his divinity points reached a certain level. Invincibility points. Invincible defense. This was also what Lin Fei cared about. It seemed very awesome. This was also Lin Fei's first time killing a juggernaut. Although he didn't do it himself, Devil 1 and Devil 2 were his. Of course, the system counted them as his. Lin Fei checked and a description appeared immediately. Invincible defense, a juggernaut secret technique. Once used, it will consume invincibility points. After using it, the user will be in an invincible defense. No attack can break through the defense. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Good stuff, this is really good stuff. With this unparalleled defense, even if a 3-star ruler attacks me, I can easily escape. I can even teach him a lesson. Lin Fei couldn't help but smile at the rewards of killing a sovereign. 1,000 invincibility points can only last for 50 breaths at most. Does that mean we're not going to hunt down the Dominator? Invincible defense for 50 breaths was actually quite long, and he could leave calmly. Lin Fei was very satisfied, but this invincible point seemed to be difficult to obtain. We'll talk about this later. Now that he had 3 sovereigns by his side, and Hairball was barely one of them, surrounding and killing sovereigns seemed to be an easy task. Should I kill them as well? Lin Fei's gaze fell on the 3 dominators not far away. Killing them might give him 3,000 invincibility points, and then he would have another 150 breaths of invincibility defense. Where else could he find such a good deal? Fellow cultivator, we are not from the Jiyu family, and we have no enmity towards you. The Myriad Layers sovereign spoke for the first time. His back suddenly broke out in a cold sweat as his gaze swept over him. Killing sovereign Jiyu Yuan in less than 10 breaths of time, the Myriad Layers sovereign knew that he was no match for him. The GU family's mining area was destroyed, and the Myriad Layers sovereign wished for that to happen. We are not enemies, and we won't attack fellow cultivator. We are purely here to watch the show. The three sovereigns hurriedly expressed their stance. If they thought that they were from the GU family, they might attack, and if they died, it would be a huge loss. They couldn't afford to offend such an expert, especially when his gaze swept over, their hair stood on end. So I misunderstood. Lin Fei chuckled. I thought you were from the GU family. I knew that this fellow didn't have any good intentions. He was preparing to attack them. Fortunately, he stood his ground in time. Lin Fei chopped off Jiu Yuan's head with a sword, took out the heads of the other three wolf lords, and put them in a jade box. The Jiu family is my enemy. I believe that fellow cultivators should know the nearest branch of the Jiu family. I would like to trouble fellow cultivators to deliver something for me. That shouldn't be a problem. The Myriad Layers sovereign felt that he had underestimated this fellow. Other people would have fled long ago after killing someone, but you killed someone and put the head in a box, and even wanted to deliver it to me. Normal people wouldn't do such a thing. It's just a small matter, we will arrange it immediately. Facing Lin Fei's gaze, none of them dared to say no. Even if they were the three families of Wind Luo City, they still had to think for their families. Just like that, they took the box away, and the people left. They were worried that if they didn't leave, there might be more things waiting for them. I didn't expect them to be so afraid of death. Watching them leave, Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. If they didn't agree, it would be exactly what he wanted, and he would have to kill a sovereign. 4 invincibility points, everything was worth it. Lin Fei descended from the sky and took the long black tube treasure from Hairball's hands. It was the sovereign destruction cannon used by Sovereign Jiu Yuan. After looking at it, he understood the principle. It was activated using holy stones. Every time it was activated, it would need to be replaced with holy stones, which was equivalent to a one-time consumption. Hairball, it's yours. Lin Fei didn't have much interest in this thing. I like this. Hairball couldn't bear to part with it. Whoever goes against me, I will rush up and give them a shot. Let's see who can stop me. Lin Fei gave her a thumbs up. This move was vicious. Enter the mine. Mine holy stones. With a single word from Lin Fei, the army of 100,000 demons entered the mine below to mine holy stones. This was good stuff. It was a hard currency in the territory. This was also the reason why Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to leave. As long as it wasn't a few 3-star sovereigns, Lin Fei didn't care. Even if he met a 3-star sovereign, he would activate his invincible defense. He wouldn't be afraid. With 100,000 demons mining, Lin Fei walked into a senfu not far away. This senfu also belonged to Lin Fei now. Lin Fei took out Hegemon Guyuan's interspatial ring, then poured out all of its contents. Hua tilde. What was poured out was actually holy stones, which were piled up like a small mountain. Lin Fei scanned with his divine sense. There were a total of 3 million low-grade holy stones. Among them, there were 100,000 mid-grade holy stones. As for high-grade holy stones, there wasn't a single one. I wonder if these holy stones are for Bao Mie and the others to cultivate. Lin Fei tried to refine a piece. It was indeed a high-purity energy, violent and pure. No wonder only a high-level immortal venerable could withstand it. With this thing, cultivation would indeed be much faster. Lin Fei didn't have any use for holy stones, unless it was used to replenish his sovereign power. Hairball couldn't use it. Chapter 1494. There was a rumor going around Wind Luo City. This rumor spread like the wind without stopping. The Jiu family's mining area had been taken over. Ruler Jiu Yuan, a 1-star ruler, had been killed. This was no less shocking than someone becoming a ruler. Who didn't know that the Jiu family was a big family and a noble family of the ancient chaotic kingdom? Now, someone had taken over a mining area. Someone had gone to check but was killed the moment he reached the outskirts of the mining area. A few words were left in the sky. Trespassers will be killed without mercy. Everyone was shocked by the 6 words. That guy hadn't left. The Jiu family's mining area had been wiped out. Some people wanted to try their luck. It would be great if they could dig up a holy stone, even if it was just one piece. Unfortunately, the unlucky guy had been killed. The influence of the 6 words made everyone afraid to go again, afraid that they would be killed. Even a 1-star ruler had died. It was better for them to be safe. The 3 big families of Wind Luo City gathered together. They had no choice. It was all because of that crazy guy at the GU family's mining area. Not only did he kill someone, but he also wanted to send his head to the GU family. This was a public slap in the face. No one could accept it, but someone did. Do you think that guy will attack our mining area? Ruler Wanchong frowned. He had been frowning ever since he returned. The other two's expressions darkened. I don't think so, Ruler Murong Baihua said. If he did, he would have done it long ago. He wouldn't have stayed in the GU family's mining area. He's probably waiting for the GU family. There are many experts now. The GU family will definitely mobilize a large force this time. Another sovereign said, the GU clan's mining area is very important to them, so they will definitely snatch it back. When that time comes, there will definitely be a bloodbath. I also agree with Daoist Murong's words. That person will not touch our mining area. The 3 said so, but they still felt uneasy. An immortal emperor ran back. Report. Someone claiming to be from the Abyss realm is here to pay a visit. The 3 rulers' expressions changed. They looked very unsightly. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. Could it be that he's targeting our 3 families? Ruler Wanchong stood up. The scene that day had left a deep impression on him. The WAN family only had 2 rulers. They couldn't handle this kind of consumption. Hegemon Murong Baihua said, probably not. Since they're here, why don't we invite them in and see what they think? The last juggernaut said, after all, our 3 clans have a total of 6 juggernauts. We don't have to be afraid of them. Don't forget, even if we can't win, there's still the city lord. At the gate of the WAN family, Lin Fei was dressed in a black robe. He had paid 10,000 fiend hearts to conceal his aura and appearance. He had personally come to this place. Lin Fei was not in charge of the mining area. He only knew how to mine to his heart's content. It would be a waste not to mine, and he would mine as much as he could. Lin Fei did not pay attention to the mining area, so he naturally had nothing to do. After thinking about it, he decided to go to Wind Luo City and capture a few people to find the WAN family. I am WAN Chong. Greetings, fellow cultivator. The Myriad Layers ruler had personally come out to welcome him. He had no choice but to do so. He could not afford to offend such a person for the time being. If it wasn't necessary, they definitely wouldn't make a move. I'm Murong Baihua. Greetings, fellow Daoist. I'm Ku Yi. Greetings, fellow Daoist. The 3 juggernauts announced their names as soon as they came out. It was also a form of greeting. You're too polite, fellow Daoist. Lin Fei also gave them face. I was just bored, so I came up to take a seat. Please come in. WN Chong Juggernaut called out. In order to properly entertain the other party, WN Chong Juggernaut took out many celestial fruits, many of which were precious. The other party had the strength to be treated by WN Chong Juggernaut. Not bad, this is delicious. Hairball, who was beside him, did not stand on ceremony at all. She grabbed the fruit and ate it. When it came to delicious food, Furball would never let it go. Originally, the 3 juggernauts were slightly unhappy. After checking with their divine senses, they could not help but be shocked. Damn, another pseudo-juggernaut, and a juggernaut at that. Just where did this guy come from? As such, they did not dare to criticize him. Fellow Taoists, you don't have to worry. Just as I said before, we are not enemies. Lin Fei said with a smile. My target is only the GU family. I still have to thank the 3 of you for helping me deliver the gift. WN Chong Juggernaut smiled and said, it's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. As long as the GU family does not blame us when the time comes. They really could not afford to offend such a large family. If possible, they really did not want to do this. Lin Fei was very clear that they were saying things that were against their hearts. Perhaps they hated him to death right now. I came here rashly because I actually wanted to make a deal with you. Lin Fei did not come because he had nothing better to do. He wanted to get some good stuff back. Wn Chong Juggernaut and the other Juggernauts heaved a sigh of relief. This was possible. After all, this person's background was not simple. A one-star Juggernaut killed them like dogs. If he really attacked them, none of them present could stop him. They were not here to extort or be long-winded. They were only here for a deal, so they had nothing to worry about. Things were developing in a good direction. Fellow Daoist, if you need any help, just say the word. We still have some prestige in Wind Luo City, Murong Baihua Juggernaut said with a smile. I should be able to satisfy you, Lin Fei said. I want to buy a Juggernaut weapon. Price is not an issue. In the Holy Dynasty, there were not many Juggernaut weapons. The Tianyun Tower didn't auction much either. Lin Fei knew very well what was going on. The Sacred Dynasty did not have any holy stone veins to mine, so the Tianyun Tower would not be able to make much of a profit by auctioning them. It wasn't easy for him to come out, so Lin Fei wanted to bring back some ruler weapons. For example, Hairball needed it. They needed Annihilation too. Immortal venerable weapons could no longer satisfy them. No matter what, everyone had to have a ruler weapon. Hegemon Myriad Layers said awkwardly, I'm afraid that'll be a bit difficult. If it was anything else, Myriad Layers Hegemon might be confident, but a ruler's armament was no small matter. Furthermore, it was extremely valuable. Even if it's a broken ruler's armament or a heavily damaged one, that's fine too. Lin Fei frowned and lowered the conditions. This was something he had considered before coming here. Murong Baihua frowned. Could it be that fellow Daoist can repair ruler weapons? A woman's mind was sharp. Hegemon Withernight raised an eyebrow. He didn't say anything, but a strange look flashed through his eyes. Of course I can repair ruler armaments. With the repair stone, it wouldn't be a problem for Lin Fei to repair a small ruler weapon. Lin Fei's idea was very simple. If he couldn't buy a good ruler weapon, then he would buy a broken one. Lin Fei didn't believe that everyone didn't have a broken ruler weapon. Ruler weapons weren't easy to refine, so repairing them wouldn't be easy either. Lin Fei really didn't believe that he couldn't get a large number of ruler weapons with this method. This woman is quite smart, Lin Fei said to himself. She guessed it with a glance. That's right. My clan can indeed repair ruler weapons, Lin Fei said. Could it be that Hegemon Murong has a ruler weapon that needs to be repaired? Lin Fei directly admitted it. It wasn't easy to make a deal with a ruler. Moreover, he had killed the Jiyu clan's ruler, so it would be quite stressful for them. You can really repair ruler weapons. Murong Baihua revealed a look of anticipation. Of course I can. Hegemon Murong Baihua had personally forged a ruler weapon. It was a low-grade ruler weapon, and it had been severely damaged during a battle. It was now less than 30% of its original power, and she wasn't willing to give it up. Upon hearing this, she seemed to realize that this was an opportunity. Perhaps her low-grade ruler weapon could be repaired. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, Murong Baihua wanted to know. Hegemon Murong Baihua pulled out a mirror, which was covered with cracks and was extremely damaged. This is my heaven-shattering mirror, a low-grade Hegemon weapon. If you can repair it, I'll help you get a low-grade Hegemon weapon. Your heaven-shattering mirror isn't completely damaged. Lin Fei paused for a moment. But it'll take a lot of effort. I want 5 ruler weapons. Lin Fei was asking for an exorbitant price. He could tell that Murong Baihua really cared about this low-grade ruler weapon. Since that was the case, it would be a waste not to ask for it. 5 is too much. Hegemon Murong Baihua shook her head. I'll give you 2 at most. 2 isn't enough. Lin Fei shook his head as well. You have plenty of ways to repair damaged ruler weapons. You need at least 4. Lin Fei and Hegemon Murong Baihua tried every possible way to negotiate, but in the end, they settled on 3 low-grade ruler weapons. Lin Fei wanted all 3 of them to be attack type. Extermination and the others had powerful defenses, but they lacked offensive weapons to prove their worth. It's a deal then. Lin Fei was in an excellent mood after agreeing on 3 low-grade ruler weapons. What about you two? Lin Fei didn't mind revealing his ability to repair ruler weapons. As long as he was strong enough, he wasn't afraid of anything at all. Even if he wanted to, he wouldn't dare to do anything. Hegemon Myriad Layers and Hegemon Witherite were both thinking. If this was true, then there would be enormous profits to be made. In fact, the strength of their clans would increase as well. As for suppressing the enemy and digging out the ruler weapons, the two had never even considered it. They didn't want to die too early. What if I help you find a damaged ruler weapon? Hegemon Witherite probed. I want 2/3, and you can have the rest. Lin Fei said straightforwardly. What do you think? This isn't a bad deal, is it? Really? Hegemon Witherite rose to his feet, clearly excited. Why would I lie to you? Hegemon Myriadfold said. Fellow Daoist, do you know that even the cheapest low-grade ruler weapon costs 5 million low-grade saint stones? A damaged ruler weapon is worth 2 million at most, or maybe even less. I didn't act against you three back then, otherwise the three of you would already be ashes to ashes, Lin Fei said. I like to work together with everyone. If there's money, we can all work together. Eating it all by myself is boring. Lin Fei wasn't afraid that they wouldn't agree. At the same time, he was stunned. So this business was going to be quite a big one. Chapter 1495. Bam 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 tilde. A series of shattering sounds could be heard from a dark palace. Bastard, this bastard actually dared to send his head to us after killing our people. In front of the palace, the Gu family's current patriarch was furious. The ground was littered with broken pieces. Not far away, there were a few human heads. All of them had died with their eyes wide open as if they were saying something. Everyone in the palace was silent, not daring to breathe loudly. The patriarch was furious. They were also furious. As one of the three great noble bloodlines of the ancient chaotic kingdom, the Gu family's influence was unquestionable. Now, someone was not giving them face. This was a direct slap in the face, not letting the Gu family have an easy time. Even the best-tempered person would not be able to take this, let alone the patriarch. Patriarch, the Gu family's mining area is very important to the Gu family. No matter what, we must take it back. We cannot let it fall into the hands of the Feng Luo city's families, let alone the Abyss Demon. Jiu Xiandao was the first to stand out. He was responsible for this matter. Now, the Battle Wolf group was gone just like that. Losing 3 pseudo-rulers was not a small impact on their branch. No matter what, Jiu Xiandao had to express his stance. Otherwise, he would be attacked by other forces. At the same time, he thought to himself, Di Tian's luck is really good to be able to encounter something like this. He got lucky this time. With this happening, Jiu Xiandao would not act against Di Tian for the time being. Feng Luo City's mining area earns tens of millions of mid-grade saint stones every year. The Jiu family will definitely take it back. I strongly suggest sending the family's soldiers. The three great families of Feng Luo City have been eyeing our mining area for a long time. Maybe he will join hands with that outsider. We must send the soldiers. Once the soldiers go, no matter who it is, they will not dare to take over our mining area. As for that outsider from the Abyss Demon, we better bring him back and ask him clearly. The people of the Abyss realm were negotiable. Those people were cruel and tyrannical, committing all sorts of crimes. If they really went against a demon with a background, it would not be a good thing. The patriarchs of a few branches expressed their opinions. Dealing with the Abyss Demon was secondary. Taking back the Gu family's mining area was the most important. The Gu family's current family head was furious, but he had no choice but to consider one thing. The other party's background was not simple. If he was able to kill Hegemon Gu Yuan, he had to be at least a peak 1-star Hegemon. The Gu family, including the Juggernauts and Juggernauts, had 2 digits of worshippers, but they couldn't bear to lose them. They were the main forces of the Gu clan. If they lost a few of them, it would be a huge blow to the Gu clan. Xian Shan. The Gu family's mining area in Feng Luo City is under your management. You will be in charge of this matter. No matter what, you must take back the Gu family's mining area. Understood. A piece of news had recently spread around Feng Luo City. Several hegemons were working together to purchase damaged hegemon weapons. This news spread far and wide, causing quite a commotion in the circle of hegemons. No one knew what these people wanted to do. Every damaged ruler's armament was worth 600,000 to 700,000 low-grade saint stones. There was no shortage of such things in the territory. This was especially true for the hegemons who went on adventuring trips. They all had damaged hegemon treasures on them, and those treasures had less than 30% of their original power. Some might not even have 30% of their original power, so there was no point in keeping them. Now that someone wanted to purchase them, they simply made their move. Obtaining a few damaged ruler's armaments would allow them to purchase a complete ruler's armament. Where else could they find such a good deal? In order to purchase damaged ruler's armaments, the WN family, the Murong family, and the Ku family, the three great families, secretly worked together. Every day, hegemons would come to Feng Luo City to complete the transaction before leaving in high spirits. City Lord, that abyssal demon is still in the Gu family's mining area. We don't know what he's planning. Within the City Lord's mansion of Feng Luo City, an advisor was reporting the situation. The Gu family's mining area had been occupied and the hegemon had been killed. It was impossible for the City Lord's mansion not to know. No one wanted to be surrounded by an uncontrollable force, especially one that could threaten them. This made them even more uncomfortable. As long as he doesn't act recklessly, let him do as he pleases, Beigong Chenqiu said calmly. The Gu family will be here soon anyway, so we don't need to worry. Instead, do you have any news on why the WAN family and the other two families are buying rulers' armaments? As a city lord, it was necessary to understand the situation within the city. The WAN family's purchase of damaged rulers' armaments was not known to the lower classes, but almost everyone in the circle of hegemons knew about it, especially in the nearby circles. The only thing Beigong Chenqiu didn't understand was why they were buying so many rulers' armaments without restraint, even though they were spending so much money. Beigong Chenqiu had also heard the reason for this. To extract raw materials. Beigong Chenqiu didn't believe it at all. We're still investigating this. The advisor lowered his head. We found out that the abyssal demon visited the WN family, and then the three families made a move. Perhaps the abyssal demon is responsible for this. Outsider. Beigong Chenqiu couldn't afford to offend the abyssal demon. However, he was very curious about the purchase of so many damaged rulers' armaments. Continue to send people to keep an eye on them, but we can't offend that guy. Lin Fei had been in the Gu family's mining area for a month. During this month, apart from killing monsters to level up, Lin Fei didn't come out of Senfu. 100,000 demon warriors mined ore every day. In a short month, they'd mined more than 10 million low-grade holy stones, which was equivalent to around 1 million mid-grade holy stones. This was a huge harvest. Master, they're here. Furball was carrying a piece of barbecued meat, eating as he walked in from outside. She'd been wandering around outside when she had nothing better to do. These immortal beasts were in for a bad time. They were killed with a few punches and kicks, becoming Hairball's food. As for the Blood Brothers, they'd been sent out to manage the mining area. Bring them in. Lin Fei knew they'd come to trade. 10 days ago, they'd sent over 10 damaged rulers' armaments and treasures as a test. Today, they'd come to see if they could continue. I wonder how many rulers' treasures they've collected. Lin Fei couldn't wait for more. The more the merrier. He'd go back and arm his people. They couldn't activate the rulers' armaments. Low-grade holy stones weren't mined for nothing. At the very least, they could fully activate extermination and summon the power of a ruler. They could kill anyone they wanted. The Myriad Layers ruler and the other two rulers filed in. Today was the day to see if things would work out. Word had spread that they'd purchased some damaged rulers' armaments. Today was the day. Gentlemen, please take a seat. As soon as they entered, Lin Fei smiled and gestured for them to sit. I'm sure you've been waiting for a long time. Lin Fei smiled. Now, it's time for you to witness a miracle. Chapter 1496. 10 hegemon-grade treasures. Their power was boundless, and they didn't look damaged at all. The myriad layers Hegemon, Murong Baihua, and Withered Knight were all stunned. They had arranged for these 10 Hegemon-grade treasures to be delivered to them. They had left their divine sense imprints inside, and no one could imitate them. Seeing them perfectly repaired, they were all shocked. They've really been repaired. This is unbelievable. Even the repair grandmasters in the territories wouldn't be able to repair so many Hegemon-grade treasures in a short period of time. We made the right bet. This person is very capable. No wonder he dared to attack the Gu family. If the Gu family knew they had offended someone like this, they wouldn't be able to sleep at night. The 3 divine senses conversed. This result caused everyone to be extremely excited. The difference between a damaged treasure and a complete treasure was huge. The 3 clans would benefit immensely from this. How about it? Are you satisfied? Lin Fei repaired the 10 Hegemon-grade treasures without paying much of a price. Fellow Daoist. The 3 Hegemons cupped their hands together. This was proof that Lin Fei was stronger than them. At the same time, they were very satisfied with this deal. Fortunately, they hadn't attacked him, or they would have been the unlucky ones. Let's do as you said. Lin Fei smiled. The 3 Hegemons had already brought the damaged Hegemon-grade treasures with them. Using their connections, they had purchased more than 50 low-grade Hegemon-grade treasures. This had cost them hundreds of millions of low-grade Saint Stones. It was a huge sum. You can split these 10 Hegemon-grade treasures among yourselves. According to the original agreement, these 10 Hegemon-grade treasures were theirs. Of course, the ones that Lin Fei had helped to repair were free. The 3 took out 3 storage rings containing the damaged Hegemon-grade treasures. In total, there were 58 Hegemon-grade treasures, all of them low-grade. The 3 Hegemons returned in high spirit. Each clan had invested around 30 million low-grade Saint Stones, and after splitting them evenly, they would receive a complete Hegemon-grade treasure. Of course, they wouldn't sell them. The 10 low-grade Hegemon-grade treasures were privately divided, and their clan's strength increased again. 58 Hegemon-grade treasures, This was a huge sum of money. Lin Fei could imagine that everyone would be dumbfounded if he took out a ruler's weapon. Even the 10 great immortal sects wouldn't be able to take out so many rulers' treasures. 58 Hegemon treasures were repaired in less than a day. This speed was too fast. Devil 1 and Devil 2 need Juggernaut treasures to increase their strength. After repairing the sovereign treasure, Lin Fei summoned Devil 1 and Devil 2. Each of them had a sovereign battle armor and a sovereign weapon. Imperceptibly, the strength of the 2 demons increased once again. A Tier 1 demon's defense was already impressive enough. Adding the ruler's battle armor to the mix, it would be akin to bullying. Lin Fei did not consider this possibility. After the 2 demon rulers equipped themselves, Hairball also had to equip herself. As long as Lin Fei increased his attack power, he would not hold back. Hairball chose a pair of ruler's weapons, a pair of large golden hammers. In her words, it was extremely satisfying to use them to hit people. Other than that, Hairball also let Hairball wear a ruler's battle armor. There were many rulers' battle armors in this batch of sovereign treasures. After that day when ruler Jiu Yuan used the ruler's destruction armor, Lin Fei realized that there were many things in the territory that he did not understand. Sovereigns also had many trump cards. For the safety of his subordinates, he had to equip himself no matter what. Lin Fei wanted nothing more than to arm Hairball to the teeth. As for himself, Lin Fei was not worried. In order to deceive others, he still wore a low-grade ruler's battle armor. Hairball saw this and laughed. Who didn't know that his master's defense was unparalleled? Now that he had a ruler's battle armor, those who were deceived would probably vomit blood if they found out. Gu clan's mining area. 3 months later, the people of the Gu family finally arrived. This time, the Gu family had mobilized a large number of people. Moreover, Gu Shenshan, the leader of the family, had personally led the team to solve this matter. The people of the Gu family are here. Another big battle. I don't know who will win and who will lose. That guy has guts. He did not leave after killing people and instead stayed in the Gu family's mining area. He really has guts. If he did not have guts, how could he occupy the mining area and excavate holy stones? If you have the guts, you can try. The people of Wind Luo City quickly started discussing. Everyone knew that the people of the Jiyu family would return sooner or later. As the leader of the family, Jiyu Shenshan had personally come this time. Who asked this to happen in his territory? Now, he could only hope that the guy would leave. Damn it. Jiyu Shenshan led his people over in a grandiose manner. Wherever they passed, people would avoid them. When he saw the black shadows in the Jiyu family's mining area, Jiyu Xuanshan's face darkened. In the past 3 months, how many low-grade holy stones had the Jiyu family lost? This was a huge loss. This was something that Jiyu Shenshan did not want to see. More importantly, they were openly mining holy stones. It could be said that they were extremely daring. Did they really think that the Jiyu family would not dare to attack the Abyss Demon? It really is a demon. Jiyu Shenshan glanced around and saw everything clearly. The people in the mining area were demons. The leader was also from the Abyss Demon. Someone set up a big formation. Yes, sir. Immediately, someone escaped into the void and set up the Jiyu family's big formation. When the ripple of space disappeared, the big formation was completed. The huge Jiyu family mining area was sealed by the big formation, and no one could leave. Seal. Jiyu Shenshan took out a golden celestial talisman and tore it. A mysterious power immediately spread out. This was a sovereign celestial talisman. It was the work of a sovereign. It contained the attack of a sovereign and was very valuable. Each sovereign celestial talisman started at least 8 million low-grade holy stones. It was not something that ordinary people could buy. For the sake of that Abyss Demon, Jiyu Shenshan had invested a lot. If he did not deal with the Jiyu family's mining area, it would be a huge blow to their power. There were many branches of the Jiyu family, and the Jiyu family valued the ability to rise. If they did not have the ability, they would step down. Therefore, the competition was very fierce. Ph, this is the power to seal sovereigns. Let's see what you can do. The sovereign celestial talisman in Jiyu Xuanshan's hand broke into pieces. A hint of pride appeared in his eyes. Go. This time, Jiyu Shenshan not only came personally, but he also brought 2 peak 1-star sovereigns from the branch. Including him, there were 3 peak 1-star sovereigns and 50,000 soldiers of the Jiyu family. In the Jiyu family's mining area, the power of the seal hit Lin Fei's body like a wave. I can't believe they used their capital to deal with me. Lin Fei had collected a lot of information in the past 3 months. As soon as the power reached him, it actually tried to seal the power of the sovereigns. Lin Fei immediately knew what they were using. Sovereign Celestial Talisman. It was a one-time use treasure that only sovereigns could use. Which sovereigns didn't bring a few sovereign celestial talismans when they went out? Even if they were expensive, they could be used at critical moments. You want to seal my strength? No way. The power of the seal had the power of a 2-star sovereign. Simply put, any sovereigns below the 2-star sovereign level would have their strength sealed. When the time came, they would be suppressed without even having to do anything. Hua tilde the power of true self in Lin Fei's body surged over like a flood. The seal on his body was broken. Hairball didn't think much of it. This guy rarely used any techniques. Every time he attacked, he just used his physical body to attack. It didn't make a difference whether he was sealed or not. Devil 1, Devil 2, go. When Lin Fei came out of the Senfu, he saw the 50,000 soldiers forming a huge battle formation. Devil 1 and Devil 2 were blocked. The 2 sides were tied. Are these the soldiers of the big families? Lin Fei glanced at them, and the memories of the soldiers popped up in his mind. This was something that only the top families had. Every soldier was a 4th-step immortal emperor. Coupled with powerful equipment and the same cultivation technique, the elite disciples, and the battle formation, they could fight against sovereigns. Now, Lin Fei saw it for himself. Jiyu family, you guys are so slow. Lin Fei retracted his gaze. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Jiyu Shenshan shot out a cold gaze. You have guts. You dared to kill sovereign Jiyu Yuan and still dare to stay. Today, no matter what, you have to give the Jiyu family an explanation. The two one-star sovereigns beside him had already received the order. They attacked as soon as they saw them. In order to deal with them, Jiyu Shenshan put in a lot of effort. You guys still have the nerve to say that you can take down my master? Hairball laughed, her battle intent soaring. Let me try you guys. Two golden melons landed on Hairball's hands and rushed forward. Shenhai, you go. The Jiyu family had a clear hierarchy. Currently, the patriarch's generation was of the Shen generation. Those who could become sovereigns were of the Shen generation, while Jiyu Tianren was of the Tian generation. The Shenhai ruler laughed loudly, and a sovereign long saber appeared in his hand. He slashed with it, and his feet moved. However, he still hit Hairball. Bang tilde the long saber and the golden melons collided. The Shenhai ruler was forced back 3 steps, and his blood was boiling. He thought to himself, what great strength. She actually blocked my saber. Hairball was forced back 5 steps. She grabbed the 2 golden melons and snorted, not bad. You have some strength. She rushed forward again. Bang 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 tilde Hairball's attack was very simple. To put it simply, it was to smash. The 2 golden melons danced up and down, turning into streams of light. They kept smashing on the Shenhai ruler's long saber, forcing the Shenhai ruler to defend himself. Fat. Peak 1-star sovereign, Hairball said disdainfully, and the golden melons in her hands did not stop attacking. The Shenhai ruler's face turned ugly. A dignified peak 1-star sovereign was actually being suppressed. It was simply absurd. Her opponent was not affected at all. Shen Xiong, go and help him. Jiyu Shenshan frowned. The situation did not seem good. Chapter 1497. He was actually suppressed. This was something mysterious Ancient Mountain did not expect. An abyss demon actually had such power. Mysterious Ancient Mountain really wanted to know who in the family had offended such a person. First, 2 pure abyss demons attacked fiercely. They wore ruler battle armors and held low-grade ruler weapons. The 2 of them were not at a disadvantage when fighting against Zhon Bing. At this point, Mysterious Ancient Mountain understood that this was a tough nut to crack. The addition of Mysterious Brave Ruler finally reversed the situation. Bang! Bang! Hairball flew out. She touched her body and laughed, I feel a little bit. Continue. 2 golden melons turned into golden streamers and shot forward. I'll fight, I'll fight. Hairball worked even harder. Even if Mysterious Sea Ruler and Mysterious Brave Ruler were peak 1-star ruler, they were facing Hairball and the ancient evil dragon family. If they revealed their true bodies, they would not be able to handle it. How could there be such a strong guy? The 2 of them were very sullen. When their attacks landed on each other, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. When the others' attacks landed on their bodies, they felt uncomfortable. They could not fight anymore. Hairball is much stronger now. Lin Fei said to himself, when will I go and drop a few more Abyss Demon blood essences to increase Hairball's combat power? The primordial evil dragon clan possessed invincible bodies. In addition, they had tyrannical close combat attacks. In the same small realm, Hairball was invincible. For example, now, your people are not good, Lin Fei said carelessly. Mysterious Ancient Mountain was now riding a tiger. He did not expect that after using the ruler's immortal talisman, the result would be the same. The other party did not use any techniques and purely fought in close combat. This was not a good thing. As long as I take you down, your subordinates will dare to attack again. Mysterious Ancient Mountain was furious. He had no choice but to make a move. If this continued, it would be very disadvantageous for the Jiyu family. They had already lost once. If it happened again, the Jiyu family, as a noble family, would be laughed at to death. He had to take it down. 1 division 3 heavens. A throne suddenly appeared behind Jiyu Shenshan. It was a golden throne, and it radiated the terrifying might of a sovereign. Jiyu Shenshan went from 1 person to 3. 3 people who looked exactly the same. Kill. The Jiyu family came in a threatening manner. All the powerful beings in Fengluo City knew about it immediately. Hegemon Myriad Layers and the other 2 hegemons didn't show themselves this time. Instead, they sat at home and watched. This distance was really nothing. Good fella, this is the Jiyu clan's secret art, one heaven splitting. I didn't expect Jiyu Shenshan to be able to split the world into three, and he even used the world throne. As expected of the Jiyu family's branch leader, the three of them communicated with their divine senses. As for that mysterious abyssal demon, the three of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Its strength was actually more terrifying than they had imagined. The primordial Mystic Mountains troops were stopped. If it were them, they would probably have to mobilize the power of their entire clan. This was one of the reasons why they were afraid of the Jiyu clan. In the battle between the Jiyu family and the outsider, they secretly hoped that the outsider would win. It would be best if the outsider could destroy the Jiyu family, so that they could advertise themselves. They loved such disgusting things more than anyone else. Isn't this similar to my 18 primordial clones? Lin Fei felt that the item behind was not bad. It should be a powerful hegemon treasure that could be used by 3 peak hegemons. The 3 primordial Mystic Mountain attacked from 3 different directions. More importantly, after using the 3 talents formation, his combat power broke through again, almost reaching the beginner level of a 2-star hegemon. This was the Jiyu family's foundation. It was not something an ordinary family could control. The 3 primordial Mystic Mountain sneered and said, "You dared to kill our Jiyu family's hegemon. No matter where you come from, we will make your backer pay." Lin Fei didn't use any techniques. He didn't want to expose himself. At this time, Lin Fei believed that many people were observing him. Once he used it, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't be suspected. If others suspected that he was from the Abyssal Demon, then he would be from the Abyssal Demon. Invincible Defense, activate. Lin Fei was too lazy to talk nonsense. If he wanted to kill, he would use his strongest move. Invincible Defense, activate. A mysterious force covered his body, and his invincible points began to decrease. This feels good. Lin Fei broke Primordial Mystic Mountain's attack with a punch. He didn't care about the attack behind him and directly attacked one of Primordial Mystic Mountain. He took out a hegemon weapon, a black axe, and slashed at his head. "Ha ha ha, you will lose for sure." Primordial Mystic Mountain approached and his palm landed on his opponent's back. This was a terrifying palm. Although Primordial Mystic Mountain didn't know why his opponent didn't dodge, as long as this guy was seriously injured, he would see how much combat power he had left. The power of this palm was enough to kill any hegemon. At the very least, it would be a serious injury. Lin Fei turned around and chuckled. "You are so weak." Another hegemon's long blade landed in Lin Fei's hand, and he slashed at Primordial Mystic Mountain. "If you don't come, how can I attack you?" Bang tilde 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 Primordial Mystic Mountain's blade was slashed out. The hegemon battle armor on his body released light. Lin Fei's blade succeeded, and he pounced again. He attacked with both hands. The axe left after images, and the long blade carried saber intent. He attacked Primordial Mystic Mountain with all his might. In close combat, Lin Fei was even stronger than Hairball. After more than 10 slashes, Primordial Mystic Mountain's hegemon battle armor was destroyed. "Die." A voice sounded in Primordial Mystic Mountain's ears. The axe and long blade attacks drowned him. "How is this possible tilde tilde tilde?" The doppelganger exploded, and the thing on the throne also shook. Its color dimmed, as if it had suffered a blow. The other 2 Primordial Mystic Mountain each spat out a mouthful of blood. Their auras were much weaker, and their eyes were filled with shock. Even Primordial Mystic Mountain didn't expect such a result. One of his doppelgangers was killed. The 3-man joint attack formation was broken just like that. After killing Primordial Mystic Mountain, the system didn't notify him, which made Lin Fei very unhappy. He turned to Hairball's battlefield. At this time, Hairball was entangled with Xianhai Ruler. "Who tilde tilde a chill came from behind." Xianhai Ruler heard Xuanxiong Ruler's voice. "Be careful." As a ruler, he reacted quickly. He raised his hand and tore a ruler's celestial talisman. However, he miscalculated who was coming. Pu tilde a huge axe chopped down on his body. Xianhai Ruler spat out a mouthful of blood. "You're fine." Lin Fei's long blade slashed over. The attack of a 2-star ruler burst out, crushing the defense of the hegemon battle armor. Xianhai ruler's head flew up. This was a surprise attack by Lin Fei. This was the effect he wanted. Hairball opened her mouth and ate Xianhai ruler, spitting out a piece of human skin. The two of them cooperated perfectly. Ding. Congratulations player on killing 1-star ruler. Obtained 3 billion experience points. Ding. Congratulations player on killing 1-star ruler. Obtained 2 divinity points. Chapter 1498. Xianhai. Xian Xiong, who was trying to warn the Xianhai ruler, broke out in a cold sweat. That was a ruler. He died just like that. At their realm, it was basically impossible to be killed. If a ruler wanted to escape, others would be dumbfounded, unless they had a treasure that was good at speed or a binding treasure. Other than that, all rulers had trump cards. But in such a short time, they had killed a peak ruler. This made Xian Xiong feel a terrible threat. The two people in front of him could kill him. Whoosh tilde both of them looked over, and Xian Xiong shivered. They were going to kill him. Hairball and Lin Fei moved at the same time. Xian Xiong was also a peak ruler. He was very angry at the death of the Xianhai ruler. He felt uncomfortable at the thought of being killed. Hua tilde Xian Xiong broke through the air and left. Fight what? Xian Xiong didn't want to die. 2 against 1 was already very strenuous. Now, it was 2 against 1. Wasn't this a matter of life and death? Only a fool would stay behind. He ran away. Lin Fei blinked. Was he still a ruler? Didn't he know how to fight for a while? What a loser. My invincibility points, my divinity. If he used the demon wings now, Lin Fei would be able to catch up, but he would inevitably expose something. It wasn't worth it, so he let the other disappear from his sight. Your man ran away. Lin Fei turned back and stared at Mystic Gu. Mystic Gu's hair stood on end, and he suppressed the anger in his heart. Sir, do you want to kill me too? Of course. Lin Fei and Hairball pounced on him. An aura of death rose from the bottom of Mystic Gu's heart. Damn it, how can this be? I'm a peak ruler, and I even used the World Throne treasure. Mystic Gu was very sullen. He didn't kill the man, and his line lost a ruler. Adding ruler Gu Yuan, it was equivalent to losing 2 rulers. I can't continue fighting. This man is a close combat expert. If I don't leave today, there won't be any time. Hua tilde another ruler immortal talisman was activated. A portal instantly appeared. Jiyu Shenshan had no choice but to turn around and go in. He did not even look at the soldiers left behind. If he took them with him, he would have to stay here for the rest of the day. Boom. Hairball's golden melon smashed into the portal. Lin Fei's axe also chopped down on the portal. The huge portal was smashed in an instant, and there was a violent turbulence in the space channel. Juggernauts really aren't easy to kill. Lin Fei watched as the other party left. He had wanted to kill them all in one fell swoop, but in the end, he only managed to kill a ruler. Lin Fei wasn't too satisfied. Go break the war soldier, don't kill them. Lin Fei stopped his invincible defense and arranged for Hairball to go over. Under the attacks of the 3 sovereigns, it didn't take long for the battle army's defenses to be broken. 100,000 demon warriors swarmed forward like locusts, swallowing up the battle army. What a heaven-defying fellow. Killing the sovereigns like killing chickens and dogs. A peak 1-star sovereign died just like that. Jiyu Shenshan used a treasure portal. We still underestimated the power of this outsider. The 3 sovereigns were once again filled with fear. It was impossible for them not to be afraid of such a powerful neighbor. The sovereigns could be killed at any time, and their powerful defense was boundless. No one wanted to provoke such a person as an enemy. Looks like we have to buy more damaged sovereign treasures. We have to cooperate with this person. The 3 sovereigns came to a decision. If they didn't get to know such a powerful sovereign, it would be a huge loss for them. Now was an opportunity. Everyone in Fengluo City was watching the battle at the Jiyu family's mining area. They all wanted to know what this outsider was capable of. Now it seemed that this outsider was ridiculously strong. The Jiyu family's 10 worlds divide could not do anything to him, and instead, one of their clones was destroyed. What kind of strength was this? They watched as the black mass of demon warriors destroyed the battle army. Everyone felt a chill again. After devouring the battle army, Lin Fei lost some demon warriors, but he didn't care. However, some of the demon warriors began to evolve. That's right, they were evolving. The evolution of strength. Out of the 100,000 demon warriors, only 90,000 were left. Their combat power had increased by a lot. This was the result that Lin Fei wanted. My people. In a faraway territory, on an abandoned, uninhabited planet, a figure vomiting blood fell out, looking very pathetic. This person was naturally Jiyu Shenshan, and his face was full of panic. This tone, I will definitely do it. Jiyu Shenshan stood up and looked in one direction with a look of resentment. This battle was a crushing defeat. This result was something he had never imagined. Jiyu Shenshan could still handle the loss of the battle army. As long as there were resources, it would be easy to train them. However, sovereigns were not easy to train. After losing 2 sovereigns, Jiyu Xuanshan's strength was greatly affected. This was also the reason why Jiyu Shenshan had used such an important treasure. If I had known that this person was so strong, I would have used a bounty. Jiyu Shenshan was not satisfied. Now, how to report back was the real problem. The city lord invites me. Half a month after the battle at the Jiyu family's mining area, Lin Fei received an invitation from the city lord. Should I go or not? Lin Fei pondered. He would not stay in Wind Luo City for too long. Without the danger of the Battle Wolf Group, Great Metropolis Realm was temporarily safe. But this safety was also temporary. Lin Fei had to go back. Third Saint Liu's words were still echoing in his ears. People from other territories had their eyes on the Holy Dynasty and wanted to take advantage of it. Lin Fei had to go back and personally oversee it to feel at ease. Lin Fei politely rejected the city lord's invitation and sent them away after giving them some holy stones. As for what the city lord would think, Lin Fei was not interested. Ruler Wanchong and the others quickly sent over damaged sovereign treasures for the second time. This time, there were a total of 78 damaged treasures. Ruler Wanchong took out a sovereign treasure. Friend, this is a mid-grade sovereign treasure called the 1 yuan gold chain. It is very damaged, but I believe you will be able to use it. Once this treasure was taken out, its power was much stronger. For this treasure, Ruler Wanchong had paid 50 million low-grade holy stones and also owed a lot of favors. It was a binding treasure. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This thing was very useful to him. If he had this thing last time, the ruler would not have been able to break it. At that time, he would have been a fish on his chopping board. That was a lot of experience points and divinity. I am very satisfied with this thing. Friend, you are very considerate. Lin Fei's words made Ruler Wanchong feel very proud. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Ruler Wanchong said humbly. The 50 million low-grade holy stones were not spent in vain. Just this sentence alone was worth it. Ruler Wanchong wanted to go one step further after seeing the other party's power. In order to befriend the other party, Ruler Wanchong thought of such a way to please the other party. From the envy in Murong Baihua and Ruler Dry Knight's eyes, Ruler Wanchong knew that he was one step ahead. This guy got one step ahead of me. Murong Baihua regretted not looking for such a treasure. Instead, she was one step ahead. She congratulated him. Congratulations on obtaining a good treasure. A complete mid-grade sovereign realm treasure was worth a fortune. Each one was at least tens of millions of mid-grade holy stones. That's right, mid-grade holy stones. If converted to low-grade holy stones, it would be calculated in the hundreds of millions. Moreover, even if one had so many low-grade holy stones, they might not be able to buy it. Ruler Wanchong bought the 1 yuan gold chain, which made Lin Fei very satisfied. Now, he was just lacking this treasure. Friend Wanchong, you should know some immortal talisman makers, right? Lin Fei asked. The Myriad Layer's sovereign lord was indeed trying to get closer to Zhongxian. He had made the right move earlier. Fellow Daoist, you probably want the sovereign lord's immortal talisman, right? That won't be difficult. I have a few friends who have something like that. Lin Fei indeed had this idea. A powerful ruler immortal talisman was very powerful. Although it was a one-time consumable, it was also a way to show off one's strength. Since he was going back, Lin Fei had to buy a large stack no matter what. I don't lack money. The mining area mined holy stones every day. Killing the mysterious sea ruler last time had given him 30 million low-grade holy stones. Lin Fei could be considered a small fortune now. I'll inform my friend immediately. Ruler Wanchong took out a communication talisman and informed one of his friends, telling him to rush over as soon as possible. Friend, my friend is in a large city nearby. He said that he will be here in 2 hours at most. Ruler Wanchong said. I'm not in a hurry. In the Moluo weave, there were teleportation formations between large cities. Traveling was very fast. This was much better than the Holy Dynasty. This was also because the countryside was remote and could not be compared to large weaves. By the way, do you sell this short-distance teleportation formation? Lin Fei asked again. This thing was very useful, and Lin Fei was also prepared to buy a few back. Who asked the Holy Dynasty to be so poor that they could not find many good things? I know someone about this. Murong Baihua said hurriedly, afraid that someone would beat her to it. Then I'll have to trouble you, friend Baihua. Lin Fei cupped his hands. There were plenty of low-grade holy stones, and Lin Fei wanted to exchange them for a batch of good things. Friend, the Jiyu family suffered a loss at your hands. I reckon that a new round of revenge will come soon, Ruler Kuyi said. The Jiyu family's revenge won't amount to much. Lin Fei could not wait for them to come. However, the possibility of this was very low. The Jiyu family probably would not fall for it. Even if they did come, they would probably be 2-star rulers. They did not dare to take this risk. Friend, you have to be careful because the Jiyu family might put a bounty on your head. When that time comes, the fugitives in the weave will definitely attack you. Money moves people's heart. Will there be rulers? Ruler Kuyi shuddered. Killing one ruler was not enough, so they set their sights on another ruler, a ruler's nemesis. Chapter 1499. Jiyu Clan's Mine. This mine, which originally belonged to the Jiyu clan, was now in the hands of an outsider. Originally, no one knew about this as it was a secret. No one knew who spread the news, but all the factions in the domain knew about it. The domain was huge, and news spread out one after another. The Primal Chaos Ancient Country was also a super faction. Everyone knew about it. After this matter was spread out, it naturally became a joke, a huge joke. To those who had always wanted to cause trouble for the Jiyu family, it was undoubtedly a very good advertisement. I want to disgust the Jiyu clan. Thus, the Jiyu clan became famous. The matter of the ruler's death was hidden, and only the Jiyu clan's mine was occupied. Even so, it was still a big deal in the domain. Lin Fei prepared to go back. He had been out for a few years, and it was time to go back. He had gained some knowledge of the world outside the domain. He was very satisfied with the harvest from this trip. Not to mention the 100 ruler treasures, just the low-grade and mid-grade saint stones were the best cultivation treasures. In addition, there were ruler immortal talismans. Lin Fei spent a lot of money to buy a huge stack of ruler immortal talismans. Most of them were 1-star immortal talismans. As the name suggested, these talismans were refined by a 1-star ruler and possessed the power of a 1-star ruler. Each talisman was worth at least 10 million low-grade saint stones. This was much more expensive than ordinary low-grade ruler treasures. On a dark and windy night, Lin Fei silently left the Jiyu clan's mine and entered the starry sky. He left. Under the moonlight, a vertical eye spun in the void and let out a sinister voice. The Jiyu clan has lost all face. The Jiyu clan's mine was occupied, and they offered such a high bounty. Hee. The vertical eye continued, for a person from the abyss world, the Jiyu clan is willing to take out 5 mid-grade ruler treasures and a 4-star ruler immortal talisman. The Jiyu clan is really rich. The vertical eye spun and disappeared into the void. On an ordinary warship, Lin Fei was sitting with a golden horse and a saber. Master, that guy fell for it. Hairball chuckled and ate the immortal fruit in front of her, a naughty smile on her face. That guy's concealment technique is really amazing. What a pity. Lin Fei also grabbed an immortal fruit and ate it. I wonder how many big fish we can catch this time. It's really exciting. Lin Fei had dug a big hole. In fact, this pit was not dug by Lin Fei himself. This was a huge trap that the Jiyu family had dug to deal with Lin Fei. Unfortunately, Lin Fei had made use of it. As long as there were benefits, anything could be done. The Wan clan, Murong clan, and Ku clan were all gathering information for Lin Fei. Where else could they find an expert capable of repairing a sovereign's treasure? Wasn't it just gathering information? That was simple. Lin Fei quickly understood the Jiyu clan's plan. By offering such a high bounty on his head, the Jiyu clan would be able to lure the fugitives of the Endless Territories to act against him, while the Jiyu clan would reap the benefits from the shadows. Lin Fei was well aware of the activity in the vicinity of the Jiyu clan's mining area. As the number of spies in the vicinity increased, they could dig a big hole and bury people at any time. 4-star Sovereign's Immortal Talisman. The Jiyu family is really generous. High-grade talismans were rarely circulated in the outside world, as refining them was not an easy task. 3-star Sovereign's Immortal Talismans were even rarer. Usually, 1-star Sovereign's Immortal Talismans were used. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Within the Moluo Dominion, a mountain village appeared in the dense forest of a tall mountain. There were layers of formations and restrictions here, concealing everything. To outsiders, it was just a white fog. Report: the person in the Jiyu clan's mining area has left secretly. His exact location is unknown, and he seems to be heading to another dominion. In the main hall of the village, there were 4 people sitting on the left and right, and at the highest position, there was also a person petting a tall tiger. The tiger was squinting its eyes like a docile kitten. Good, that guy has finally left. Someone on the left immediately stood up. Boss, that guy has already left. It's time for us to chase after him. That guy is a big fat sheep, who knows how many saint stones he has taken. Boss, if we're late, we'll let others take advantage of him. This place was called Tiger Leopard Mountain Village. It was the base camp of a group of fugitives. The person sitting at the highest position stood up, his body reaching a height of 10 meters, like a small giant. Gather our brothers, we must take this big fat piece of meat. In a big city far away from Wind Luo City. In a restaurant. 3 middle-aged men were sitting together. Suddenly, one of them revealed a joyful expression and said in a low voice, "He has left, we can follow him." Good, after waiting for so long, he has finally left. This time, the Jiyu family has put in a lot of money, they've even taken out 5 mid-level sovereign treasures. As long as we have mid-level sovereign treasures, our strength will increase. Even if a 3rd or 4th-star sovereign comes, we can still leave easily. Anyone who dares to stop us is an enemy. Kill, kill, kill. The 3 of them were professional assassins, and they specialized in this kind of business. The 3 of them quietly left the restaurant with killing intent. This kind of situation happened almost constantly. The Jiyu family's bounty was very tempting. When the benefits reached a certain level, it could drive people to do anything. For example, killing and robbing. Treasures like mid-level sovereign realm treasures could only be obtained if one didn't have enough wealth or luck. Even a damaged mid-level sovereign realm treasure would cost tens of millions of low-grade saint stones. Moreover, it was the kind of useless treasure that was worth nothing. With such a huge bounty from the Jiyu family, no one would not be tempted. Those fugitives and scattered sovereigns were all tempted. They wanted to kill each other to obtain the Jiyu family's bounty and increase their own strength. Moluo Territory, a secret stronghold of the Jiyu family. Jiyu Shenshan put down the wine cup in his hand, his eyes filled with hatred. Good, good, you finally left. I've already set up an inescapable net. Let's see how you escape. Jiyu Shenshan had lost a war soldier and a peak 1-star sovereign. He could not take this lying down. After leaving in a hurry, Jiyu Shenshan did not return. Instead, he came to the secret stronghold. He directly put up a bounty in the name of the Jiyu family, taking out 5 mid-level sovereign treasures and a 4-star sovereign immortal talisman. With the huge benefits, everything fell into Jiyu Xuanshan's hands. How's the gathering of our people? To be on the safe side, Jiyu Xuanshan prepared another method. No matter what, he would not let that guy return to the Abyss world. Once he returned, the Jiyu family's mining area would be lost. Chapter 1500. Under the starry sky. A battleship was moving forward leisurely. This was a very ordinary immortal ship. It didn't have any advantage in terms of speed, especially in the eyes of immortal venerables and rulers. Lin Fei didn't use the border battleship. If he used it, it would be too fast. Not many people could catch up to him unless they also had a border battleship. During his days in the Jiyu clan's mining area, Lin Fei had studied it and knew how precious a border battleship was. In layman's terms, it was a long-distance mobile battleship. A journey of 1,000 years could be shortened to 400 to 500 years with a border battleship. This was the advantage. A journey of 500,000 years would take at most 200,000 years. Lin Fei moved as slowly as a tortoise. In reality, he was waiting for someone to surround him. He was waiting for the fugitives to surround him. I've been out for almost a month. I wonder how many people have come. Lin Fei ate the immortal fruit and was looking forward to the results. He was a true one-star ruler. As for Hairball, she was also a one-star ruler, but her combat strength couldn't be measured by that. An undying and indestructible body was amazing. She was good at space and had an advantage in speed. Last time, when they fought 1 against 2, the other party couldn't break through her defense. They were probably the most sullen ones. It had to be said that Lin Fei was very bad. He was extremely bad. Just these 2 people were on the way. In addition, the news that spread outside didn't have any description of their strength. Even if there was, it was just a few words about a one-star ruler. Lin Fei felt more at ease. This time, someone was really going to fall for it. As for who it was, Lin Fei was looking forward to it. I hope more than 10 rulers come. That way, my invincibility points .. Lin Fei smiled lewdly. Invincibility defense. Lin Fei felt that there was nothing better than this. Boom .. A tyrannical and boundless pressure came crashing down on him. This was the pressure of a ruler. A smile finally appeared on Lin Fei's face. A juggernaut has finally arrived. That's right, a juggernaut. According to the rumors, the person who had taken over the Jiyu family's mining area was a sovereign. That meant that the person who had taken over the Jiyu family's mining area had to be a sovereign. Otherwise, they would be courting death. Who would do such a stupid thing? Fellow from the Abyss, obediently hand over all your belongings and allow yourself to be captured. If you do so, I will leave your corpse intact. After that person appeared, he carried a large saber on his shoulder and strode over in the void. Rumble .. The voice of the newcomer was loud and clear. A few uninhabited stars in the surroundings shattered with a loud bang. This was the might of a sovereign. One-star sovereign. Lin Fei threw out his spiritual consciousness and immediately knew the strength of the other party. You. Lin Fei walked up to the deck and saw the little giant in the distance. There was a large group of people behind him, as if they were moving in full force. Go, take good care of them. Lin Fei didn't call Hairball's name. Hairball now knew how to act. Now that her master was waiting for everyone to arrive, she said arrogantly, "Big guy, you're not the strongest just because you're taller. Void travel." Hairball appeared in front of the giant and smashed her fist over, causing the void to tremble. The big guy blocked with his hand and was forced back a few steps. Hairball's close-range attack came again. Hairball said proudly, "A guy like you dares to attack my master." Lin Fei thought, Hairball was born to be an expert in close-range combat. With the ability to void travel, distance wasn't a problem. Once Hairball got close, it would be a problem even if it wasn't a problem. There was basically no way to block. Boom .. Under the starry sky, Hairball displayed her might. Her fists shook the sky, suppressing the opponent to the point where he could only block and not fight back. Too fast. Hairball wasn't just fast, she was also very strong. With one punch, the opponent had to use all his strength to block. One punch after another, it was as if her strength hadn't been exhausted, forever maintaining her peak combat strength. in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. There was no longer an intact part of this guy's body. He kept coughing out blood. And this was under the condition that Hairball controlled her strength. Otherwise, the opponent would have been killed long ago. Boom tilde at this time, another force came down. Daoist Tiger Leopard, your appearance is really disappointing. The person who came sneered. Clearly, he knew the big guy. Tiger Leopard ruler was beaten until he vomited blood. There was no need to mention how depressed he was. A servant was actually a close-range combat expert. Tiger Leopard ruler had never encountered such a thing before. Daoist Wenxian, it's easy for you to say that. If you have the ability, come and try it yourself. I guarantee that you'll be the same as me. Tiger Leopard ruler sneered, since you're here, maybe the people behind you are also coming. Why don't we join hands and kill this guy? After we're done, we'll split the profits evenly. How about it? Tiger Leopard ruler thought that he was the first person to come and wanted to take everything for himself. Unfortunately, he encountered a difficult opponent. Now, another one had arrived. Tiger Leopard ruler knew the benefits of cooperating. If he didn't cooperate, the benefits would fall into the hands of outsiders. All right. Hegemon Wenxian recognized Hegemon Tiger Panther as well. The man was a fugitive who led his subordinates in plundering and pillaging the lands of the Jiu clan. He had been surrounded and attacked multiple times, and he had always managed to escape with his life. He naturally wasn't weak to begin with, but now that he had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood in a place like this, he was able to confirm why the Jiu clan's mines had fallen into the hands of outsiders. Whoosh tilde tilde Hegemon Wenxian used a hegemonic treasure, a low-grade hegemonic weapon. It was a white fan, and as he unfurled the fan, he actually revealed the image of a palace maid. One maid after another walked out of the fan, accompanied by a host of immortals. With the addition of the other party, Hairball was at a disadvantage. Their attacks landed on Hairball's body like tickles. Did you guys not eat breakfast? You're so weak. Other than Hairball, there was no one else who could say such a thing when she was at a disadvantage. Bang! Hairball flashed past, appearing behind Hegemon Wenxian and sending a fist smashing into his handsome face. She then flashed again, appearing in front of him and sending a fist smashing into his stomach. It was too fast. Bam! Hairball has finally learned to use her brain. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with Hairball's attack style. Last time, Hairball had fought against two Hegemons by herself and ended up at a disadvantage. Lin Fei had been quite unhappy, and so he had used his system to analyze the situation and come to a conclusion. She hadn't used her advantage well. Hairball's advantage was that she could pierce through the void, making it impossible for even divine sense to detect her movements. This was her greatest advantage. After Lin Fei's guidance, Hairball was finally able to use it. Hairball's advantages were fully utilized, allowing her to gain the upper hand. The two of them were now like fellow sufferers. Help me scan the area for a radius of 1 trillion kilometers. Now that the two hegemons were attacking, Lin Fei was preparing to gobble them up. The little fiend would often run out, but thankfully, no one could see him, and so Lin Fei wasn't too worried. Don't worry. There are no experts within a radius of 1 trillion kilometers, and no one is paying attention to this place. You can just attack and kill them, the little fiend said. Do you want me to help you out a little? Are you going to ask for their fiend hearts after this is over? Lin Fei didn't believe that the little fiend would be so nice. How could I? The little fiend left Lin Fei's shoulder and flew towards Hegemon Wenxian, brandishing his little pitchfork. Prepare to attack. Ideally, kill him in a single blow. Crack. Hegemon Wenxian let out a miserable cry. His eyes had been blinded, and he could no longer see. To experts, this was a fatal moment. Whoosh! Lin Fei's fiend wings unfurled as he transformed into a streak of light. His greatsword energy transformed into a long sword, which he chopped towards his opponent's neck as he unleashed the full power of a 2-star hegemon. Hegemon Wenxian felt as though he had been ambushed, and then a terrifying aura crushed down upon him. He was unable to move, and then he lost consciousness. A 1-star hegemon had been slain. There was no way a 1-star hegemon could withstand a full power attack. It was normal for him to die. The little fiend is far more black-hearted than I am, Lin Fei mused to himself. He hadn't expected that the little fiend would stab the hegemon's eyes blind. She was vicious. Not good. I've been tricked. Hegemon Tiger Panther was an experienced person. When he saw Hegemon Wenxian being slain, he immediately realized that he had been tricked. This fellow wasn't just a 1-star hegemon, but a 2-star hegemon. Run. Lin Fei tossed out an item that transformed into a jingguang that shot towards Hegemon Tiger Panther. This was a repaired mid-grade hegemon treasure, the single origin golden chain, a binding treasure. Before the people he had brought with him could react, Hairball had charged forwards like a wild beast and begun a slaughter. Senior, I admit defeat. I just ask that you spare my life. Hegemon Tiger Panther knew that he wouldn't have a good ending today. All he could do was beg for mercy, but the binding treasure had locked down his strength and made it impossible for him to move. I'm sorry, but from the moment you attacked, your fate was sealed. He chopped out with his sword, sending his head flying. Lin Fei really didn't have any intention of letting him off. This was a living source of experience and invincibility points. I killed 2 more hegemons. This invincibility point, Lin Fei's eyes narrowed when he heard the system's notification. The starry sky quickly regained its calm. The people who had attacked were all dead, and the people Hegemon Tiger Panther brought with him met a similar fate. Lin Fei returned to the warship and set off once more. They're all poor bastards. Lin Fei didn't find much in the storage rings of the 2 hegemons. Each of them only had a few million low-grade saint stones, 100,000 mid-grade saint stones, and 2 low-grade hegemon treasures. It seemed like they had used up most of their wealth. Lin Fei didn't plan on taking much from them. What he wanted was invincibility points. As long as he had them and activated his invincibility defense, he could go through mountains of daggers and seas of flames. Why would he care about these things? With Hegemon Tiger Panther and the others in the first batch, there was naturally a second batch of people, all of whom were desperados. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony and accepted it with a smile. In just a few days, Lin Fei killed 5 1-star hegemons. These 1-star hegemons all thought that they were the first batch and wanted to be the first to arrive. They didn't take Lin Fei seriously. In the end, they were all deceived by Lin Fei and were killed unhurriedly. Lin Fei's invincibility points quickly broke through the 10,000 mark. With his invincibility defense fully activated, he could last for a long time. Lin Fei was waiting for an even bigger harvest to come. Chapter 1501. P.S. I had something to do yesterday, so I'll make it up to you today. On a desolate starry sky. On a nearby planet, Jiyu Shenshan was waiting for someone to pass by. The scout he sent out did not return with any good news. No good news. Jiyu Shenshan had offered a high bounty to deal with Lin Fei. However, there was no news at all. Jiyu Shenshan suspected that Lin Fei had disappeared without a trace. Jiyu Shenshan did not plan to rely on those fugitives to kill Lin Fei. As long as Lin Fei injured Lin Fei, the rest would be much easier. They were just fugitives. He would not care if they died. In the endless domain, there were many people in the sea, so it was natural that some would die. There was no good news, which made Jiyu Shenshan very uncomfortable. He felt that things were out of his control, which made him feel very uneasy. Report ... A 4th step immortal emperor came in. He was a scout. In the Jiyu family, 4th step immortal emperors were no different from ordinary immortals. Traces of abyss demons have been found 5 billion miles ahead. The 4th step immortal emperor reported. They are being attacked by 8 rulers. Good. Jiyu Shenshan stood up when he finally heard a piece of news. Set up the mid-grade ruler destruction cannon. Understood. Someone immediately went out to prepare. To deal with Lin Fei, Jiyu Shenshan used a real treasure. Ruler destruction cannon. There were low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade weapons. Their power was different too. Low-grade weapons could kill 3-star rulers, or at least heavily injure them. Mid-grade weapons could kill 6-star rulers. High-grade weapons were even more powerful. After seeing how powerful Lin Fei was, Jiyu Shenshan used the ruler destruction cannon. If Lin Fei was not very powerful, he would not have brought him from the Jiyu family. Boom boom boom. Under the starry sky, 8 one-star rulers were attacking Lin Fei. These 8 one-star hegemons were all itinerant cultivators. There were countless territories in the endless territories, and there were countless itinerant hegemons as well. They were free and unfettered, and didn't join any sects or clans. When they heard that the Jiyu family had offered a bounty, they were all tempted. Wasn't he betting his life on the Jiyu family's bounty? When the 8 one-star rulers attacked, their power spread through the starry sky. The surrounding stars exploded one by one. As for spectators, there was not a single one. The might of a sovereign could kill them 100 times over. Hairball single-handedly stalled 3 one-star sovereigns. The innate divine ability she was proficient in caused the attacks of the 3 one-star sovereigns to repeatedly miss, forcing them to pull away from her. Of the remaining 5, 3 were held back by Devil 1 and Devil 2. They did not have Hairball's innate supernatural power, so they were at a disadvantage. Lin Fei, on the other hand, was fighting against 2 one-star sovereigns by himself. He had held back his power from the very beginning, and was at a disadvantage. These 2 loose sovereigns had average combat power. Single origin gold chain. A Jingguang flew out. It was a mid-grade hegemon treasure, and it wrapped itself around the body of the closest hegemon. The true self-world destroyer sword appeared in Lin Fei's hands, and he slashed out at the hegemon's head. With a binding treasure, Lin Fei could kill people even more easily. His head flew into the air, and Lin Fei unleashed a sky-filling barrage of flames that instantly incinerated Hegemon Loose Centipede's body into nothingness. Invulnerable bodies. Nothing was going to be of any use in the face of these flames. This was Lin Fei's newest killing method. No, it was more accurate to say that it was used to deal with invulnerable bodies. Lin Fei's Heaven-Earth Godly Fire was the most accomplished of all alien flames, and it did not even belong to this world. After using it once, he had completely destroyed invulnerable bodies. This killing method had become even more perfect. Ding. Killed a 1-star sovereign. Reward, 2 billion experience points. Ding. Killed a 1-star sovereign. Reward, 1 point of divinity. Ding. Lin Fei had easily killed a 1-star sovereign. You were hiding your power. The other loose sovereign was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Before he could react, another Jingguang wrapped around his body, and yet another swordlight flew out. Lin Fei was getting more and more used to this killing method. Every time he killed a sovereign, Lin Fei's eyes would narrow. How satisfying. The remaining 6 1-star sovereigns naturally noticed what was going on. A formless fear spread out in their hearts, rapidly rising. Killing a 1-star sovereign, this was taking their lives. Master, be careful. Suddenly, a notification rang out in Lin Fei's ears. He felt a chill in his heart, followed by the aura of death. A white light appeared under the starry sky. This white light swept over, and everyone could only see white in front of their eyes. Invincible defense, activate. The white light was too fast. Everyone saw the white light, and it immediately engulfed them. The tyrannical bodies of the sovereigns were instantly vaporized. No one could block this white light's attack. Abyss Demon, aren't you very powerful? Let's see if you die or not. Mystic Gu stood on a tall mountain, and there was a sovereign destruction cannon not far away. It was a mid-tier one. That was where the white light had been released from. In order to kill the Abyss Demon, Mystic Gu felt that it was worth it, even if he had to pay a price. Patriarch, that guy definitely won't survive. Xian Xiong Sovereign gritted his teeth. No one can survive a mid-tier sovereign destruction cannon. Some of the immortal sovereigns around Mystic Gu also thought so. They even secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Using such a method to sneak attack would be a joke if word got out. At this moment, Mystic Gu didn't care. He just wanted to kill the other party. The price of this cannon was too high. Mystic Gu only wanted to kill the other party. From billions of miles away, he could directly crush the other party. Only such a mid-tier offensive treasure could do it. Xian Xiong, bring some people to check if that guy is dead or not. Xian Xiong Sovereign immediately accepted the order and flew over with a few immortal sovereigns. In his eyes, that guy would definitely die under this attack. There wouldn't be a second outcome. Pay. On a star far away in the starry sky, this place was covered in yellow sand. At this moment, more than half of this star was destroyed. A person was lying on the yellow sand, spitting out sand from his mouth. Damn, who is sneak attacking me? White light rose. Lin Fei immediately activated his invincible defense, but he was still blasted away by the white light and fell on the yellow sand. Hairball. Lin Fei climbed out of the yellow sand, removed his invincible defense, and released his divine senses to search for Hairball. I'm here. Hairball's body was tattered from head to toe. At the critical moment, he traveled through the void, but he was still seriously injured. If it wasn't for his strong vitality, he would have died from this cannon. Eat this. When Lin Fei saw Hairball's miserable appearance, he was immediately filled with anger. This time, he was injured too badly. After taking out a large amount of immortal beast blood, Hairball immediately revealed a happy expression and swallowed it. Finally, his injuries stabilized. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. While Hairball was healing, Lin Fei found that Devil Number 1 and Devil Number 2 had been killed and returned to the Devil summoning flag, turning into two grey masses. Little devil, come out. I promise I won't kill you. Lin Fei was angry. She actually didn't inform him about this. If not for his invincible defense, Lin Fei didn't doubt that he would have died under this white light. You can't blame this on me. That's your problem. Little devil sneered. You didn't say to pay attention to the situation billions of miles away. Lin Fei indeed didn't mention it. At the beginning, Lin Fei had asked Little Devil to open the system and pay attention to the situation billions of miles away. Who did it? This matter could only be blamed on Lin Fei. Right now, Lin Fei only knew which bastard did it. He had to kill him. He almost killed him. He even killed the one-star dominator that he wanted to kill. Your old opponent. Little Devil pointed with her small steel fork. They are here to check if you are dead or not. Outside the planet, Xian Xiong Hegemon led people to check. The Jiyu clan again. Lin Fei's eyes flashed with cold light. When these people came to kill him, Lin Fei knew that the Jiyu clan would definitely attack. The only thing he didn't expect was that they would attack from billions of miles away. Full area attack mode. Not only did they want to kill everyone, but their methods were also extremely cruel. Nobles were nobles. There was nothing to be said. They just had a single goal. Let me kill you first. Lin Fei kept Furball into the heaven and earth smelt so that he could recuperate inside. He then spread his wings of the demon and flew out. Xian Xiong Hegemon searched along the way, but there were no signs of life around. He is definitely dead. Xian Xiong Hegemon smiled. For this fellow, the Jiyu clan had paid a huge price. Sorry, I am not dead yet. All of a sudden, a cold laugh rang out in Xian Xiong Hegemon's ears. His body shuddered and he saw a huge head fly up. Following which, a scarlet flame descended. I am going to die. Xian Xiong Hegemon fell into endless darkness. He activated his demon wings and increased his speed by 80 times. This wasn't something that Xian Xiong Hegemon could block. Moreover, Lin Fei was going all out and had the strength of a 2-star ruler. Where are they? East of you, on a planet 5.6 billion miles away. Little Devil said. Lin Fei flew over. Jiyu Shenshan was very relaxed now. Although he had paid a price, he had finally killed that fellow. No one below 6-star ruler would be able to survive. This was one of the reasons why Jiyu Shenshan was not worried. No matter what kind of skill that fellow had, he wouldn't be able to block the attack of the ruler-destroying cannon. Anyone below 6-star ruler would definitely die. Only nobles like the Jiyu clan could use such a terrifying killing weapon. In the entire Jiyu clan, there were only 5 such treasures. They could be called combat weapons. Xian Xiong has been gone for so long. Why isn't he back yet? Jiyu Shenshan really wanted to know the result, but he didn't come back. He just thought that Xian Xiong had to search the surroundings to confirm whether or not that fellow had died. Of course, it would be even better if he could find his storage ring. Swoosh. A black shadow fell not far from Jiyu Shenshan. It's Lord Xian Xiong. Not good, Lord Xian Xiong is dead. There was a head on the ground. Xian Xiong Hegemon died with his eyes wide open, as if he couldn't believe that he had died. Chapter 1502. The people Jiyu Shenshan brought were in chaos. Xian Xiong was a one-star ruler. Now, he came back with only a head. Old bastard, you're really vicious. You brought 6 one-star sovereigns just to kill me. How extravagant. Lin Fei's voice reverberated throughout the planet. Scarlet flames descended. Once the flames landed, anyone touched by them, no matter how strong they were, would be burned into nothingness. Jiyu Shenshan didn't bring many people this time. In a few breaths, the screams stopped. Not a single person was left alive, except for Jiyu Shenshan. Lin Fei walked out of the void. A Jingguang flew out and tied Jiyu Shenshan up tightly. You didn't expect this, did you? Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. The mid-level ruler destruction cannon landed in his hand. It emitted a terrifying destructive aura. With Little Devil's warning, he knew that it was something to attack him. Jiyu Shenshan was terrified. It wasn't like he hadn't seen powerful people before. However, someone who could survive a mid-level ruler destruction cannon was definitely terrifying. Even a mid-level protective treasure wouldn't be able to block the attack. What are you trying to do? Jiyu Shenshan knew that he was completely screwed today. He was tied up by a treasure and his power was sealed. Now, he only wanted to leave and report the situation. If he didn't kill this person, he would become a huge problem for the Jiyu family in the future. A one-star ruler could instantly kill rulers of the same level. He could even take the attack of a mid-level ruler destruction cannon. If he didn't kill this person, he would soar to the sky sooner or later. Of course, I'm going to kill you. Lin Fei reached out again. The sky full of heavenly fire turned into a long blade. Lin Fei cut off Jiyu Xuanshan's left arm. This wasn't the first time the heavenly fire was used to kill. With this, the undying body was a joke. Without a body of flesh and blood, there was no way to use the undying body. At this realm, the heavenly fire's speed increased again. Jiyu Shenshan didn't even have time to block and his left arm was cut off. What kind of fire is this? Why is it like this? Jiyu Shenshan was shocked to find that he could not use his immortal body. The biggest advantage of a ruler was not only his strong attack, but also his undying body. Now that the undying body had lost its effect, ancient Shenshan was terrified. For the first time, his life was in danger. You don't have the right to know. Lin Fei sneered and walked over step by step. Lin Fei struck again. Every slash brought with it flames. His right arm flew off. His left leg flew out. His right leg flew out. Jiyu Shenshan had a ferocious look on his face. His body was covered in blood. As a ruler, his limbs had been cut off one after another. How humiliating was that? Now, he was like a dead dog. If you dare to kill me, you will be chased by the entire Jiyu family and even the entire Primal Chaos Ancient Kingdom. Jiyu Shenshan was tied up by the golden chain. His power was sealed, and his immortal body was useless. He knew that it would be hard for him to escape death today. The only thing he didn't expect was that his opponent's defense was stronger than he had imagined. That was why he failed at the last moment. Lin Fei laughed. I am not afraid of threats. I will come to your Jiyu family in person sooner or later. Soul-searching technique. His soul consciousness rushed into Jiyu Xuanshan's mind, plundering all information. Suddenly, Jiyu Shenshan raised his head and grinned. You are courting death. Deep in his sea of consciousness, there was a person sitting cross-legged. When Lin Fei's soul consciousness entered, that person opened his eyes. Die. Boom boom boom. Even though Lin Fei's soul consciousness was strong, his opponent's words were like a killing technique. Lin Fei's soul consciousness was torn apart. Outside, Lin Fei's body shook and his soul consciousness was cut off. His face turned pale. I should have known that the leader of the Jiyu family's branch must have put a seal on his sea of consciousness. Lin Fei came back to his senses. Don't even think about knowing everything about the Jiyu family. Lin Fei raised his hand and slashed. Jiyu Xuanshan's head flew off, and he heard a sentence in his ear, but you will still die. Another divine flame shot over, and Jiyu Xuanshan's body was burned. What undying body? It was all nonsense now. It is a pity that I did not find out the Jiyu family's secret. The person in my sea of consciousness was at least a 6 or 7-star ruler. Just one word contained absolute power. I am still lacking. The Jiyu family lost a leader and a mid-stage ruler destruction cannon. It is worth it for them to feel pain for a long time. When I come back next time, I will give them a shot. Lin Fei forcibly erased the soul consciousness mark and left his own mark. After putting away the storage rings, Lin Fan flew out of the planet. He turned around and smashed the planet with a punch. The huge planet was directly smashed into smithereens and disappeared from the starry sky just like that. Lin Fei did not want to leave any clues behind. Not only had he destroyed the star, but he had also used the star to burn the corpse, completely destroying all evidence. Lin Fei did not believe that anyone would be able to see through such a thing. Home. Lin Fei took out the domain warship and boarded it. He entered the 8 layers of the void and moved at full speed. The death of the Jiyu family's branch leader enraged the Jiyu family. It was unknown whether it was because of the leader or because of the mid-stage ruler destruction cannon, but the Jiyu family issued a bounty. The moment this bounty was announced, countless territories were in an uproar. 1-star ruler, 2-star ruler, and 3-star ruler were all tempted. Although the previous items were good, only 1- and 2-star rulers were tempted. However, the bounty this time was ridiculously high. Unfortunately, when everyone started searching, the abyssal demon disappeared without a trace. Many rulers entered the deep abyss world to search for it, and many battles broke out. Lin Fei naturally did not know about this. Ding! Congratulations player for becoming a 2-star ruler. On the way back to the myriad worlds, Lin Fei broke through from 1-star ruler to 2-star ruler in the demonic space, and his strength increased again. Hairball also recovered from her injuries with the help of the blood essence, and her combat power increased. I'm finally a 2-star ruler. Lin Fei was no exception to this result. In such a short period of time, he broke through from 1-star ruler to 2-star ruler. Lin Fei did not feel much about it. After going out, it was like going from a mountain village to a big city. Only then did you realize that a village chief was nothing in a big city. Just look at the Jiyu family. They sent out a 1-star ruler just to kill someone. In the myriad worlds, there were very few 1-star rulers. Lin Fei suspected that the Heavenly Rain Palace's ruler was at most a 3-star ruler. No matter how strong he was, he could not be that strong. Master, I found something fun. Hairball rushed in from outside. After she recovered from her injuries, she did not settle down. Instead, she played around in the 8-layer void. Lin Fei did not care. The 8-layer void's astral winds were strong, but they did not affect Hairball much. This was also the strength of the primordial evil dragon. What fun thing! Lin Fei was quite curious. I just saw a warship flying in from outside. So, I followed it secretly and found that they were transporting holy stones. It seems like they are mining in the nearby starry sky. Holy stones? Lin Fei was now far away from the Moluo weave. He was in a barren void, and outside was a quiet starry sky. This place produced holy stones? Obviously, this surprised Lin Fei. Holy stones were good stuff. Now that he found one, Lin Fei had to go take a look. Bring me there. Master, the mining area is below us. Both of them came out of the void. Under the starry sky, Hairball brought Lin Fei in. It turned out that she had set up a high-level array that shielded everything in the surroundings. Divine senses could not search. Just from this, Lin Fei knew that this array should be very valuable. The myriad worlds should not be able to take out such an array. Who did this place belong to? Lin Fei was very curious. If not for Hairball's spatial travel ability, no one would have discovered this hidden small world. Once they entered, the people inside would probably know. This world was not big. It was a small world. However, the immortal chi here was dense, and there were many mountains. At this moment, Lin Fei and Hairball appeared above the mining area. Sweeping with divine senses, they found at least hundreds of thousands of immortals mining ores below. There were actually 3 pinnacle 1-star sovereigns and 32 pseudo-sovereigns guarding this place. The surroundings were also surrounded by layers of array restrictions. Now, all of this was nothing in front of Hairball. Inside the mining area, there was a senfu that was the most eye-catching. Lin Fei quietly entered and found the 3 pinnacle 1-star sovereigns there. The latest batch of excavated holy stones has been packed. There are 50 million low-grade holy stones and 3 million mid-grade holy stones. A pseudo-sovereign stood in front of the 3 and reported the latest situation. Too little. It's not enough. Sovereign Wu Hai said unhappily, increase the number of people mining. I want this number doubled. But people, before the pseudo-sovereign could finish, he was rudely interrupted. If there are not enough miners, go plunder. With your strength, there is nothing to be afraid of even if you meet a 1-star sovereign. You should know that if you can't complete young master's mission, can you bear the responsibility? The moment the words young master were said, the pseudo-sovereign revealed a trace of fear. I will do it immediately. When the pseudo-sovereign left, there were only 3 pinnacle 1-star sovereigns left in the Hall of Senfu. Wu Hai, I heard that young master Fan has already become a 1-star sovereign. Sovereign Genshin, who was on the left, asked, a look of joy in his eyes. Sovereign Wu Hai nodded. That's right. 3 months ago, young master Fan became a 1-star sovereign. He can already kill 1-star sovereigns, and he even fought against 2-star sovereigns. In the end, he was able to escape. Wonderful. Young master Fan truly is a genius. In the future, he will definitely become a major figure among the sovereigns of the 9 stars. Another sovereign laughed. Sovereign Wu Hai laughed. It is our luck that we were able to become young master Fan's retainers. We must take care of the matters here. Right now, young master Fan needs all sorts of resources. We cannot allow any problems to arise in the future. However, the words young master Fan had provoked a certain someone. Hidden in the void, Lin Fei furrowed his brows. Furball had somehow stumbled into young Lord Fan's logistics base and overheard some news about young Lord Fan. If he hadn't come here, Lin Fei would never have known that young master Fan had hidden himself so deeply. Chapter 1503. Lin Fei was prepared to go back and find trouble with young master Fan. Last time, this guy had said that he would give Lin Fei 10 years before he killed Lin Fei. Lin Fei had always remembered this. The only thing he didn't expect was that this guy would become a dominator so quickly. After his advancement, his combat power was off the charts. He could kill a 1-star dominator and even fight a 2-star dominator before leaving. It was clear that young master Fan had accumulated a lot. If Hairball hadn't found this place, Lin Fei wouldn't have known that young master Fan had this secret place. This young master Fan was indeed very powerful. He had only become a 2-star dominator because of the upgrade system. Young master Fan had easily become a dominator with his own talent. He was indeed a dragon among men. He even had such a secret place with large amounts of saint stones for cultivation. Since he was here today, Lin Fei didn't plan on letting this place go. He hadn't found young master Fan yet, so he would first destroy one of his arms and make him unhappy. Boom. The 2-star dominator aura descended on the senfu. Who is it? The 3 peak 1-star dominators reacted quickly. As the 2-star dominator aura descended, their bodies froze. The Yuan golden rope in Lin Fei's hand flew out and tightly bound the 3 peak 1-star dominators. This thing was getting more and more useful. This was the result that Lin Fei wanted. The 3 dominators didn't expect to be defeated in the blink of an eye. They could tell that what had landed on them was a mid-grade dominator treasure. Moreover, it was a binding type. This was an extremely precious treasure. Lin Fei had gotten it by luck. If it hadn't been damaged, the myriad layers dominator wouldn't have bought it so easily. Who are you? The 3 were very bold. They knew that this person was stronger than them, so they didn't show any surprise. You just need to know that I'm your young master Fan's enemy. Lin Fei sat down with a swagger. The 3's hearts sank. This wasn't good news. What shocked them even more was that this place had been carefully set up by their young master. It was an absolutely secret place. Even a 1-star or 2-star dominator wouldn't discover it. The other party could easily find this place and avoid the layers of restrictions outside. This meant that this person was even more terrifying. How could young Lord Fan have such an enemy? After taking down the 3 rulers, Lin Fei had Hairball go out and take down the fake rulers outside, temporarily taking control of this place. Hairball was not an ordinary ruler. She was from a special race. Even if a pseudo-ruler attacked together, they would not be her match. She relied on her ability to appear and disappear mysteriously, making her the most suitable candidate for such a task. The 3 hegemons knew that they were finished. Just a moment ago, he was still rejoicing that he had chosen to follow young Lord Fan. In the future, he might have a great backer. Who would have thought that he would become a prisoner in the blink of an eye? Even if he had any trump cards, he couldn't use them now. A mid-grade sovereign artifact had completely suppressed them. This was something they could not avoid. Who knows where young Lord Fan is? Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of young Lord Fan, so he naturally had to teach him a lesson. This was a strong opponent. Don't even think about knowing the whereabouts of young Lord Fan, the Swordheart Hegemon sneered. Our young master will definitely avenge us in the future. Even if you are stronger than us, you can forget about resisting our young master. They were filled with confidence in young Lord Fan. Let's see how loyal you are to young Lord Fan. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. A second later, he slashed out with his sword. I'll fulfill your wish. The Swordheart Hegemon's head flew into the air. Heavenly flames descended and burned him to death, breaking his undying body. The eyes of the remaining 2 were filled with coldness. Even an undying body had been useless. He had been killed instantly. What if it had happened to them? What about you? Lin Fei asked calmly. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in young Lord Fan's followers. In his eyes, they were all experience points and divinity. It would be a pity to let them go. We truly don't know where young Lord Fan is. Hegemon Black Sea couldn't help but speak up. You don't know? Lin Fei frowned slightly. Are you sure you're telling the truth? Hegemon Black Sea knew this would happen. We truly don't know. Young Lord Fan has never let us know his whereabouts, Hegemon Black Sea said. If you want to find out through us, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Lin Fei had this idea. Young Lord Fan's background was not simple. It was best to deal with him as soon as possible. Who can tell me more about this minor world? Lin Fei brought up another topic. Well said. Perhaps you don't need to die. I trust that you don't want to die just like that, right? Lin Fei was very fond of this minor world. More importantly, he had no idea how young Lord Fan had obtained the sacred stone beneath the mountain range. Everyone feared death. This included the hegemons as well. This minor world was brought back by young Lord Fan. I hear that he discovered it in a secret realm, and then left his own imprint deep within it. Upon hearing that young Lord Fan had left his own imprint in this minor world, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle. This was good stuff that had been delivered right to his doorstep. Take me there, then. Lin Fei stood up, carrying Hegemon Black Sea with him as he headed towards that place. Hegemon Black Sea didn't want to die, even if he had to become a follower. In an unassuming location within the minor world. Down there is the central hub of the minor world. Hegemon Black Sea pointed downwards. If Hegemon Black Sea hadn't said anything, Lin Fei really wouldn't have noticed. He reached out, and with a rumbling sound, a massive crater appeared below him. Deep down, he saw a stone stele. Omni-Sky Minor World. These were the words carved into the stone stele. Lin Fei could sense that the stone stele was surrounded by layers of restrictive spells, all of which were spatial spells. They seemed simple, but in truth, they were all spatial spells. They seemed to be right in front of him, but in reality, they weren't. Lin Fei stabbed out with his long sword. Sword intent transformed into a river that crushed downwards, shattering the 10,000 layers of space upon contact. When it reached the stone stele, the 10,000 layers of restrictive spells were instantly shattered. Behind him, Hegemon Black Sea and the other Hegemon sucked in cold breaths of air. This person was simply too powerful. Young Lord Fan, who had set down the restrictive spells, had said that only a 4-star hegemon could break through the 10,000 layers of restrictive spells in one go. Could it be that this person was a 4-star hegemon? Lin Fei's sword broke through the 10,000 layers of space, and he appeared in front of the stone stele. Come out. Lin Fei tapped the stone stele with his finger. A white light rose up, and a human figure appeared. This was one of young Lord Fan's incarnations, and its aura was identical. You are quite bold, sir. You actually found your way here. Young Lord Fan's incarnation said coldly, his gaze falling upon the two behind him. You deserve to die. Whoosh. Hegemon Black Sea and the other hegemon were shocked. Young Lord, spare us. The two of them seemed to have been set ablaze. They transformed into a black mist, then vanished in front of Lin Fei. They were truly dead. Lin Fei was furious. He had been planning to kill them later. Who would have guessed that young Lord Fan would kill them first? Young Lord Fan, your methods are truly vicious. They were just leading the way, and you killed them. I wonder how many of your own followers you'll be able to kill. Lin Fei laughed. Who are you? This young lord doesn't seem to know you. Young Lord Fan couldn't see who it was, as the other party was blocked by a mysterious power, blocking all divine senses. All you need to know is that I am your enemy. Lin Fei laughed. This incarnation of yours will pay with your life today. Your true body won't care about a mere incarnation. Lin Fei flipped his hand and slapped down with a large palm. The combat power of a 3-star hegemon. Against this incarnation of young Lord Fan, Lin Fei used his full strength. This young lord will remember you. Young Lord Fan's incarnation only had the combat power of a 1-star hegemon. It had no ability to resist at all. Lin Fei's palm didn't give it any chance, and young Lord Fan's incarnation was slapped to death. Ding. Killed a 1-star hegemon incarnation. Obtained 10 points of divinity. The system notification greatly surprised Lin Fei. 10 points of divinity? How is this possible? Lin Fei suspected that he had misheard. He opened it and saw that it was indeed 10 points of divinity. He was full of doubts. Young Lord Fan is a character with a great background. Killing him actually gives me 10 points of divinity. Could he be the reincarnation of a god? Normally, killing a 1-star hegemon would only give him 1 point of divinity. Now, killing an incarnation gave him 10 points of divinity. How could Lin Fei not be surprised? It seemed that young Lord Fan's identity was more terrifying than he had imagined. At this moment, Lin Fei seemed to understand why Su Feng's Yanzun was afraid of young Lord Fan. Perhaps this was one of the reasons. Whether or not this was the reason, Lin Fei didn't care for the time being. This omnipotent small world belonged to him. I'll leave behind my incarnation first. At this time, in a dazzling palace in the Endless Territories. In a dark secret room. A person suddenly opened his eyes. One of my incarnations is dead. Interesting. This person stood up, revealing a handsome face. A trace of darkness flashed across his face. It was young Lord Fan. The omnipotent small world has been discovered. Divine Eye, open. Young Lord Fan shouted softly, and a fiery red eye opened between his brows. The void in front of him shattered all the way to the omnipotent small world. The original appearance of that battle fell into his eyes until the incarnation was killed with a palm. This person is strange. Even I can't see through his appearance. The divine eye returned to his body. Young Lord Fan showed a trace of doubt and confusion. This situation was very rare. Even the divine eye couldn't see clearly. Strange, really strange. Young Lord Fan didn't care much about our omnipotent small world. There were several similar places. The only surprise was that this person was an opponent. Could it be that he's the same kind of person as me? It seems that their chess piece has come down. I need to improve my strength. Then, it's time to open a few treasure vaults. There's no need for these ants to open the treasure vaults. No matter how mysterious they are, I will personally find them and tear off their veils one by one. Chapter 1504. Just like that, the small world of Mi Tian fell into Lin Fei's hands. After taking control of the hub, Lin Fei also knew that this small world of Mi Tian could be moved. Why did young Master Fan choose this place? Perhaps it was because there were few people here. For safety's sake, Lin Fei let Little Devil scan it. Nothing was missed. Fortunately, it was good news. Since young Master Fan didn't leave any backups in the small world of Mi Tian, it can be inferred that young Master Fan has more than one small world of Mi Tian. This young Master Van you speak of should be the reincarnation of a god. If you kill him, you can obtain at least 100% divinity. The little devil waved his steel fork. This is free information. Reincarnation of a god. This was not the first time Lin Fei heard this sentence. Before this, he had heard it from Venerable Su Feng. Could it be that Venerable Su Feng is also the reincarnation of a god? Lin Fei couldn't help but doubt. It seemed like the world was starting to become chaotic. Can you tell me what is the use of divinities? Lin Fei asked. This doubt had been bothering Lin Fei for a long time. He had some guesses in his heart, but he didn't know if they were correct or not. 10,000 demons' heart. Lin Fei was used to Little Devil's way of talking. 10,000 demons' hearts is a good thing. Divinity is a good thing. Right now, you only have a little more than 20 divinity points. When you reach 100 divinity points, you will know the benefits of divinity. I can only tell you that this is a better thing than the demon's heart. You can exchange it for more advanced things. That's it. Lin Fei blinked. Yes, that's it. Lin Fei knew that this guy was reliable. After taking his 10,000 demons' hearts, he only knew how to talk nonsense. At least he knew that he could exchange for something good. This was enough. He had mastered the small world of Mi Tian. Lin Fei had been thinking about where to put this small world of Mi Tian Tian. If it was too far away, it would not be appropriate to put it in the myriad heavens. If someone knew about it, it would not be a small matter. Now was not the right time. Hairball suddenly said, "Master, you can put this small world in my space." Lin Fei slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten about this? Hairball's unique space could hide everything and isolate everything from the outside world. The small world could also be left to Hairball to manage, as long as it produced holy stone. Mi Tian's small world fell into Hairball's space. As for the hundreds of thousands of immortals inside, Lin Fei sent 100,000 demon warriors to guard them in case of trouble. The matter was easily resolved because of Hairball's words. Lin Fei was still very happy about the accident on the road. At this time, young Master Fan probably wouldn't know that he was the one who did it. This was the result he wanted. 3 years later, Lin Fei entered the area of the myriad worlds. A round trip of about 10 years was really nothing for an immortal. I'm finally back. In a short 10 years, Lin Fei was already a 2-star ruler and was about to advance to 3-star ruler. His advancement speed was very fast. First, he sensed the great metropolis world and there was no trouble. This time, I must leave an incarnation in the great metropolis world no matter what. After putting away the domain warship, Lin Fei spread his ancient demon wings and quietly returned to the great metropolis world. At this time, the great metropolis world was very quiet. Without the Battle Wolf group, this place was the safest. After coming out of the World Lord Stone Pagoda, no one was curious. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil and Immortal Venerable Demon Venerable Myriad Evil and Immortal Venerable Demon Venerable immediately rushed over. During this period of time, these two people were in charge of everything. Now that Lin Fei returned, he naturally had to report the situation. During my absence, the great metropolis world is all thanks to you guys. Lin Fei wasn't a person good at management. He liked to be free and unfettered, but this kind of life wasn't that easy. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil and Immortal Venerable Demon Venerable were flattered. This is what we should do. The two hurriedly reported the matters of the past 10 years. After the establishment of the sacred dynasty, the entire myriad world's world became stable. The 10 great immortal sects, 108 great worlds, 72 medium worlds, all integrated into this new sacred dynasty. Everything was properly managed. In the past 10 years, the 10 great immortal sects developed the fastest. The 10 great immortal sects had the most resources. Outside of them were the 108 great worlds. Every world lord was a big shot, eating more than before. The disciples of the worlds entered the 10 great immortal sects, and the influence of the 10 great immortal sects continued to expand. I've always followed Master's instructions and didn't let the 10 great immortal sects enter our world. This caused the 10 great immortal sects to hate us. Immortal Venerable Demon Sealing said, for example, the surrounding medium worlds are secretly making some small move. Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of the 10 great immortal sects. It was just a restructuring of forces. It sounded better in name, but in reality, it was just that. They have guts. Immortal Venerable Demon Sealing knew that his master was angry. After advancing to 2-star ruler, even though Lin Fei perfectly restrained himself, he still had a trace of a ruler's domineering aura. This was unchangeable, and naturally, it was not something the two could bear. Is there anything else? Lin Fei didn't want to take action. If he did, the surrounding medium worlds wouldn't have a good ending. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil said, I heard that the Sacred Dynasty recently started a war with the alien races in the East. If they gather the people of the 108 worlds and 72 medium worlds to participate in the war against the alien races, isn't this deliberately weakening everyone's strength? Those alien races are powerful. Fortunately, they didn't send out rulers. Otherwise, our Myriad Worlds world would have a hard time. Immortal Venerable Demon Sealing said, our Myriad Worlds world is too weak. After fighting for 3 years, our side has lost more than 40 Immortal Venerables and 300 to 400 peak 4th step Immortal Emperors. Lin Fei had heard of the alien invasion. For example, the Battle Wolf Group. Originally, they were going to attack the great metropolis world from this place, but now, it was someone else. Is it very serious? Lin Fei frowned. The number of Immortal Venerables in the Myriad Worlds world was limited. Lin Fei dared to guarantee that there were less than 500 Immortal Venerables in total. Now, they had lost more than 40 Immortal Venerables, which was almost 1/10 of the total number. Now, apart from our great metropolis worlds area, the other 3 areas are being attacked by the alien races. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil said, the Sacred Dynasty's people have been trying to summon Bao Xie and the others to fight, but they never got what they wanted. What a good idea. Bao Xie and the others have the combat power of a high-level Immortal Venerable. Lin Fei sneered, you did the right thing. They don't have the qualifications to summon us. 3 areas of the Myriad Worlds world were attacked, and only the great metropolis world was not besieged. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil and Immortal Venerable Demon Sealing seemed to understand something. Recently, they have been coming more frequently. We don't even know what excuse to use to reject them. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil also had a headache. Now that Master is back, we can rest assured. After going out to see the other territories, Lin Fei felt that the Myriad Worlds world was lagging behind. Ignoring everything else, just in terms of combat power, the gap was too big. Moluo Territory's Wind Luo City had about 10 rulers, and this was just one city. Looking at the Myriad Worlds world, the number of rulers would not exceed 20. This gap in numbers? It was strange that they would come knocking on their door. For the Myriad Worlds world to suffer such losses, Lin Fei did not find it strange. This was a very normal thing. Asking him to help, Lin Fei really had no intention of doing so. Just ignore them. Lin Fei said, we have to guard the great metropolis world. Who knows when the alien races will attack, don't you think so? The two hurriedly nodded. This was a good excuse. Master was the master. The alien race's attack was indeed very fierce. If not for the Sacred Dynasty reorganizing the great worlds, according to the original distribution, it would have been a one-sided situation when they encountered the alien races, and they would have been killed long ago. Now, the Myriad Worlds world would probably be in chaos. There was no chaos in the Myriad Worlds world. Many people from the 108 worlds were summoned to resist the invasion of the alien races, and the losses were increasing day by day. And this was when the rulers had not made a move. The attacks from 3 directions seemed to have accurately calculated the strength of the Myriad Worlds world. However, there was one surprising thing, and that was that the area where the great metropolis world was located was completely quiet. There was no invasion. This came as a surprise to many people. Everyone knew that the great metropolis world was the weakest, But no one knew why no one attacked. This made the realm lords of the great worlds very unhappy. They had paid a price, but whether or not they could stop the invasion was another matter. But the great world's side was completely fine, and this made the realm lords very unhappy. This was especially true for the immortal sects and the immortal court. They had been looking forward to the alien races targeting the great metropolis world. When that happened, they would be able to see what the great metropolis world had up its sleeves. Unfortunately, this hope had never been realized. They had been fighting to the death here, but nothing had happened on the other side. No one was willing to accept this, so they had secretly tried to get the Emperor dynasty to summon people from the great world's world to participate in the battle. However, the summons had been rebuffed with one sentence. Who knew if the alien races would attack the great world's world? That one sentence left everyone speechless. The other had given a reason, and the three saint rulers would not say it was inappropriate. This was the Emperor dynasty, and they needed to follow the rules. After all, everyone was watching. This dragged on for 3 years. The great world's strength had been depleted. Apart from the great world's world, the surrounding mid-level worlds were all unhappy. With Emperor Tian's fierce reputation, they did not dare to do anything. Chapter 1505. The other race's three-pronged assault on the All-Heavens world was in full swing. The pressure on the people of the All-Heavens world was immense. Immortals died in battle every day. Fortunately, rulers didn't intervene, so the losses were mitigated. Over the past 3 years, the number of casualties was not small. The power of the other races terrified the immortals. Their strength was nothing in the eyes of the other races. In terms of immortal sovereigns, the All-Heavens world paled in comparison. Every day, everyone spent it in battle. Many experts emerged from the 10 great immortal sects' disciples. They were all experts on the Windcloud list, and all of them were in the top 100. Some of them could even kill half-step immortal sovereigns. It could be said that this was a chance for the 10 great immortal sects' disciples to rise. Big brother, the Battle Wolf Regiment is all dead. In a base camp in the east. Warships were docked here, surrounded by layers of formations and restrictions. There were also other races patrolling back and forth. At the center of the camp, a horned fourth-step immortal emperor rushed in and reported the news. Many other races' leaders had gathered. The expressions on the faces of these leaders changed. No wonder those bastards from the Battle Wolf Regiment didn't come, someone cursed. Who did it? The 3 members of the Battle Wolf Regiment are pseudo-rulers. They can even fight a 1-star ruler. Find out who did it. These leaders all knew the Battle Wolf Regiment. They often worked together to plunder low-level worlds and do business without any capital. For example, this time, they had their eyes on the All-Heavens world, a world that had once declined. It's said that it's a demon from the abyssal world. A GU family branch leader was killed by him. The GU family is furious. News of this has spread throughout the domain, and the GU family is offering a shocking bounty. Everyone knew about the GU family. The Battle Wolf Regiment was on the same level as them. The GU family had contributed a lot, and the Battle Wolf Regiment could get some things they couldn't. This was also why they hadn't attacked the great metropolis world. That was for the Battle Wolf Regiment. This was also why they hadn't attacked the All-Heavens world yet. Otherwise, they wouldn't have wasted 3 years and lost so many warriors. In the end, they still ended up in a stalemate. Big brother, what do we do? A man on the left stood up. Everyone's gaze fell on the black-armored warrior at the highest point. The fact that the Battle Wolf Regiment isn't here means that they have given up on their original cooperation. The rest is up to our people. The black-armored man laughed and said, "Someone, invite Burning Sky Ruler and Starfish Ruler here. Tell them that I have something to discuss with them." All right. Everyone present knew that experts of their elder brother's level were about to make a move. Not long after, 2 figures walked out of the void. They nodded at each other and walked in together. At this time, the black-armored man was the only one left inside, and the surroundings were empty. "Fellow Daoist Fen Tien, fellow Daoist Starfish, how have you been?" The black-armored man cupped his hands and smiled. He gestured for the two of them to take a seat. The horizontal table before them was filled with immortal fruits and fine wine. The hegemons of the two skies were the leaders of their respective factions. At the same time, they were also the people who were attacking the multiverse. Why didn't the three Warwolf brothers come? Hegemon Scorch Heaven asked curiously. Yes, in order to wait for them, we have waited here for 3 years. Many of our subordinates died in battle. The three Warwolf brothers are getting more and more aggressive. Starfish Ruler sneered and said, if they still didn't come today, my people would have made a move. After 3 years, they didn't get anything good. What's the point of this? They were all doing business without any capital. The three Warwolf brothers couldn't come. They were killed, and none of their subordinates were spared. The black-armored man said, the ones who did it are the Abyss Demons. I invited you here to discuss our next move. What? The three Warwolf brothers are dead. How could the Abyss Demons do it? The two hegemons were quite surprised. Previously, the three Warwolf brothers didn't appear. They thought that they were doing some business outside and couldn't come for the time being. They didn't expect that they would be killed and completely annihilated. Their original anger disappeared without a trace. Since they were all dead, they naturally couldn't come. The operation against the multiverse would have to be replanned. They couldn't use the previous plan. Daoist Taishen, now that only the 3 of us are left, the multiverse isn't that strong. We have to take a bite out of this fat meat. Hegemon Scorch Heaven smiled and said, what's the plan? Tell me. There are only so many hegemons in the multiverse. This time, we have 6 hegemons. We can definitely attack one of the places and plunder without restraint. Moreover, we can sell these immortals as slaves. Starfish Ruler laughed and said, the multiverse is a huge treasure trove for us. If the 3 Warwolf brothers didn't come, they would rather not have. Everyone knew that the 3 Warwolf brothers were backed by the GU family. If they really cooperated, their benefits would be limited. You say you're not satisfied? Go talk to the GU family yourself. Then I'll tell you my idea. Hegemon Taishen didn't stand on ceremony. Here's my plan. While Hegemon Taishen and Hegemon Scorch Heaven were in a secret discussion. A group of people in the Sacred Dynasty were also in a discussion. The Outsiders' attacks had been going on for 3 years. From small-scale battles at the beginning, to large-scale battles, and now with Immortal Sovereigns mobilizing, the pressure was increasing. The Outsiders' Immortal Sovereigns all had pseudo-hegemon weapons, which increased their combat power. The Emperor Dynasty's Immortal Sovereigns all had immortal weapons. The difference between the two sides was huge. Often, 2 or even 3 Immortal Sovereigns could fight against 1 Immortal Sovereign. The Emperor Dynasty constantly mobilized forces to support them. The situation was still very bad. Once the hegemons intervened, the real battle would begin. At this time, the 3 major immortal sects, the Heavenly Rain Palace, the Immortal Court, and the other great immortal sects, despite their previous conflicts, had no choice but to join forces to resist the attacks from the outside world. The Outsiders' attacks have been even fiercer recently, Hegemon Skyend said in a low voice. They probably can't wait any longer and are about to go all out. The 4 hegemons were in the discussion. It could be said that these 4 hegemons were the ones with the most authority in the Emperor Dynasty. Ever since the Outsiders had attacked, they hadn't done anything. This was an unwritten rule. As long as they didn't interfere, the hegemons of the other side wouldn't interfere either. If they did, the hegemons of the other side would take action as well. By then, more than half of the universe would be destroyed. They can't be that fast. Hegemon Boundless said. The Warwolf squad doesn't seem to be here yet. Aren't they waiting for them? They all knew that the Warwolf squad had attacked the Great Metropolis realm. This was one of the reasons why they had given that region to Di Tien, not only to defend against the Great Metropolis realm, but also to test out the true strength of the Great Metropolis realm. They wanted to know which hegemon was guarding it. Alas, they hadn't seen who it was that had been guarding it since the start of the battle. The Warwolf squad hadn't attacked, and they hadn't even appeared. They couldn't help but sigh at how lucky Di Tien was. The Warwolf squad was wiped out. Hegemon Windrain sighed at Di Tien's luck as well. This is why the Warwolf squad hasn't appeared yet. Hegemon Annihilation frowned. No wonder the Warwolf squad hasn't appeared yet. They've been killed. I wonder who would be so bold as to attack the Jiyu clan. After all, the Jiyu clan is one of the 3 great nobility clans of the ancient primordial Chaos Kingdom. The lower echelons might not know, but they all knew how powerful the Jiyu clan was. This was the main reason why they didn't dare to offend the Jiyu clan. They simply couldn't afford to offend them. When arranging the realms, they had arranged for Di Tian's original position, which was the weakest location in the universe. Alas, the Jiyu clan's Warwolf squad had been wiped out, just like that. It was the abyssal demons who did it. All I can say is that Di Tian's luck isn't bad, Hegemon Skyend said. Now that the Warwolf squad has been wiped out, Hegemon Blaze Sky and the others will definitely attack the great metropolis realm. We need to come up with a countermeasure. After 10 years, the imperial dynasty was still like a child. It was extremely weak and couldn't withstand any blows. They didn't want the imperial dynasty to be destroyed. The great metropolis realm was extremely important, and the hegemons had no choice but to pay attention to it. What's there to deal with? Hegemon Boundless said disdainfully. Who doesn't know how powerful Di Tian is? The great metropolis realm is his territory. He'll take care of it. There's no need for us to intervene. Hegemon Boundless hated Di Tian. Back then, several of the immortal paragons had been his subordinates, which had caused the number of immortal paragons under his command to plummet. If Blaze Sky and the other alien hegemons wanted to attack the great metropolis realm, the Boundless hegemon wouldn't intervene unless Di Tian couldn't hold on. I agree with fellow Daoist Boundless. Di Tian has a hegemon behind him. Let Hegemon Blaze Sky and the others test the waters. If they really can't hold on, then we'll go and truly suppress Di Tian. Hegemon Annihilation didn't like Di Tian either. Even though Di Tian hadn't appeared for 10 years, and it seemed like he was slowly being forgotten, no one would forget him. At the very least, the hegemons wouldn't forget him. Then let's send word that we must defend the great metropolis realm no matter what. It would be best if we can get him to issue a military order, Hegemon Windrain said with a laugh. The 3 hegemons laughed, understanding what he meant. Di Tian's existence was a source of unease. Aside from that, they were also wary of the mysteries of the carpet, as well as the immortal emperor-level immortal beasts of unknown origins. They wouldn't be surprised at all if an immortal paragon immortal beast suddenly appeared. Being able to deal with Di Tian this time was, without a doubt, a good thing. They had to keep that unease under control. Chapter 1506. It was the 4th year of the alien race's attack. The rulers of the 3 alien races arranged a team to head to Great Metropolis World. They planned to use Great Metropolis World as their target, tearing a hole there and stabbing into Great Metropolis World's abdomen like a sharp knife. The attack from the 3 sides had no effect at the moment. Therefore, they decided to start with Great Metropolis World. This was the weakest place in Great Metropolis World. In 4 years, the 3 alien races had gathered a lot of information, including information about Great Metropolis World. After some research, they decided to open a hole there. An army of 50,000 immortals would go around Great Metropolis World. Their target was Great Metropolis World. Lin Fei's days were very leisurely. Emperor Dynasty was focusing on the alien races and didn't have the time to pay attention to him. Lin Fei saw all the small movements around him and didn't plan to cause trouble for them for now. Lin Fei didn't need to fight with ants like them. He would deal with them sooner or later. He spent his days with his wife and daughter or leveling up in the demonic dimension. His schedule was well arranged. The mines hidden in Hairball's space continuously produced large amounts of holy stones for Lin Fei. These holy stones were continuously mined. For now, they weren't very useful in Great Metropolis World. He was going to give them to Explosion and the others to use, but he realized that they were useless. Apart from recovering their energy, they weren't very useful for leveling up. Lin Fei could only give up helplessly. Entering the demonic dimension to kill demons became more frequent. Collecting demon blood for them wasn't as effective as the blood of a rank 1 demon, but it was several times more effective than immortal beast blood. Explosion and the others used it for a long time and broke through to high-level immortal sovereign level. As soon as they became high-stage immortal sovereigns, their improvements were extremely fast. Their combat prowess shocked Lin Fei. They could actually fight against pseudo-sovereigns. Once the formation was activated, they could fight against a peak 1-star ruler. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with this result. He didn't know if other people could use immortal beast blood to cultivate. With this thought, Lin Fei used Immortal Sovereign Thousand Evil as a test subject and gave him immortal beast blood. He threw him into the trial ground and waited for the final result. You don't say. Lin Fei's method had actually succeeded. Myriad Evil Immortal Venerable quickly broke through to high-level Immortal Venerable. This accident proved that Lin Fei knew how to create a batch of high-level Immortal Venerables. As long as he had blood essence, he would be able to solve this problem perfectly. Master, this kind of essence blood can only be used on middle-stage Immortal Venerables. It's useless on high-stage Immortal Venerables. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil is now filled with fanaticism towards Lin Fei. In a short period of time, he had regained the battle prowess of a high-level Immortal Venerable. Try this. Lin Fei threw a few drops of demon blood essence. Exalted Myriad Fiend grabbed a drop of blood essence and refined it on the spot. Every time he refined a drop of blood essence, his essence, chi, and soul would rise. His eyes lit up. Master, as long as I have this, I can definitely break through to the sovereign realm. This blood essence is full of miracles. Are you sure it works? Lin Fei had already expected this outcome. If the blood essence of ordinary immortal beasts was effective, then there was no need to prove the effects of a higher grade blood essence like the demon blood essence. I can't supply all of them for the time being, Lin Fei said with a smile. I plan to cultivate a group of Celestial Prime experts first. In the myriad worlds, Celestial Primes were the most important combat power. The magical use of immortal beasts' blood essence was equivalent to a shortcut to cultivation, and only he had this shortcut. After the success of the experiment, Lin Fei summoned Immortal Venerable Demon Sealing and the others. These were all followers. He raised their combat power first. Some of them were still low-level Celestial Primes. With the help of the Immortal Beast's blood essence, they quickly became mid-level Celestial Primes in less than a month. Lin Fei took out a large number of low-grade sovereign treasures and weapons. Each of them had two. Lin Fei armed them. The sovereign battle armor was easy, it was passive defense. They couldn't unleash much of the sovereign weapon's power. Don't forget that Lin Fei had a mining area. He mined holy stones and used them to power the sovereign weapons. It was a bit extravagant, but it couldn't withstand the explosive power. It could be said that this time, Lin Fei armed all his Celestial Primes. If the people of Emperor Dynasty were to attack now, they would probably look at each other with fear. Report, outside our great metropolis world, there are people coming in our direction. An immortal king's subordinate came in to report. It should be them. The outsiders attacked from 3 directions. Lin Fei knew very well that this was to disperse their forces. His position was originally the Battle Wolf Regiment's attack. Now that there were people coming in this direction, Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. After all, his position was the weakest. After 3 years of fighting, Lin Fei believed that something must have happened to the Battle Wolf Regiment. At this time, the outsiders' sovereigns would definitely choose to attack here. Master, let me take some people out and kill them all. With trash like them, I can crush them 100 times with just a finger. At this time, inside Invincible Palace, there were immortal venerables standing on both sides. The current Invincible Palace wasn't like before. The 12 generals were all high-level immortal venerables. Immortal Venerable Demon Sealing's side wasn't bad, all of them were mid-level immortal venerables. They absorbed the immortal beast's blood essence slowly and needed time to refine it. Such a strong force could be said to be no weaker than any of the 10 great immortal sects. Master, let us take care of them. Immortal Venerable Demon Sealing volunteered. If they hadn't followed their master, they would probably still be ordinary low-level immortal venerables. How could they become mid-level immortal venerables? In fact, not long after, they would definitely become high-level immortal venerables. In the future, They might even become sovereigns. This was a dream that they didn't even dare to think about before. But now, they were full of hope for the future. All of this would be realized in Great Metropolis World. Master had given them a chance. The 12 generals formed a system, and so did immortal venerable demon Sealing. Both sides wanted to attack, and soon, they started arguing like a market. Alright, stop arguing. Lin Fei was used to this kind of thing. It was normal for him to be competitive. Invincible Palace immediately quietened down. The outsiders attacked us, we'll teach them a lesson they won't forget. Lin Fei stood up. You guys attack together. Wipe out these outsiders. I believe that when the time comes, the people of Emperor Dynasty will have a good look on their faces. Didn't they want to test us? Now, we'll let them see the true strength of Great Metropolis World. I want them to know that Great Metropolis World is not a place that anyone can beat. At this moment, Lin Fei was like a sleeping tiger that finally opened its eyes and bared its fangs. Chapter 1507. An army of 50,000 immortals arrived majestically. They didn't bother to hide their tracks and just swaggered out like that, completely disregarding the immortals of the surrounding worlds. This was the variant human army, an army of 50,000 immortals. The immortal army took a detour. Everywhere they passed was a middle-sized world, none dared to attack, they passively defended and let them pass. The strength of the variant human army had spread throughout the myriad worlds since the first year. Everyone knew how strong the variant human army was. Be it equipment or strength, they were clearly not on the same level. Even though they knew that the variant human army was going to target a certain world, they did not stop them. In front of this force, they might not be able to stop it. More importantly, the variant human army was going for Great Metropolis Heaven. They had a cold attitude towards Great Metropolis Heaven. Everyone knew that there were many experts in Great Metropolis Heaven, they were much stronger than them. The variant human army was going for them, there was no need for them to do anything. Everyone knew that Great Metropolis Heaven's realm lord Di Tian had offended several of the 10 great immortal sects. Now that the 10 great immortal sects were the orthodox sects, everyone was willing to place their disciples in them to be nurtured. Now that the variant human army was going to deal with Di Tian, they could only watch from the side. These people are all trash. When they trample Great Metropolis Heaven, it will be their doomsday. At the front of the 5 immortal armies, Blazing Sun Immortal Venerable sneered. He truly looked down on these people, they did not even have the courage to fight them. As long as we destroy Great Metropolis Heaven, this beautiful world will be ours. Just the large number of slaves will let us earn a lot of money. Meng Zhong Immortal Venerable laughed. This is a declining imperial dynasty, they don't even have many rulers. As long as we go all out, even if we can't take down the myriad worlds, plundering a large number of people is not a problem. Fiendish Demon Immortal Venerable laughed proudly. They were arranged by the 3 rulers. They were all pseudo-rulers. They were invincible among immortal venerables. Other than rulers, almost no one could harm them. What they needed to do now was to attack Great Metropolis Heaven. According to the collected information, Great Metropolis Heaven was a very powerful world. It had more than 20 immortal venerables and high-stage immortal venerable battle strength, as well as a powerful realm lord Di Tian. This was the information on the surface. At the very least, this Great Metropolis world was one of the strongest in the universe. There were also rumors that the Great Metropolis Heaven had a sovereign overseeing it, which was why it had been ostracized by the imperial dynasty. Otherwise, with its strength, it would have been a great world, not a mid-tier one. To the Emperor dynasty, the Great Metropolis realm was powerful, but to them, the Great Metropolis realm's strength was nothing. The 3 of them could sweep through everything with a single move. This battle was in the bag. The Great Metropolis Heaven would not be able to escape their grasp. The 4 hegemons of the imperial dynasty immediately heard of the movement of the alien army. They can't wait any longer, Hegemon Skyend said. They've sent out 3 pseudo-hegemons. From the looks of it, they're preparing to take down the Great Metropolis Heaven in one go. The news was within their expectations. Now, let's see if Di Tian can block it. Hegemon Windrain laughed. No one knows that Di Tian has a backer. If he has a ruler behind him, He might be able to delay them and disperse the alien army's strength. The 3 hegemons aren't weak either. They all have low-tier hegemons. Perhaps Di Tian's backer won't be able to handle them. If Di Tian can't hold it, it won't be good for the imperial dynasty, said the boundless hegemon. I suggest that we prepare a backup plan, in case the great metropolis heaven collapses on its own and affects the entire war. I also think that we need to think about it. The destruction hegemon agreed with the boundless hegemon. At a time like this, the universe could not afford to fall into chaos. If Di Tian's great metropolis heaven fell, it would affect the entire war. The 10 great immortal sects would have to redeploy their forces again, which was not a good thing. This matter had to be considered carefully. The 4 hegemons quickly came to an agreement. They would send an imperial dynasty army to a mid-tier world closest to the great metropolis heaven and station their troops there. If the great metropolis heaven could not hold on any longer, they could make their move. Lin Fei did not know what the imperial dynasty was planning. Lin Fei was no longer interested in an army of 50,000 immortals and a few hegemons. After all, he had killed many 1-star hegemons. If this was in the past, Lin Fei would indeed be shocked. But now, there was nothing to worry about. Not to mention anything else, just Furball alone could sweep them all away. If not, the destruction hegemon and the others could attack. Although they were high-level immortal sovereigns, they were infinitely close to hegemons. They could do whatever they wanted. Stop them. Lin Fei did not think that they had the ability to do so. Master, they're here. Rumble tilde. When a black mass of people surged into the great metropolis heaven, the huge great metropolis heaven seemed to tremble. A terrifying pressure engulfed the world. However, the great metropolis heaven's immortals were very quiet in the face of the menacing hegemon heaven army. They did not panic, only looking up quietly. This world is interesting. Blazing Sun Immortal Venerable squinted his eyes. The people of other worlds knew that we were coming and panicked. I didn't expect the people here to be so calm. So what if they are calm? They will still end up in our hands. Fiendish Demon Immortal Venerable laughed sinisterly. Although they aren't that strong, they can still go crazy. Our subordinates can't wait to attack. Meng Zhong Hegemon laughed. It's time to show them the power of our great metropolis heaven army. The 3 were all commanders. They had disdainful expressions towards the strength of the immortals here. Little ones, go and plunder as much as you want. Blazing Sun Immortal Venerable ordered. The army behind him became restless, revealing their red eyes filled with greed. They were used to plundering. Kill. Plunder them all. Plunder them all. The 50,000 army shouted loudly, their voices resounding throughout the great metropolis heaven. Ha ha ha, you great metropolis heaven experts are so arrogant. Just with you trash. An even louder voice drowned out the great metropolis heaven army. Lin Fei sat on a throne, appearing from the void. Immortal venerables stood on both sides. Lord Di Tian is here. As long as Lord is here, the great metropolis heaven army will forever be clowns. Lord Di Tian is mighty. Needless to say, Lin Fei's influence in the great metropolis heaven was huge. He continuously plundered and devoured small worlds, fighting against immortal court, immortal sects, and the 2 palaces. He had been living well until now, becoming the idol of the youngsters. They worshipped him from the bottom of their hearts. As long as Lord Di Tian was here, no one would be able to hide. Facing the great metropolis heaven army, Realm Lord Di Tian, who had not appeared for almost 10 years, appeared again. You are Di Tian, great metropolis heaven's realm lord. Blazing Sun Immortal Venerable knew about Di Tian. He was very famous in the myriad worlds. However, his reputation was not good, and his relationship with others was even worse. That's right, it's me. Lin Fei replied. Di Tian, you are famous in the myriad worlds, you are not weak, but your strength is far from our great metropolis heaven army. Blazing Sun Immortal Venerable scanned with his divine sense. He had the combat strength of an ordinary low-stage immortal venerable. I advise you to surrender immediately. Don't put up any meaningless resistance. You know that you can't beat us. Lin Fei shook his head. You great metropolis heaven people are very confident. Are you so confident that you can take down my great metropolis heaven? Listen to my advice. Leave great metropolis heaven. Fiendish demon immortal venerable snorted coldly. People say that you have big words and guts, it is not without reason. You know that you can't do it, but you still think that you have the ability to overturn the heavens. Let's see what abilities you have. Children, attack. The 50,000 army behind him waved their weapons. Kill. Immediately, a black mass of immortals charged down like a flood. The three pseudo-rulers did not move, the dozens of immortal venerables behind them also did not move. The 50,000 immortals moved out, their momentum was not small, they were all experts in the battlefield, they were not weak either, they charged down like a flood. Come. Bao Extermination and the other 12 generals turned into streams of light and charged in. A saber light swept out, more than 100 immortals were swept away and fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 immortals were killed and fell from the sky. You guys go. The dozens of immortal venerables behind split into small teams, they chose their opponents and charged up, blocking the 12 generals. You guys go too. Lin Fei sent demon venerable immortal venerable and the rest away, blocking the 50,000 army. This time, Lin Fei did not let the immortals act, he did not want to see too many losses, only immortal venerables were enough. As for whether it was fair or not, Lin Fei did not care. Getting rid of these guys was the right thing to do. The 12 generals fought with dozens of immortal venerables, their large-scale attacks completely exceeded Blazing Sun immortal venerable's imagination, no one was at a disadvantage. Close combat experts. Blazing Sun immortal venerable and the rest did not care at first. Facing dozens of immortal venerables, even a close combat expert would not be able to hold on for too long. Kill. As the 12 generals displayed the battle strength of high-level immortal venerables, the three pseudo-rulers' expressions changed. This trip was to take down Mystic Metropolis World with the lowest price. They did not expect 12 high-level immortal venerables to appear. One high-level immortal venerable was fine, but one after another displayed the battle strength of high-level immortal venerables. It was a big matter, they could not help but be shocked. They had miscalculated. How could they, immortal venerables, resist the battle strength of a high-level immortal venerables? Coupled with low-grade ruler weapons, they broke through the battle formation, beheading 7 to 8 heads with one slash, breaking the attack. So satisfying. Bao Extermination killed 6 immortal venerables in one move, their corpses fell one after another. Chapter 1508. The moment the 12 generals attacked, they displayed terrifying combat power. Each of them erupted with high-level immortal monarch battle power, giving the three pseudo-rulers a fright. This was completely different from the information they had gathered. Who said that great metropolis heaven only had one high-level immortal monarch? There were 12 of them now. Kill. Extermination Breaking Fist arrived in front of Blazing Sun Immortal Sovereign. Blazing Sun Immortal Sovereign was not simple either, he knew that he had encountered a tough opponent. Relying on his pseudo-ruler strength, he did not care and grabbed with his hand, sending out a claw attack. Rumble tilde the two clashed. Their combat power was on the same level, causing their bodies to shake. Pseudo-rulers? Just SOSO. Extermination Breaking Fist laughed loudly and charged forward again. The claw attack had no effect. Lin Fei did not attack. The three pseudo-rulers were not enough for the 12 generals to deal with. As for the army, they were suppressed by Demon Sealing Immortal Sovereign and could not last for long. Great Metropolis Heaven is mighty. Great Metropolis Heaven is mighty. For the immortals of Great Metropolis Heaven, today was another inconceivable scene. 12 high-level immortal sovereigns had suddenly appeared. Only a few great worlds had such combat power. The scouts below looked at the battle in the sky and gasped. After investigating for so long, this was the first time they realized that Great Metropolis Heaven's foundation was deeper than they had imagined. They had to report it. Immediately, they received the order to monitor Great Metropolis Heaven's movements. This was a major matter, they had to let the higher-ups know. Messages were sent back one after another. In a middle-level world outside Great Metropolis Heaven, an Imperial Dynasty army was stationed here. The leader was a one-star ruler, Heavenly Rain Palace's hegemon Mingshan. Reporting, The alien army has already entered Great Metropolis Heaven. Reporting, the alien army has already attacked. Reports came back one after another. Hegemon Mingshan was a newly advanced ruler. This time, he had come to show off his power. If Di Tian could not hold on, he would have to step forward. Hegemon Mingshan did not care much about the 3 alien pseudo-rulers due to their equipment. He could deal with them. It would be best if he could kill the 3 pseudo-rulers at once. Lord Hegemon, that Di Tian will definitely not be able to stop the alien army. The realm lord of a middle-grade world arranged for a song and dance, set up a banquet, and even summoned some important figures to accompany them. Di Tian hasn't appeared in 10 years. Perhaps he isn't even in the great metropolis world anymore. When the time comes, it will be time for the Lord to show off his skills. My lord, once you make a move, you'll be able to deal with a mere outsider pseudo-juggernauts with just a word. These people didn't have high hopes for Di Tian. In the past 10 years, they had also played some tricks. The great metropolis Heaven had been quiet all this time, and these mid-level worlds had become fearless. Originally, they were worried about the invasion of the outsiders. The great metropolis celestial realm was the first to bear the brunt. They heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that Di Tian was there to block them. It would be best if Di Tian's strength was depleted. They were from middle-grade worlds, and everyone's strength was about the same. However, with a big tiger by their side, they couldn't be at ease. After all, Di Tian had learned his lesson. It wasn't impossible for him to act against them one day. For the sake of safety, they made a lot of tests. Hegemon Bright Mountain was quite fond of these words. Di Tian was a thorn in the myriad worlds. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made no arrangements and still guarded his original place, looking down on Di Tian from the bottom of his heart. Hegemon Bright Mountain knew that everyone was flattering him, but he still enjoyed it. Reporting. According to the latest news, Di Tian has sent out 12 high-level celestial sovereigns and more than 10 mid-level celestial sovereigns to stop the attack of the outsider. More people came in to report. However, this time, no one was smiling, especially the major figures of this world. 12 high-level celestial sovereigns? How is that possible? Could it be those 12 generals from before? How could they have become high-level celestial sovereigns in such a short period of time? Impossible. It's definitely impossible. These people couldn't sit still any longer. They had been prepared to watch the show and see how Di Tian would deal with the outsiders, but when they heard this news, they instantly panicked. 12 high-level celestial sovereigns. They couldn't even find a single one in a mid-grade world. Hegemon Bright Mountain was drinking. His hands stopped moving, and he couldn't help but frown. Again, if this was true, this wasn't good news. According to the Emperor Dynasty's orders, it was best to take advantage of the outsiders' attack on the great metropolis Heaven to occupy it and at the same time find out some of Di Tian's secrets. But now, 12 high-level celestial sovereigns had appeared. What was this? This was equivalent to having a chance to become a ruler. This wasn't something Hegemon Bright Mountain wanted to see. This Di Tian has hidden himself so deeply. Seeing the panicking people below, Hegemon Bright Mountain was very disappointed. If Di Tian really wanted to do something, probably no one here would be able to stop him. Reporting. The destruction general of the 12 generals killed the blazing sun immortal. Not long after, more news came. Hegemon Bright Mountain's frown deepened. He had heard of the 12 generals, but he didn't expect their combat strength to be on par with pseudo-rulers. Moreover, they had killed the blazing sun immortal. Hegemon Bright Mountain felt a chill. Did Di Tian already have 12 pseudo-rulers under him? This wasn't good. The outsiders were attacking from the great metropolis Heaven. This news had spread very early on in the 10 great immortal sects. Everyone was paying close attention, wanting to know what the final outcome would be. 12 high-level celestial sovereigns. When this news came, the 10 great immortal sects all had uneasy expressions. They had actually advanced. What kind of speed was this? It had only been 10 years. This sort of heaven-defying cultivation speed was simply unimaginable. The 10 great immortal sects' eyes lit up. If they could obtain this cultivation technique, Wouldn't they be able to nurture a large number of celestial sovereigns? The 10 great immortal sects were getting restless. Not long after, another piece of news came. The outsiders' pseudo-rulers had been killed by the 12 generals, and the armies under them had been wiped out. The outsiders' attack had come to an end. It was all over. The 10 great immortal sects didn't even have time to react. Even though 3 pseudo-rulers weren't much and wouldn't be easy to deal with in any great world, in the great metropolis heaven, the battle was extraordinarily fast. There was even more terrifying news. The 12 generals had pseudo-rulers' combat strength. This wasn't good news for the 10 great immortal sect. If they were high-level celestial sovereigns, they would take them seriously. But now, they were afraid. If the 12 pseudo-rulers really attacked them, they would be in big trouble. They had only developed for 10 years. Chapter 1509. Imperial Dynasty Sacred Palace. The 4 rulers sat together. Each of them had spies in the great metropolis heaven. Of all the worlds in the universe, only the great metropolis heaven was unfathomable. Naturally, they had to send some spies to investigate and monitor Ditien. No one wanted to have power that they couldn't control, and Ditien was a power that was hard to control. The only thing they didn't expect was that Ditien would go all out this time. Ditien's power shocked them once more. The power of 12 pseudo-rulers. The aliens' attack was like a small wave. It didn't cause any waves at all before it was completely submerged. We still underestimated Ditien. In 10 years, he nurtured 12 pseudo-juggernauts. Ruler Skyend shook his head. I thought Ditien would use his trump card. It seems this is just the tip of the iceberg. Ruler Windrain laughed. At least we don't need to worry about the great metropolis heaven being broken. This is only temporary. Once a ruler attacks, Ditien's 12 generals might not be able to stop them. Ruler Extermination snorted coldly. As the ruler of the immortal court, he didn't want to see Ditien grow stronger. The aliens' test this time didn't succeed. Perhaps they'll launch an all-out attack soon, Ruler Boundless said thoughtfully. This is something we have to pay attention to. The 4 rulers fell silent. This was indeed a test by the alien, trying to open up a gap. They hadn't expected someone to deal with it so easily. Next time, they would definitely go all out. We have to pay attention to Ditien, Ruler Skyend said. I suggest we let Ming Shan stand guard over the great metropolis heaven. He'll be able to provide support. The 3 rulers laughed coldly in their hearts. Who didn't know that Ruler Ming Shan was on his side? It looked like support, but it was more likely that he wanted to get some benefits from Ditien, for example, cultivation techniques. In 10 years, the 12 generals had become the 12 pseudo-rulers. Even they didn't think they could achieve such a rapid cultivation speed. They naturally paid attention to Ditien's cultivation techniques. If they could get their hands on it, it would be a chance to strengthen themselves. They could raise large numbers of immortal paragons. In less than 1,000 years, the power of the universe would increase by 100-fold. Ruler Skyend's words were justified. The other rulers couldn't stop him. If the alien really wanted to launch an all-out attack, they would definitely send a ruler. Sending a ruler over was very normal. This matter was settled. The Skyend Hegemon returned to his palace. He immediately summoned his trusted aide. Ditien once again displayed his strength. Even the Skyend ruler was tempted. It would be for the best if he could obtain the cultivation technique. He had to pay close attention to this matter. Go and tell Ming Shan not to give Ditien any face. It's best to rope him in. Even if he can't rope him in, he can't become his enemy, Sovereign Tianjue said to his confidant. Hegemon Skyend knew Hegemon Bright Mountain's temperament. In his heart, he definitely looked down on Ditien. Right now, the wheel of fortune had turned, and even the Skyend Hegemon had begun to take Ditien seriously. Previously, there was only one high-level immortal venerate. Furthermore, he had to use a battle formation. Thus, the Skyend Hegemon did not care. It wasn't as if this kind of battle technique couldn't be found in the entire universe. Now that his strength had reached the pseudo-ruler realm, even a peak 1-star ruler might not be able to defeat him in 10 years. The Empyrean hegemon knew that Di Tian had the ability to defend this place, but he still wanted to do him a favor. He had to maintain good relations with them. That was why he had arranged for his trusted aide to make the trip, so that there wouldn't be any trouble. As for what the other three forces would think, the Empyrean hegemon could predict it. Just like that, the outsiders' first attack ended. Lin Fei once again immersed himself in leveling up. He constantly hunted fiends and obtained fiend blood essences to help them level up. It would be best if they all became rulers. Once they had 12 true rulers, the great metropolis world would not have to worry about them for a long time. Once they became rulers, their combat power would at least be at the peak 1-star ruler level. This was their advantage. Master, Hegemon Bright Mountain is here, and he brought the Emperor Dynasty army with him. Immortal Paragon Myriad Evil came in to report, disdain written all over his face. He truly looked down on the Emperor Dynasty army. Isn't it good that they came to defend this place? Lin Fei laughed. At least we have cannon fodder. It wasn't that Lin Fei couldn't tell what the Emperor Dynasty was trying to do. They were even more wary of him. The great metropolis world probably had the most spies out of all the worlds. Lin Fei knew this better than anyone else. Lin Fei didn't go deal with them. Isn't there a ruler coming? Let them go have a good time. Lin Fei suddenly laughed. Good idea. Immortal Paragon Myriad Evil had seen the combat power of the great metropolis world. They were all at the pseudo-ruler level. Lin Fei's words gave Hegemon Bright Mountain a headache. Encountering such a thick-skinned champion was a real pain in the ass. I didn't expect this Di Tian to have so many talents under his command. On an uninhabited planet. This was the base camp of the outsiders. Hegemon Blazing Sky and the others gathered again. The outsider army they had sent to the great metropolis world had disappeared. The one speaking was Hegemon Blazing Sky. One of the pseudo-rulers had been sent by him. This great metropolis world is a tough nut to crack. We should act ourselves. Ever since they arrived, they hadn't done anything. This was also a rule. To them, this was just a small skirmish, not a real battle. The combat power of 12 pseudo-rulers, the great metropolis world is indeed extraordinary. Starfish Dominator said, what I'm more interested in is what kind of techniques they are cultivating. Over the years, they had gathered a lot of information. They had investigated the great metropolis world's combat power, and the 12 champions were on the list. The only thing they didn't expect was that 10 years later, they would silently reach this realm. They cared a lot about this cultivation technique. Rumor has it that Di Tian's cultivation is aided by the gods. Perhaps he cultivated this technique. Hegemon Taishian nodded. Otherwise, he might not have such combat power at such a young age. They were all desperados. Back when they attacked, they were eyeing the population of the myriad worlds and their weak strength. They didn't expect to find something good. Why don't the three of us personally go to the great metropolis world and force Di Tian to hand over the cultivation technique? Hegemon Blazing Sky was also very tempted. With this cultivation technique, our subordinate strength will increase by a lot. It's just an immortal paragon. If we attack, it'll be a piece of cake. Hegemon Starfish expressed his approval. It's best if we attack from 3 directions and send out rulers to attract their attention. Then, we can secretly attack Di Tian. The success rate will be very high. Hegemon Taishian naturally wouldn't say anything at this time. Who wouldn't be tempted by this cultivation technique? They had been to many territories, but had never seen such a cultivation technique. They had been stuck at the 1-star ruler realm for a very long time. Perhaps they could use this cultivation technique to break through and become invincible rulers in the future. Let's discuss this properly. A month later, the alien armies attacked fiercely from 3 directions. In the past, it was a small-scale battle, but this time, it was a full-scale attack. All the alien immortals attacked, putting great pressure on the border. At the same time, the alien rulers also attacked. 3 alien rulers. Every single one of the alien hegemons wielded a hegemon weapon and wore hegemon battle robes as they led their troops forward. The imperial dynasty sent out 6 hegemons, 2 in each direction, and only then did they manage to fight to a standstill. The Emperor dynasty was under great pressure. It wouldn't be good for the Emperor dynasty if they were attacked from any direction. The only thing they didn't understand was that the great metropolis world didn't move. It seemed like they didn't choose to attack from this direction. This made them heave a sigh of relief. Hegemon Skyend and the others probably fell for it. Not too far away from the great metropolis world, the three alien rulers personally came to capture Di Tian. For the sake of a godly cultivation technique, they didn't care if they bullied the weak. After all, they were fugitives to begin with. So long as they got what they wanted, victory would be theirs. The three of them snuck into the great metropolis world. It seems we were too cautious. Hegemon Skyburn laughed. Aside from Hegemon Mingshan, there are no other rulers here, and Di Tian is in the Invincible Palace. At first, they were afraid of alerting the enemy. After entering the great metropolis world, they scanned the area with their Hegemon divine sense. There weren't many experts here, aside from Hegemon Mingshan, who had a certain level of combat power. Let's go straight to the Invincible Palace. The three of them shot through the void and appeared outside the Invincible Palace. They wanted to capture Di Tian and use soul-scouring arts to find out what they wanted. Let's go in. The three rulers descended upon the Invincible Palace, and three terrifying auras pressed down upon it. No one's here. They scanned the area with their Hegemon divine sense, but didn't find Di Tian. This startled them. Di Tian wasn't in the Invincible Palace. This wasn't good news. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible. Boom. 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 Explosion, and the others charged out first. The Invincible Palace dares to come here? How dare you? Throwing caution to the wind, explosion, and the others attacked first. Courting death. They had come to find Di Tian, so they naturally didn't care about the others. Hegemon Taishian let out a cold laugh. He raised his right hand, which transformed into a long saber. He slashed downwards, wanting to kill the enemy general. Boom. Light rose from Explosion's body as a Hegemon battle robe appeared, blocking Tieshuan's attack. It's actually a low-grade Hegemon battle robe. Hegemon Taishian wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. His pseudo-Hegemon subordinates all had immortal sovereign battle robes. Chapter 1510. A low-grade ruler's battle armor was worth a fortune. Ruler Iron Profound immediately stared at him. A pseudo-ruler from a backwater region was actually wearing this kind of equipment. Wasn't this clearly telling them that he was extremely rich? Snatch it. He had to snatch it. It was at this point that the three Hegemons noticed that the 12 generals were all wearing low-grade hegemonic battle robes. Once again, their eyes lit up. I'm rich. A great metropolis world actually had such equipment. Even their pseudo-rulers didn't have such good equipment. Even if you want to snatch it, you'll have to see if you have the ability to. The extermination battle general laughed coldly. With a flip of his hands, a pair of boxing gloves appeared, and 2 punches of light shot out. Against a sovereign of a 1-star outsider, the extermination battle general was completely unaffected. Just like that, he charged forward. Boom boom boom. The 12 generals all had the power of a pseudo-ruler. The peak of an immortal venerable. Once they got close, they would engage in close-quarters combat. It just so happened that the 4 battle generals surrounded one person and attacked from all 4 directions at the same time. The outsider sovereign was truly powerful. With a wave of his hand, he was able to deflect their attacks, but he was still unable to withstand their attacks. The outsider hegemons were unable to kill them immediately. Seal. It wasn't that Hegemon Iron Profound hadn't killed pseudo-hegemons before, but today's pseudo-hegemon was particularly difficult to deal with. His defenses were monstrous, and there was no way to break through his defenses in a short period of time. This was not what they wanted to see. Without any hesitation, he used the Sovereign Lord's immortal talisman. Hua! A white light spread out. The sky above the Invincible Palace turned into a world of ice and snow. The 12 generals were instantly frozen. Arrest him. The 12 generals were especially difficult to deal with. The 3 outsider sovereigns were afraid that Di Tian would escape, and so they could only use their sovereign immortal talismans to capture him as soon as possible. The Sovereign Lord's immortal talisman was terrifying. The 12 generals were temporarily sealed, but with the Sovereign Lord's defenses, they wouldn't be killed anytime soon. Outsiders sneak attack. In a corner of the great metropolis heaven, Hegemon Bright Mountain led his men to stand guard here. As soon as the 3 terrifying auras appeared, Xiao Chen immediately realized what was going on. He was just about to go over to take a look when he saw the 12 generals fighting against the 3 one-star sovereigns. They don't want to live anymore. Do they really think that a pseudo-ruler can fight against a ruler? Hegemon Bright Mountain had given the order, but in his heart, he still looked down on them. In fact, he was jealous and envious. When the 12 generals gained a set of armor, Hegemon Bright Mountain almost vomited out a mouthful of blood. This was the Hegemon's armor. No wonder they dared to attack. Pseudo-dominator rank wearing low-quality dominator battle armor, this treatment, this equipment. The sovereign of the famed mountains glanced at himself and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. There was no way to compete. As soon as the terrifying sovereign immortal talisman was unleashed, even the sovereigns of the famed mountains felt a sense of pressure. This sort of single-use item was actually being used at a time like this. They wanted to end the battle quickly. Hegemon Ming Shan realized what they were thinking. They wanted to capture Di Tian and bring him back. This won't do. Without saying a single word, Hegemon Bright Mountain charged straight towards them. Even though the enemy had 3 Hegemons, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and charge forward. If he could tie down one of them, he would at least be able to thank Hegemon Bright Mountain. If he had looked down on her before, this meant that Hegemon Mingshan was now interested in befriending Di Tian. What if the other party was happy and gave him a ruler's battle armor? When he saw the supreme-grade immortal paragon battle robes on his body, Hegemon Mingshan felt as though he was a country bumpkin. Compared to Emperor Tian's subordinates, the difference was vast. There was no way for him to compare at all. Boom tilde tilde the 3 outsider Hegemons charged over. At this moment, a terrifying aura rushed out of the invincible palace. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." A faint voice echoed in the sky with a hint of disdain. Hua tilde a Jingguang flew out from beneath the invincible palace, transforming into a golden river that swept towards them. Child's play. A black saber appeared in the starfish Hegemon's hand, and he slashed at the golden river, preparing to chop it apart and break the enemy's attack. As long as Di Tian was here, everything would be fine. A mere attack would be a piece of cake. The saber light flashed, striking the river like a rock sinking into the ocean. The river grew closer and closer. Hua, hua, hua. The starfish Hegemon did not believe it. He struck out 100 times in a row. The river remained motionless. Not good. Quick, run. Hegemon Ironbright cursed to himself. He retreated, but a wave came crashing down on the river. A rainbow-colored fist landed on the river, evaporating all the water in the sky. The river did not change at all. The river swept over horizontally. The 3 Hegemons used all their techniques, but were unable to break through the river. Finally, a hint of terror appeared on their faces. Di Tian had yet to show himself, but a single attack from a single treasure was enough to give them a headache. This made them feel fear. What other treasures did Di Tian have? Hua, the river swept over, wrapping around them. The 3 Hegemons were all dodging, but their speed was far inferior to Chang Changhe's. The 3 outsider Hegemons were tightly bound, and the river's true form was revealed. It was a golden chain. Middle-grade Hegemon treasure. The 3 outsider Hegemons' hearts sank when they saw this. No wonder they couldn't break through this treasure. It was actually of this grade. The 3 outsider Hegemons' hearts sank. No matter how much they thought about it, they had never expected that Di Tian would not be as easy to deal with as they had imagined. This fellow had truly hidden himself well. Hua. The person below controlled the golden chain, and just like that, the 3 outsider Hegemons landed within the invincible palace. Crack, crack, crack. Another streak of sword chi flew out, shattering all the ice in the sky. The 12 generals broke out of the seal, but their faces were pale. It seemed that their injuries were not serious. It's over just like that. Hegemon Ming Shan, who had been preparing to express his gratitude, shivered. It had stopped. The 3 outsider Hegemons were defeated, just like that. Hegemon Mingshan truly could not accept this result. Those were 3 one-star hegemons, not 3 pseudo-hegemons. Who had attacked? Could it be Di Tian? For it to be able to trap 3 one-star hegemons meant that it had to be a mid-grade hegemon treasure, right? When Hegemon Mingshan thought of this, he didn't dare to think any further. Everyone had believed that Di Tian had a trump card, but who would have thought that it was even more terrifying than they had imagined? What if he attacked Hegemon Skyend and the others? Hegemon Mingshan once more shivered. This was a major event. Hegemon Mingshan couldn't sit still any longer. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe that this was real. 3 outsider hegemons had been captured, just like that, and they had fallen into Di Tian's hands. Hegemon Mingshan wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead, then turned and left. He didn't dare to go to the Invincible Palace. By now, the Invincible Palace was like a tiger's den. He, as a one-star hegemon, wouldn't be enough to deal with them. Hegemon Mingshan secretly rejoiced that he hadn't made trouble for Di Tian earlier. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. He had to notify his lord as soon as possible. The 3 of you have come to visit in the middle of the night. Chapter 1511. The 3 sovereigns had never thought they would lose so miserably. Di Tian hadn't even moved, and they had already lost. Using a mid-grade sovereign realm treasure was simply bullying. They knew the value of a mid-grade sovereign treasure, especially a binding treasure like this. Its price was terrifying, and even ordinary sovereigns couldn't buy it. Looking at themselves was the best proof. The wealth they had accumulated from plundering cities was far less than a mid-grade sovereign treasure. This was what it meant to be infuriated by comparison. This was the first time the 3 sovereigns had seen Di Tian. A very young guy. Di Tian, we admit defeat. Sovereign Taishen had to admit that he had lost, and that he had no chance of turning the tables. From the seal on his power, Sovereign Taishen knew that Di Tian was even more terrifying than they had imagined. Who would have known that in such a backward world, there would be such a well-hidden guy? Di Tian had probably been waiting for them. Ridiculous. They had treated him like a fish on the chopping block, doing whatever they wanted. Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Ever since they had been ambushed, Lin Fei had been using the system's scanning function. He used it every day. Although it cost him points, it wasn't too much. As long as a powerful force appeared within range, Lin Fei would be the first to know. The 3 sovereigns seemed to have hidden well, but in reality, everything was under Lin Fei's control. The moment they entered the great metropolis heaven, the result was already decided. Di Tian, you're just relying on your powerful treasure. If you have the ability, let's fight one-on-one. Sovereign Starfish was unwilling to lose. If he had a chance, he would definitely be able to defeat Di Tian. Lin Fei shook his head. You don't have the right. Rumble Tilda, an even more terrifying aura pressed down on them. Sovereign Starfish felt like he was in a vast ocean. Wave after wave came crashing down, trying to drown him. Fear appeared in his eyes again. 2-star Sovereign Realm. Sovereign Starfish felt like he had been slapped in the face. He had thought he was awesome, but Di Tian was even more awesome, reaching the 2-star Sovereign Realm without anyone noticing. One-on-one? He really didn't have the right. Di Tian's realm was high, and he had a mid-grade sovereign treasure. He was like a giant. No matter what they did, the result would be the same. Good eye. Lin Fei wasn't interested in dealing with 1-star sovereigns. 1 treasure was enough. Lord Di Tian, as long as you don't kill us, we're willing to use our entire wealth to redeem ourselves. Hegemon Scorching Heaven had no choice but to lower his head. Lost. It was a complete defeat. What shocked them even more was that Di Tian had only cultivated for a short period of time, but his future achievements were limitless. Even if I kill you, all of your assets will still be mine. Lin Fei laughed. The 3 sovereign lords were rendered speechless. That's right, all of their belongings were on them. If a 2-star sovereign wanted to kill them, even 100 of them wouldn't be a match for the sovereign. Moreover, their belongings wouldn't even belong to the sovereign. Lin Fei retracted his aura. Why did you attack the myriad world? That's because there aren't many experts in the myriad worlds. Even if there were, We've brought a total of 6 sovereigns with us this time. No matter how weak we are, we'll still be able to bite off a chunk of meat. Hegemon Tai Xian was a fugitive, so he naturally wouldn't try to fight to the death. That would be an idiotic thing to do. His priority was to survive. Their thinking was very simple. Are there many people like you in the endless territories? Lin Fei asked again. As long as Di Tian didn't kill them, they could breathe a sigh of relief. Many, countless, as many as the hairs on a cow. Lin Fei asked a few more questions, all of which were related to their line of work. An hour later, Lin Fei understood everything and gained a better understanding of their line of work. Come in, explosive extermination. Lin Fei called explosive extermination in. An hour later, explosive extermination had completely expelled the cold energy from his body, and his injuries had mostly healed. Master. Explosive extermination hadn't even looked at them once since he entered. The 3 sovereign lords' hearts were in their throats. This was a matter of life and death, and the results were about to be revealed. How could they not be anxious? There was no such thing as medicine for regret in this world. If they could, they definitely wouldn't dare to have any designs on Di Tian. He was a 2-star sovereign, so he wasn't someone they could scheme against. Explosive extermination. I have a mission for you. I believe it'll be very suitable for you. Lin Fei said. If the 3 of you don't want to die, then swear to become explosive extermination's followers and follow him around from now on. Otherwise, you can die right now. I'm willing. I'm willing. The 3 sovereign lords said without hesitation. Nobody was willing to die. Right now, becoming a follower meant that they wouldn't have to die. This was undoubtedly the best outcome. Although they couldn't become Di Tian's followers, as long as they were united around him, it didn't matter who they followed. This was the best news they had heard so far. The 3 sovereign lords swore their oaths to become explosive extermination's followers. Their lives were now in explosive extermination's hands. Although the 3 of them felt bitter, there was nothing they could do. Explosive extermination, take them and sneak into the outsider's territory. Capture the remaining 3 sovereigns and make them follow you. Lin Fei put away the single origin gold chain. I'll teach you how to use it. Go capture them. Understood. Half a day later, explosive extermination returned. 3 sovereign lords were by his side. They were Hegemon Blazing Sky and the others. Master, I've already captured them according to your orders and forced them to become your followers. Explosive extermination reported. With Hegemon Blazing Sky as his spy, explosive extermination took out his golden chain and captured them. He made them his followers and ordered them to continue attacking without pause. Once the 3 sovereign lords were captured, explosive extermination hurriedly returned to report the situation. Hegemon Blazing Sky and the others didn't know what was going on. They didn't dare to say anything. You did very well. Lin Fei was very satisfied. They didn't suspect anything, did they? Not at all. When the time comes, send orders to them to attack for another day and then finish. Lin Fei said. And then, take the remaining generals, Hegemon Blazing Sky, and the others and head to the other territories. Leave this place. Our mission. Your mission is very simple. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. I want you to capture sovereigns for me. I don't care if they're independent sovereigns or clan sovereigns. I only want sovereigns, and I want them alive. The more, the better. Hegemon Blazing Sky and the others had heard arrogant words before, but they had never heard anything as arrogant as this. He actually wanted to capture sovereigns. This was the first time they had heard of a mission like this. In the past, Hegemon Blazing Sky definitely would have sneered and mocked him, but now that he was a follower, he didn't dare say anything. I'll give you the 1 origin gold chain, Lin Fei said. With this, you'll have a much easier time. Moreover, you can expand your team, and everything will be under your control. Extermination licked his lips, revealing a fierce glint. Thank you, Master. I'll definitely do a good job. Lin Fei believed that extermination wouldn't disappoint him. He looked at Hegemon Blazing Sky and said, the 3 of you, cooperate well with extermination. If you do well, it won't be difficult for you to become a 2-star sovereign or even a 3-star sovereign. Lin Fei was very good at promising benefits. They had ambushed him for the sake of cultivation techniques. Indeed, when the three heard this, they all revealed looks of joy. They had raided and pillaged for a different goal, and that was to increase their strength. As long as they increased their strength, they would be able to get whatever they wanted. "We'll definitely cooperate well, Master," Hegemon Blazing Sky and the others said in unison. "The few leaders we know are all one-star sovereigns. I think we can start from there." After promising benefits, they immediately became motivated. They began plotting against their peers. Lin Fei didn't ask about this matter. He wanted results. Extermination: when your strength increases, and you see the Jiyu family's caravan, destroy it for me. Lin Fei added. "The Jiyu family has offended Master. I'll definitely take care of them for Master." In order to increase Extermination's combat strength, Lin Fei handed the One Origin gold chain to Extermination. At the same time, he took out the low-grade Sovereign Destruction Cannon and handed it to Extermination. This was a good item for sneak attacks. Even if they weren't killed, just heavily injuring them would be enough. Hegemon Blazing Sky and the others didn't resist anymore. Perhaps following a master like this wasn't a bad thing. They had only heard of such an all-out attack weapon, but had never seen one. They didn't expect to have one now. News of the three outsider sovereigns landing in the Invincible Palace spread. Outsiders didn't know, except for Hegemon Mingshan. The outsider sovereigns outside, after attacking ferociously for a day, retreated from the myriad heavens. No one knew what had happened during this period of time. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when the outsider sovereigns retreated. The outsider immortals were all fugitives, and they fought bravely. Many immortals died in the myriad heavens as they attacked. Now that they had left, the dark cloud hanging over everyone's head had finally disappeared completely. The damnable outsider sovereigns had finally left. The Emperor dynasty heaved a sigh of relief as well. At the same time, they arranged for people to follow them from behind. Only when they left the myriad heavens and entered the endless universe did they confirm that the outsider sovereigns had truly left. Now they could rest easy. After the outsider army retreated, Extermination and the other generals announced that they were going into seclusion, but secretly snuck into the outsider army and headed for the endless territories. Before leaving, they took 100 million low-grade saint stones with them. "I wonder what it'll be like to let such a ferocious tiger out." Lin Fei chuckled as he looked at the sky. Lin Fei was ecstatic for a good while because of this idea he had come up with on the spur of the moment. Extermination and the others were most suited to be marauders. Killing a sovereign might be difficult, but capturing a sovereign was a piece of cake if they were prepared for it. As for the immortal sovereigns below the sovereigns, Lin Fei wasn't very interested. As for the sovereigns who had been captured, they could only blame their bad luck for running into him. No one could be blamed for that. After all, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. "If I don't kill you, you'll come and kill me sooner or later." Chapter 15:12. The alien army had left, just like that. This was a happy outcome, but also a surprising one. Why had the alien hegemon suddenly led his people away? This wasn't their style. They should have at least tried to plunder and plunder. No one was clear about the reason behind it. They couldn't figure out what was going on. But someone did. One night in the Invincible Palace, Hegemon Skyend stealthily appeared in the great metropolis world. Can it be that Di Tian's backer really is behind this? If it is, I have to recruit him. Hegemon Skyend mused to himself, fellow Daoist Bright Mountain isn't likely to lie to me. A second later, Hegemon Skyend descended upon Hegemon Bright Mountain's headquarters. Bright Mountain. Hegemon Bright Mountain had been restraining his immortal army recently, not allowing them to leave. He was afraid that news would spread. Right now, he was strictly guarding against any leaks. "You finally came. If you hadn't come, I would have gone over." Hegemon Bright Mountain let out a sigh of relief upon seeing Hegemon Skyend arrive. At least no one had beaten him to the punch. Although he controlled his army, he had quite a few spies as well. Hegemon Bright Mountain didn't believe that others wouldn't know about what had happened that night. Fortunately, Hegemon Skyend had come. "Thank you for your hard work. Not at all. Hegemon Bright Mountain shook his head. But I need to pay more attention to Di Tian's matter. Hegemon Bright Mountain drove them out, then set down layers of restrictive spells. He knew that what Hegemon Skyend wanted to know the most was what had happened that night. This is what happened. Hegemon Bright Mountain repeated what had happened that night, including every single detail. You said that those 3 Hegemons never came out after entering the Invincible Palace? Hegemon Skyend knew exactly how powerful they were. They really haven't come out. Hegemon Bright Mountain nodded. After they entered, the 12 generals attacked, all of them wearing Hegemon battle robes. Afterwards, someone from the Invincible Palace seemed to take out a treasure, and the 3 Hegemons vanish. Hegemon Skyend couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Hegemon Skyend knew that he wouldn't be able to make 3 one-star Hegemons vanish at once. Given enough time, it wouldn't be a problem, but it would affect him. More importantly, Hegemon Skyend had heard about the Hegemon battle robes. Everyone had one? What kind of joke was this? Where did Di Tian's wealth come from? It wasn't easy for him to get his hands on a ruler's battle armor. In that case, Di Tian has concealed himself extremely deeply. The Skyend Hegemon said, perhaps the departure of the alien army really does have something to do with Di Tian. What do you think we should do to him? Hegemon Bright Mountain was filled with dread towards Di Tian. This was someone he couldn't afford to offend. It's best to rope them in, Hegemon Bright Mountain said. Soon, the Divine General Dais will appear. We need to think about how we can get the most out of it. We can't just let Windrain and the others take everything for themselves. The Divine General platform blasted destruction and the other champions left. The defense of Invincible Palace was handed over to Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable and a dozen other Immortal Venerables. They were all peak mid-stage Immortal Sovereigns. Coupled with the Sovereign battle armor, even pseudo-sovereigns would not be able to break through their defenses. And so, the Skyend Hegemon had arrived. And it was done very quietly. Avoiding Immortal Supremacy Demon Sealing's divine sense, Sovereign Skyend quietly entered. Tonight was a private matter and he wasn't willing to bring it to the surface. Fellow Daoist Qianju, you're barging into my Invincible Palace in the middle of the night. That's not what a gentleman would do. A chuckling voice came from a certain direction and entered the ears of the Sovereign of Skyend. I've been discovered. The Sovereign of Skyend was secretly shocked. He had underestimated Di Tian's abilities. The Sovereign of Skyend had obtained this concealment ruler movement technique by chance in the past. With this movement technique, even 3- or 4-star sovereigns wouldn't be able to see his movements. The Sovereign of Skyend was very proud of this, but he didn't expect to be exposed tonight. The Sovereign of Skyend was thick-skinned. He withdrew his movement technique and swaggered in a certain direction. Finally, he appeared in a garden. Not far away, a person was sitting under a pavilion. Fellow Daoist Di Tian, it seems you're in a good mood. The Sovereign of Skyend appeared. Lin Fei secretly despised the Sovereign of Skyend. As a sovereign, he still had to act so sneakily. He had to admit that the Sovereign of Skyend's movement technique was not bad. Isn't there an esteemed guest visiting? As the host, I have to entertain him no matter what. Otherwise, people will say that I'm a bad host. Lin Fei drank a cup of immortal wine. The Sovereign of Skyend also sat down. Good wine. If you like it, you can take some with you later, Lin Fei said casually. This immortal wine came from the Moluo Dominion. Thank you very much. Lin Fei said some meaningless words unhurriedly, appearing very indifferent. The Sovereign of Skyend was originally prepared to test him, but in the face of Di Tian, there was no reaction. He knew that Di Tian wasn't easy to deal with. I heard that the alien sovereigns left with Daoist Di Tian's help. I thank you on behalf of everyone in the Emperor dynasty. If not for you, who knows how many immortals in the Emperor dynasty would have died. This is what I should do. The Sovereign of Skyend had seen proud people, but he had never seen someone as low-key as Di Tian. Too low-key. The Sovereign of Skyend could not see any pride in the other party. I wonder what Daoist Di Tian thinks about the Divine General platform in a few decades. The Sovereign of Skyend felt that he couldn't waste his breath, so he got to the point. If it was 10 years ago, Lin Fei wouldn't know much about the Divine General Platform and would be confused. But after the trip to the Moluo Dominion, Lin Fei knew the importance of the Divine General Platform. This was a gathering of sovereigns. Only sovereigns were qualified to participate. It was a place filled with countless treasures, and it was rumored to be a chance to ascend to the heavens in a single step. This was one of the reasons why the myriad realms wanted to establish the Emperor dynasty. After all, not all sovereigns could participate in the Divine General Platform. The Emperor dynasty was one of the criteria. This is a gathering of sovereigns. Lin Fei didn't say much. The sovereign of Skyend was a bit dissatisfied, but he didn't show it. In my opinion, the Divine General Platform is filled with danger. Countless sovereigns perish each time. Undying sovereigns can either rapidly break through or greatly increase their strength. However, they need to be able to protect themselves. If I may be so bold as to ask, is your master interested in participating? That was his goal, wasn't it? From the moment the sovereign of Skyend arrived, Lin Fei knew that he wouldn't come in person for no reason. I don't know about that, Lin Fei said vaguely. I won't ask about such things. My master has quite a temper. The sovereign of Skyend had run into a cold snag. After learning a bit about the situation from Hegemon Mingshan, he was prepared to work with Di Tian's backer and enter the Divine General Platform together. There's no rush, the sovereign of Skyend said. He believed that Di Tian would definitely understand what he meant. By the way, Daoist Di Tian has contributed greatly to the fight against the alien races. Our Emperor dynasty won't forget this. This is a small token of my appreciation. In order to rope in Di Tian, the sovereign of Skyend didn't come empty-handed. He brought some celestial sovereign treasures. Among them was a low-grade sovereign battle suit, and 10 million low-grade saint stones. Chapter 1513. Ruler Skyend didn't sit for long before he left. He had been looked down upon. When he left, Ruler Skyend saw the look in his eyes. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't angry. The Imperial dynasty's saint had come to give him some treasures, but he had been looked down upon. This made the Skyend hegemon feel extremely displeased. Although he was unhappy, he didn't have the mood to attack. Di Tian's backer was extraordinary. The alien ruler was dealt with just like that. Even if he went all out, he might not be able to handle him. Ruler Skyend was relieved that Di Tian had accepted the gift. After all, he had dealt with quite a bit of trouble this time. He had been planning to personally fight. How poor. Lin Fei did look down on Ruler Skyend. As for what he was thinking, he didn't want to know, and he didn't need to know. 20 celestial paragon treasures, a ruler battle robe, and saint stones. This personal gift wasn't light. In the universe, just a ruler battle robe would cause a massacre. But in Lin Fei's eyes, these things weren't worth it at all. They were too shabby. Just the ruler immortal talismans in Lin Fei's storage ring could be exchanged for low-grade ruler battle robes. Lin Fei didn't doubt that if he really attacked Ruler Skyend, he could kill him with a ruler immortal talisman. This was the benefit of being rich. Don't say that he was bullying others with money. A few decades of Divine General Platform. I really look forward to it. My invincibility points, ever since Ruler Skyend left. News of the alien ruler's night attack spread among the upper echelons. After all, the commotion that day wasn't small, and it couldn't be hidden at all. If it wasn't for Ruler Mingshan, the upper echelons would have known long ago. As soon as Hegemon Skyend left, Hegemon Bright Mountain led the Imperial army back to the Imperial capital. This news quickly spread. Ruler Windrain, Ruler Boundless, and even Ruler Extermination all cursed Ruler Skyend for being shameless. He must have gone to contact Di Tian, and the two might have negotiated some kind of cooperation. A few days later, Ruler Windrain came, and after exchanging greetings, he left some treasures. Ruler Boundless of the Celestial Sects also came, and also gave a gift. He probed, but found nothing. Only Ruler Extermination didn't come. Their immortal court still had some foundation, so they naturally wouldn't be afraid. Even a ruler had come to visit. The nearby mid-level worlds were all scared ***. The outsider ruler had never returned. With such a powerful neighbor, what if he did something to them? As a result, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages in front of the great metropolis. The invincible palace accepted the gifts that were delivered to their doorstep without hesitation. After all, it was something that they should give out. Otherwise, they would really think that the invincible palace was a vegetarian. After being busy for a while, Lin Fei once again immersed himself in leveling up. If he wanted to kill a ruler on the Divine General platform, he would have to raise his strength to the next level. No matter what, he had to be a 3-star ruler. Every day, Lin Fei killed monsters and leveled up. The monsters he killed were not immortal beasts but demon warriors. This also gave Lin Fei a large amount of demon blood essence. As long as his body could withstand it, it would be a shortcut for him to quickly break through. Currently, the Abyss Devil blood essence was too tyrannical. Apart from Hairball and the 12 generals, no one else could easily refine and absorb it. Ding, killed demon warrior tilde 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 ding, killed demon warrior tilde 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 ding, killed demon warrior tilde 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 in the demon space. On the blood-red plains, there were densely packed demon warriors. Lin Fei held a low-grade ruler in his hand and chopped off the head of a demon warrior. The low-grade ruler weapon in his hand turned into pieces. A low-grade ruler weapon was destroyed. Without some capital, it would be difficult to level up. Lin Fei shook his head. Another low-grade ruler weapon appeared in his hand. It was a large axe. This was not the first time he destroyed a low-grade ruler weapon. Demon warriors had high defense and high health. It was not easy for Lin Fei to kill them. Ding, killed demon warriors. Successfully reached 10 million. Ding, killed 10 million demon warriors. Obtained demon medal. The system suddenly sent a notification. Lin Fei opened his virtual bag and saw a demon medal. It was filled with demon aura. Demon medal, 1 star. It can release pure demon aura. At the same time, it has a critical hit effect. It can also release a holy strike. It is a good equipment for killing people. It's a critical hit equipment. Ever since he leveled up, none of the equipment that Lin Fei had obtained had a critical hit effect. Lin Fei was overjoyed to obtain a demon medal, especially since it had the holy strike effect. This was an instant kill. Even though the efficiency of appearing was very low, once it appeared, it would be a peerless instant kill. Lin Fei looked at the demon medal and found that the critical hit bonus was not high. It was only a 10% critical hit, which was equivalent to a 10% critical hit. This made him very satisfied. Let's try it out first. Lin Fei raised his large axe and charged forward. The large axe slashed over and suddenly exploded with a critical hit, heavily injuring the demon warrior. Within a few breaths, the demon warrior was killed. Lin Fei looked at it. Basically, 10 attacks would produce a critical hit effect. As for the holy strike, it was temporarily unavailable. Hey, there's this. Lin Fei quickly found something delightful. He did not know how to trigger the holy strike, but he found the time. On the first page of the attributes, he saw the holy strike. It was something like a blood bar, filled with flames. However, only a small part of it was burning. Lin Fei was not an idiot. He immediately knew that as long as the flames filled this health bar, he would be able to use the holy strike. This was undoubtedly good news. This made Lin Fei happy for the entire day. Apart from this, Lin Fei also saw a demon warrior killing quest. After killing 50 million demon warriors, he would receive a 2-star demon medal, which would increase his critical hit power. Lin Fei was immediately filled with motivation. He liked this quest so much that he immediately accepted the demon warrior killing quest. 30 years after the Outsider's army left, Lin Fei killed the demon warriors and advanced from a 2-star ruler to a 3-star ruler. At this time, Lin Fei was already a peak low-level ruler. 70 years after the Outsider's army left, Lin Fei advanced from a 3-star ruler to a 4-star ruler, entering the ranks of mid-level rulers. To advance to a 4-star ruler in less than 100 years, Lin Fei's speed was extraordinarily fast. There was probably no one else like him in the entire universe. During this time, the Immortal Lyceum's young Lord Fan did not appear. Lin Fei really wanted to kill this fellow with divinity and obtain his divinity. Unfortunately, that fellow did not appear. This was not the first time Lin Fei sneaked into the Immortal Lyceum. This was after becoming a 4-star ruler and paying a certain price. He could easily sneak into the Immortal Lyceum. Young Lord Fan did not discover him. Lin Fei also discovered that Paragon Su Feng had disappeared without a trace. Clearly, her background was not simple. Lin Fei still had some gains. He knew that the Immortal Lyceum had a peak 3-star ruler. This was a very old sovereign who didn't seem to have much lifespan left. Lin Fei didn't take a closer look. The Immortal Court was a supreme treasure, and it was filled with layers of restrictive spells. Lin Fei didn't dare to act rashly. Apart from the peak 3-star ruler, the Immortal Lyceum actually had 3 other rulers. Excluding the Destruction ruler, they were all 1-star rulers. From the looks of it, they had not advanced for long. This was already a very strong force. 100 years had passed since the alien army had left. There were only 10 years left until the Divine General Deus. The high-level rulers were in an uproar. This was a grand event of the Endless Territories, a truly grand event. All the peerless ruler geniuses would appear on the Divine General Deus to compete. Only rulers knew of this secret. Not even paragons were qualified to know. 100 years ago, Lin Fei received an invitation from the Emperor dynasty. It was from the Sky-End ruler himself. The Divine Guard of the Divine General Deus is about to arrive. Lin Fei frowned as he read the invitation. The Divine Guard knew about this. They were the golems of the Divine General Deus. Every single one of them was terrifyingly strong. Killing rulers was as easy as drinking water. They had great authority, and there was a rumor that if one offended the Divine Guard, they would die in vain. This information had naturally been gathered from the Moluo weave. As long as they were willing to pay the price, and with the 10,000 rulers sucking up to him, this information was easily obtained. Lin Fei naturally knew about the Divine Guard. Lin Fei had already taken care of matters at home. In 100 years, Immortal Sovereign All-Evil had broken through to the peak of the Immortal Sovereign Realm. He was now a pseudo-ruler, able to fight against 1-star rulers. This meant that the great metropolis realm now had 8 pseudo-rulers. In terms of speed, they were much slower. Lin Fei was very satisfied. He also left behind some rulers' immortal talismans, which could be used at critical moments. After handing the matter over to them, Lin Fei took Hairball with him and headed towards the Emperor dynasty. 100 years. Lin Fei had never been to the Emperor dynasty before. He had no interest in the Emperor dynasty at all. He would rather stay in his own invincible palace. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or to cry as he watched Hairball eat non-stop. She was eating fiend blood essence. Apart from the portion he prepared for Annihilation and the others, the rest was for Hairball. Hairball's aura of violence was growing stronger and stronger. A single glance from her was enough to scare a 1-star ruler to death. Hairball's combat prowess was roughly that of a 3-star ruler. This was also the reason why Lin Fei brought Hairball along. When he killed a ruler, Hairball would be the best helper to destroy the corpses and evidence. Lin Fei stepped into the Emperor Dynasty Holy Palace. Immediately, an immortal sovereign came to welcome him. This time, he didn't make things difficult for him like before. Who would have the courage to do so? The Holy Venerables are all in the main hall. Please follow me, the person said carefully. Even though Lin Fei hadn't shown himself in 100 years, everyone knew that there were terrifying existences in the great metropolis realm. Especially just now, this immortal sovereign had sensed the aura of a ruler from Lin Fei. He had become a ruler. This was the immortal sovereign's greatest thought. How long had it been? Emperor Dynasty Holy Palace. Lin Fei was led in by the immortal sovereign. There were quite a few people standing in the Holy Palace, and all of them were sovereigns, all of whom were looking over. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a ruler before? Rumble Tilda. Chapter 15-14. When it was time to show his strength, he should show it. When Lin Fei stepped in, the gazes of the rulers present made Lin Fei very unhappy. Lin Fei was well aware of the reason why they were looking at him. The strength of the great metropolis world was beyond their imagination. This made the 10 great immortal sects very uneasy, especially when the situation was unclear. As the representative of the outside world, Di Tian undoubtedly made them very unhappy. When they saw Di Tian coming to the Emperor Dynasty Sacred Hall, they did not hesitate. Their sharp gazes shot over, containing the pressure of a ruler. This was an open and above-board pressure. They wanted to embarrass Di Tian in front of everyone. They didn't dare to do anything to Di Tian's backer, but that didn't mean they would disgust Di Tian and make themselves feel better. They could imagine that Di Tian would not be able to withstand the pressure of a ruler. He would definitely embarrass himself. This was the common thought of everyone. There were all kinds of surprises in everything. Lin Fei directly erupted with the pressure of a ruler, shattering all the gazes of the rulers. They were caught off guard, and their bodies trembled slightly. This was a genuine pressure. The expressions of the 4 holy venerables sitting at the highest places changed drastically. Di Tian had become a ruler. This speed was too fast. Ruler Tianju's face looked expressionless, but his heart was in turmoil. This result was really beyond his expectations. Di Tian had become a ruler. Fortunately, I personally went to the Invincible Palace last time. I didn't expect Di Tian to become a ruler so quickly. It seems that Di Tian came to the Divine General platform on behalf of that person. Ruler Tianju immediately understood. Although Di Tian seemed to have become a ruler not long ago, Ruler Tianju didn't dare to underestimate him. Who knew what trump cards he had? At least, Ruler Tianju couldn't break through in such a short period of time. Now that Di Tian had become a ruler, he was on the same level as him. Ruler Tianju looked at the nearby ruler of destruction with a smug look in his eyes. Didn't the immortal court look down on Di Tian? Now he had become a ruler. Daoist Di Tian, you are indeed a genius. You became a ruler so quickly, Ruler Windrain said with a smile. The rulers of the 10 great immortal sects below all sucked in a cold breath. They had wanted to show Di Tian their strength, telling him that this was not a place where immortal sovereigns could appear. However, who would have thought that Di Tian was an overlord? That was a huge slap to their faces. More importantly, they sensed danger from this pressure. A very dangerous aura. This was the sharp reaction of a hegemon. When Hegemon Windrain spoke out, none of the other hegemons dared to do anything else. They had to give him face. Amongst the 3 hegemons, the infinite hegemon secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his relationship with Di Tian wasn't too strained. No matter what, Di Tian wouldn't bear a grudge against the immortal sects. If there were any grudges between them. Now that Di Tian had become a hegemon, the boundless hegemon had let go of everything else. Di Tian was improving too quickly. 100 years ago, he had been an immortal paragon. 100 years later, he had become a sovereign. Given his cultivation speed, they didn't dare to offend him. Di Tian had a heaven-defying cultivation technique. Apart from this, they couldn't think of any other way to raise a ruler in such a short period of time. It was just that at this moment, the sovereign of extermination had an unsightly expression on his face. The sovereign of the immortal court included as well. They had never imagined that Di Tian would become a sovereign. This result was hard to accept. If I had known this would happen, I would have killed Di Tian back then. The extermination hegemon mused to himself, young Lord Fan gave me 10 years. I should have killed Di Tian back then. In a mere 100 years, he has become a ruler. He really is a heaven-defying fellow. However, young Lord Fan is also a ruler now. If Di Tian encounters young Lord Fan, he will definitely die. When he thought of this, the extermination hegemon felt much better. The extermination hegemon had never been able to see through young Lord Fan's combat power. I'll let you be smug for now. Just like that, Lin Fei entered the Emperor Dynasty Holy Palace. Lin Fei chose to ignore everyone's envy and jealousy. Did they really think he was that easy to bully? He couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed as he looked at the few hegemons in the Emperor Dynasty Holy Palace. The combat power of the myriad realms was truly weak. For example, there were 10+ hegemons standing in the Holy Palace. This was already the strongest combat power of the myriad realms. Lin Fei basically didn't recognize any of the hegemons present. Some of them had begun to weaken, and were no longer as powerful as they had been in the past. If they didn't break through to the next level, they would probably die in 1,000,000 years. Young Lord Fan isn't here. Lin Fei looked around but didn't see young Lord Fan. As everyone knows, the Divine General Dais is about to open. We are all hegemons of the Emperor Dynasty. For the sake of the Emperor Dynasty's strength, I hope we can cooperate on this trip to the Divine General Dais. The Skyend hegemon stood up and said loudly. Lin Fei didn't pay much attention to him, and he believed that the hegemons present were the same. The Divine General Dais had hegemon shards. As long as one collected them and refined them, they would be able to break through to the hegemon level. There were also some treasures for breaking through to the hegemon level. This was an important goal for hegemons. If one was lucky, they might enter as a 1-star hegemon and come out as a 5-star hegemon, or even a 6-star hegemon. This kind of situation had happened before. The first meeting between hegemons wasn't anything grand. By the time it was over, quite a few hegemons had already come up to greet Lin Fei and get to know him. In the past, they might not have been qualified to greet him, but now that he was a hegemon, they were. Everyone knew that Di Tian had risen to prominence in the imperial dynasty. Previously, he had been an immortal paragon, but now that he was a hegemon, his power was perhaps even more terrifying. He wasn't someone they could afford to offend, and they might even need him to take care of them on the Divine General Dais. Right now, everyone considered Di Tian to be one of the hegemons they couldn't afford to offend. Who knew how much Di Tian's power would grow in 100 years? For the sake of becoming a hegemon, they had worked hard for several chaos years or even dozens of chaos years, but none of them were as freakish as Di Tian. Lin Fei spent the night in one of the side halls of the Holy Palace. The next morning, the hegemons were seated in groups of 2 or 3. In the air above the Holy Palace, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared. As soon as this aura appeared, the entire Holy Palace was enveloped by a terrifying pressure. The hegemons' expressions changed. A black warship emerged from the void, a domineering divine character emblazoned on the hull of the ship. This was a Realmverse warship. From the deck of the Realmverse warship, a sharp and domineering gaze shot down. When this gaze swept past the hegemons below, they felt as if they had been plunged into a bottomless abyss. We respectfully welcome the divine emissary. The Skyend hegemon and the other 3 hegemons flew out, steeling themselves to greet him. Chapter 15:15. What a powerful aura. Lin Fei couldn't help but look up. Back in the Moluo Weave, Lin Fei already knew that the divine guards were puppets and knew how powerful they were. Now that he saw them with his own eyes, he realized that they were far more powerful than ordinary rulers. 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star rulers could be instantly killed by them. Lin Fei dared to say that. From their bodies, Lin Fei sensed a powerful aura similar to his own. Their bodies should be very strong. Lin Fei wondered if he could break through their defenses with his current strength. Little fiend, help me scan them and see how strong they are. Lin Fei communicated with Little Fiend and didn't let her appear. These divine guards were mysterious, and he didn't want them to discover them. Scanning Master, you have to be careful of them. Little Fiend transmitted. These puppets are very powerful. They are 6-star rulers, but their true combat strength is 7-star rulers. Lin Fei sucked in a cold breath. So strong. Lin Fei had already overestimated them even if they had 5-star rulers. The system scanned them, but they were 6-star rulers with combat strength comparable to 7-star rulers. Even Lin Fei was shocked by this combat strength. The important divine guards were puppets. I have to be careful on the Divine General platform. Lin Fei felt that the Divine General platform was even more mysterious. There were terrifying puppets here. You are the holy sages of the Imperial Dynasty? The black-armored puppet said calmly, his voice filled with irresistible majesty. Even though Sovereign Skyend and the others were powerful in the Imperial Dynasty, they couldn't even raise their heads in front of this black-armored puppet. They were suppressed by his terrifying might. Sovereign Skyend braced himself and said, "My lord, we are." At this moment, they lowered their arrogant heads. They didn't doubt that if they showed the slightest disrespect, they would die at his hands. This feeling kept reminding them. This was someone they couldn't afford to offend. Take out your name list. Sovereign Skyend handed over the name list. The black armored guard grabbed it and it landed in his hand. A total of 18 rulers. Come up if you hear the name. A ruler next to the black armored guard began to register. The Skyend Sovereign Lord. Hegemon Windrain. One hegemon after another was called out. When their names were called, their faces lit up with joy. Then, they flew onto the warships and behaved themselves. Sovereign Di Tien. Lin Fei let out a sigh of relief and flew onto the warship. The moment he boarded the warship, a pair of sharp eyes shot over, as if they wanted to see through everything on his body. Lin Fei was already prepared when he boarded, so he was not afraid of being discovered. This is your number plate. Insert your divine sense into it and keep it well. Go down. The ruler in charge of registration rudely tossed over a jade talisman. The material was warm and smooth, a high-grade talisman. According to the instructions, Lin Fei left a trace of his divine sense. The jade talisman lit up, and a portrait of Lin Fei was left on it. There were a few words below. Sovereign Di Tien of the Sacred Dynasty. This was equivalent to proof of identity. After the 18 hegemons completed their registration, all of them boarded the warships. Whoosh tilde the warship turned and entered the void, leaving the myriad heavens just like that. Within the territory warship, they were separated into different regions. The Sacred Dynasty was arranged to be in one region. In this region, apart from them, there were no outsiders. Everyone could sense that apart from them, there were other hegemons in the cabin, but they could not see each other for now. As for how long it would take for them to reach their destination, no one knew. After arranging their positions, everyone went to their rooms to cultivate. At their realm, they did not need to eat or drink. Their long lives were spent cultivating in seclusion. Lin Fei also went to his room to cultivate. Now that he was a 4-star sovereign, he needed time to level up in the demonic dimension. Lin Fei estimated that he still needed more than 100 years to reach the 5-star sovereign realm. A small realm in 100 years was already very fast. On this trip to the Divine General platform, Lin Fei wanted invincibility points and divinity. Subconsciously, Lin Fei felt that divinity was even more important than invincibility points. Inside the territory warship, every once in a while, the territory warship would appear in various worlds and take away a batch of hegemons before heading to the next world. The number of hegemons in these worlds varied. When there were few, there would be 7 or 8 hegemons. Their overall strength was even weaker than the myriad worlds. When there were many, there would be 30 or 40 hegemons. This process lasted for 50 years. More than 1,000 hegemons entered the territory warship. With this force, they could sweep through many territories. 100 years after leaving the myriad worlds, the territory warship emerged from the void and entered a mysterious space. It was a colorful world. Huatilda on the boundless ocean, a huge creature flipped over, revealing its 100 million meter long body. This body was just a drop in the ocean. A ruler immortal beast. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Other than Hairball, this was his first time seeing a ruler ferocious beast. Of course, those rank 1 demons did not count. This divine general platform is getting more and more interesting. As the territory warship entered, there were countless huge immortal beasts. To the hegemons on the warship, they were extremely shocked. Many of these hegemons were not weaker than them. If anyone were to suddenly barge in, these Dominator rank immortal beasts wouldn't even need to do anything. Just these Dominator rank immortal beasts would be able to tear them to pieces. 10 years later, the territory warship finally came to a stop. Everyone saw a city in the sky. The enormous territory warship looked very small when compared to it. It was obvious how big this city in the sky was. This is the eastern region. All of you will be staying here for now. The black armored guard's voice echoed in the warship. Killing is not prohibited here. As long as you have the strength, you can do anything here. You will have to stay here for 10 years. After 10 years, the eastern region's gates will open, so you must live well. After disembarking from the warship, you will be in the only safe place in the eastern region. As long as you don't leave this area, you will be safe. However, you will have to pay 1 million low-grade saint stones per day. If you don't want to die, you will need to have enough low-grade saint stones. The first time you come, you will have 1 day of free time. On the second day, if you don't have low-grade saint stones, you will be automatically transported to the outer region. Now, disembark one by one and enjoy your life. Perhaps, this will be something you will never forget. The black armored guard's icy tone caused everyone to reveal a trace of fear. The Divine General platform was even crueler than they had imagined. The Divine General platform had yet to open, but they had to stay here for 10 years without any regard for killing. One could imagine how complicated this place was. Perhaps, when the Divine General platform opened, they would die here. The black armored guard gave the order. A few thousand rulers came out of the warship and appeared on the ground of Sky City. Lin Fei also appeared on Sky City. Looking around, he saw that he was surrounded by rulers. Fortunately, this place was very big. In the distance, stone houses appeared on the plaza. Some of the plaza's stone houses were red, while others were green. It was obvious that this place was for people to cultivate. 1 million low-grade saint stones per day was not something everyone could afford. Right now, they could only enjoy 1 day of free time. This place is too scary. Isn't going to die. I'm just a 1-star ruler. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come. Does anyone want to work together? The few thousand rulers were not fools. The danger here made them frown. Among them, a few rulers laughed and directly left the plaza. They passed through the plaza's light screen and entered the buildings outside. These were all people who believed that they were strong. Lin Fei saw that one of them was a 3-star ruler. He was wearing a ruler's battle armor. He rushed out just like that. Master, this is a good place. The little devil flew out and looked around. There are many powerful rulers outside. Didn't Master want to kill rulers? Outside is the best place. Lin Fei did have such an idea. He was now a 4-star ruler and not far from becoming a 5-star ruler. Using a 1-star ruler was like pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He believed that he could obtain a lot of invincibility points and divinity. Moreover, after a few experiments, the higher the ruler rank, the more divinity. That's for sure. Let's rest for a day first. Tianjue and the others chose to stay in the plaza. It was too dangerous outside, and they did not want to take the risk. The low-grade saint stones they had could still support them for a while. In a year, they would only get 300 million low-grade saint stones. They naturally did not have that many low-grade saint stones in their pockets. They could only take it 1 step at a time. The next day, many people chose to pay 1 million low-grade saint stones. The situation outside was unclear, so they did not dare to go out for now. But today, there were many rulers outside the plaza. They were all 1-star rulers. Our Iron Veins Hall is recruiting, regardless of cultivation level. Misty Cloud Gang is recruiting people to collect immortal fruits. 1 million low-grade saint stones a day. There are not many opportunities. If you miss this opportunity, there will not be another one. Recruiting people to kill ruler immortal beasts. 1,500,000 low-grade saint stones a day. Lin Fei found it interesting. This Sky City was not ordinary. These people who came to recruit rulers should have backers outside. They promised a high reward. It was a good place for the rulers present. Doing a day's work meant staying in the plaza for another day. This was not a bad choice. Lin Fei had not decided what to do. Sky City was definitely not as simple as he thought. Chapter 15-16. East District, Sky City. Lin Fei experienced a different morning. Other than a few people who left the safe zone, most of the others stayed in the square. It seemed like they planned to wait and see for a while. After all, this place was not ordinary. Other than the new rulers, there were also rulers who had been there before. These rulers were all very cold. Lin Fei stayed for 5 consecutive nights. During this time, he tried to find out about the situation in Sky City, but he obtained very little information. The rulers did not say anything at all. Lin Fei had long since anticipated such a situation. If he could not get anything out of them, He would just go outside to understand the situation. 10 years was not a long time, but it was not a short time either. Under normal circumstances, it would be over in seclusion. Everyone did not have that many holy stones in their pockets. Many rulers would have a headache if they stayed for 10 days to half a month. On the 6th day, Lin Fei planned to go out and understand the situation outside. Lin Fei did not lack inferior-grade holy stones. Hairball was in the heaven and earth furnace. He had secretly brought it in and could not release it for the time being. Lin Fei did not lack low-rank holy stones at all, and even if he stayed for 10 years, he would not be worried about running out of them. What Lin Fei cared about was that the outside world did not stop killing, which was a large amount of experience points, invincibility point, and divinity. "You're going out." Ruler Tianjue and the others had strange expressions when they heard that Di Tian was going out. In the past few days, they had also learned about the situation outside. It could be said that the outside world was a very chaotic place, far more terrifying than they had imagined. This was an elimination before the divine general platform opened. The weaker ones were eliminated, and the stronger ones were naturally left. They could be said to be the elite rulers of the East District. "I don't have many holy stones on me. I have to plan for the future," Lin Fei said with a solemn expression. "We can't stay here forever. After all, holy stones will not drop here." The number of holy stones on them was also limited. Di Tian's words hit their soft spot. The Sky End hegemons and the others were worried about what was going on outside. They had learned from the hegemons who had arrived before them what was going on. Every so often, hegemons would be killed, and their treasures would be taken. The situation was extremely dangerous. Fellow Daoist Di Tian is right. After all, we've just arrived here. I think it's good for fellow Daoist Di Tian to go out and take a look. The sovereigns of the universe weren't very powerful, so they naturally didn't dare to go out right now. They were afraid that they would suffer a calamity, so they might as well stay in the plaza for a while. Di Tian was sent out to gather information. Even if he died, it was none of their business. If he wasn't dead, that would be even better. He would be able to scout out the situation outside. These cowards. When Lin Fei left, he laughed coldly in his heart. He really looked down on them. Did they really think that he didn't know anything? Lin Fei couldn't be bothered with them. It was better for him to go out alone than for them to go out together. As soon as Lin Fei stepped out of the safe zone of the square, he felt many gazes on him. With a sweep, he saw all their realms. They were all one-star sovereigns, and it seemed like they were running errands. Lin Fei didn't use his divine sense to check. He was afraid of alerting some experts. After all, he was a 4-star sovereign. Before he understood the situation, it was better to keep a low profile. After leaving the plaza, he ignored the sovereigns and walked down the main street. Sky City was huge. As he walked down the street, Lin Fei knew that the outside world was even more chaotic than the plaza. In less than an hour, Lin Fei saw several battles. All of them were sovereigns fighting, and the battles were so intense that no victor could be determined. This place is really chaotic. Lin Fei walked carefully. This place was more dangerous than he had imagined. "Kid, there's a good mission here. Do you want to go?" A person jumped out of a small alley and reached out to lead Lin Fei inside. Lin Fei frowned. "What mission?" The person was a sovereign with a mustache. He squinted his small eyes and looked around. "Of course it's a good mission. I've already found someone. All I'm missing is you. When the mission is completed, you'll get at least several tens of millions of low-grade holy stones. That's enough for you to enjoy yourself in Sky City for a while." Lin Fei was worried about how to understand Sky City. It seemed like he had met the right person. As for the mission, Lin Fei could only laugh coldly. One look and he knew that this guy was up to no good. Several tens of millions of low-grade holy stones. Lin Fei revealed a look of yearning and excitement. "You're not lying to me." The mustached sovereign patted his chest. "Why would I lie to you?" He was delighted. A fool fell for it. He's just a 1-star sovereign. He can do whatever he wants outside. Hee hee. If it's really several tens of millions of low-grade holy stones, I'll join the mission, Lin Fei said in a low voice. He revealed a hint of urgency. Don't worry. Several tens of millions of low-grade holy stones is a piece of cake. The mustached sovereign laughed. Let me introduce myself. I'm Sovereign Qing Yuan. In Sky City, as long as you have holy stones, you can live any life you want. I'm Di Tian. Lin Fei cupped his hands. So it's Di Tian. What a domineering name. Sovereign Qing Yuan laughed. You must be new here. You probably don't know the situation in Sky City. Let me tell you about it. In order to entice him, Sovereign Qing Yuan didn't mind telling him more. After all, this guy would die if he left Sky City. Lin Fei was worried about not knowing the situation in Sky City. He knew that this guy was up to no good. Lin Fei didn't care about a mere 2-star sovereign. If he really did anything, he could just kill him. After hearing Sovereign Qing Yuan's words, Lin Fei learned more about the situation than he did in the plaza. So Sky City has this kind of system. It turned out that there were tens of thousands of sovereigns in Sky City. They came from different territories, and their goal was the divine general platform. The tens of thousands of sovereigns had formed their own groups. They controlled the cultivation resources. Because of the unique environment, many treasures were produced, and many of them were very useful to sovereigns. Apart from that, Sky City also had shops set up by the Divine Guard. These shops were controlled by puppets. They were in charge of purchasing things. The sovereigns who came here monopolized these businesses. Not only did they have missions, but they also had to trade with the puppets if they wanted to sell the harvested materials. No one could cross this threshold. Thus, a large number of holy stones fell into their pockets. This situation was just one of many. Chapter 15-17. As Hegemon Cleardistance spoke, he led Lin Fei out of Skymount City. As it turned out, Skymount City forbade all flying. Those are the people we're going to complete the mission with. After leaving Skymount City, they saw 8 Hegemons standing atop a nearby hill, seemingly waiting for Hegemon Cleardistance. What a bunch of fellows. 3 1-star Hegemons, 3 2-star Hegemons, and 2 3-star Hegemons. Lin Fei scanned the 8 Hegemons with his scanning system. This lineup was meant to complete a mission. Lin Fei was curious as to what sort of mission it was. Fellow Daoist Di is coming with us to complete the mission, Hegemon Cleardistance said with a smile. Ah, so it's fellow Daoist Di. Welcome, 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 the 3 1-star Hegemons said in a neutral tone. The 2-star Hegemons were much easier to talk to. They gave a simple explanation of the mission, saying that they were going to the Skycloud Mountains to hunt hegemonic beasts and harvest immortal medicines. Lin Fei quickly learned of the situation. The 3 1-star Hegemons had all been recruited from outside. In other words, they were going to complete the mission. As for the 3 2-star Hegemons and 2 3-star Hegemons, they were most likely a team. Hegemon Cleardistance was one of them. The 2 leading 3-star Hegemons were called Hegemon Chenkuan and Hegemon Earth Origin. After a brief introduction, the group entered the Skycloud Mountains. You're not allowed to go any further. We've reserved this entire area. The Skycloud Mountains were vast, and they didn't encounter any danger on the way. After walking for more than half a day, they were chased away just as they were about to pass through a mountain forest. Why can't we leave? They said coldly. We're Hegemon Coiling Dragon's men. Attack if you dare. Hegemon Chenkuan and Hegemon Earth Origin cupped their hands in apology, then led the group away, not daring to stay any longer. Who's this Hegemon Coiling Dragon? Lin Fei asked casually. Hegemon Cleardistance looked back, then said in a low voice, Hegemon Coiling Dragon is one of the 10 Hegemons of Skymount City. He's a 5-star Hegemon with hundreds of Hegemons under his command. If you offend Hegemon Coiling Dragon, you won't be able to return unless you remain in a safe zone. The 10 Great Juggernauts. Lin Fei asked again, then I wonder what the name of the most powerful Juggernauts is. The number 1 of the 10 Great Juggernauts is the Dao Juggernaut. It's said that he's a peak 6-star Juggernaut. Hegemon Cleardistance said. You people can offend anyone, but you absolutely, positively must not offend anyone from the 10 Hegemons. There's no place for you in the heavens or in the earth. Alright, Just remember this. The most important thing for us right now is to complete our mission. Lin Fei did not continue asking. They went around mountains after mountains. They finally arrived at a blue lake. We've arrived. Hegemon Cleardistance laughed. In the middle of the azure lake, there was an island in the middle of the lake. Our mission is to go to the island and gather the immortal herbs. Fortunately, we're quite lucky today. That thing isn't here, so there won't be any danger. Hegemon Qing Yuan smiled. I'll leave the task of gathering the immortal herbs to you, fellow Taoist. From the very beginning, Lin Fei had been able to tell that the clear distance hegemon was up to no good. Now, it seemed that it was true. Although the lake was completely calm, Lin Fei could sense danger lurking within. Gathering the immortal herbs shouldn't be that easy. Why? Why are we the ones going? A one-star hegemon asked. Hegemon Qiankuan turned and laughed coldly. You have no choice but to go. Unless you want to die here. Boom. The aura of a 3-star hegemon immediately enveloped the 4 1-star hegemons. Only now did the 1-star hegemons realize that they had been duped. The aura of a 3-star hegemon caused them to not dare to move, and the killing intent of a 2-star hegemon locked onto them. You're lying. The 1-star hegemon said, gritting his teeth. The 2-star and 3-star hegemons laughed loudly, then spread out and surrounded the group. Lin Fei shook his head and said to himself, these hegemons are truly ignorant. Serves you right for falling for our trick. Hegemon Cleardistance bared his fangs as well. If you don't want to die, then go to the island and gather the immortal herbs. Otherwise, we won't mind annihilating you on the spot. 6 hegemons against 4 hegemons, and their cultivation levels were 1 or 2 levels higher. They had no chance of fighting back at all. I'll let you be smug for now. Lin Fei didn't plan on being in a hurry to attack. 2-star and 3-star hegemons were quite a fortune. Lin Fei wanted to know why they had come here. There was no way they would bring them here for no reason. Let's go. Don't kill us, Lin Fei said, pretending to be afraid. The other 3 1-star hegemons lowered their heads and begged for mercy. If they didn't obey, they would die. They chose to go to the island. Swish, 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 the 4 of them soared into the air and flew towards the island. As soon as they appeared on the lake, the hegemon of the cosmos took out a hegemon's sword. It was fiery red, and he slashed out, striking one of the 1-star hegemons. His fleshly body immediately exploded, and he fell into the lake. The attack of a 3-star hegemon wasn't something a 1-star hegemon could withstand. Blood filled the air and landed on the lake. Suddenly, the lake water roiled, and an enormous creature appeared below. It was the island at the center of the lake. An enormous golden toad poked its head out, then swallowed the corpse in one gulp. A 4-star hegemon immortal beast. As soon as the golden toad appeared, its terrifying aura locked down the 3 hegemons in the air. Swish. The golden toad's tongue curled around one of the hegemons, then dragged him down. With a crunch, the 1-star hegemon was torn in half. Blood sprayed everywhere as the toad swallowed him. The powerful hegemons were so weak in front of the golden toad that they couldn't even withstand a single blow. They were like ants that had been eaten just like that. Nu. The remaining 1-star hegemon's face turned pale. The terrifying 4-star hegemon golden toad wasn't something he could contend against. Swish. The golden toad clearly hadn't had its fill. After eating 2 1-star hegemons in a row, it once more used its tongue to curl around the 1-star hegemon's terrifying attacks, but they were all destroyed by the tongue. The low-grade hegemon battle robes were torn to shreds, and the toad swallowed them whole. All of this happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off of a flint. Lin Fei reacted, and the tongue shot towards him, carrying with it the terrifying aura of a 4-star hegemon. He finally understood why Hegemon Qingyuan and the others had brought them here. Perhaps it was for the sake of this golden toad. Seeing that the golden toad had appeared, there was an 80% to 90% chance that it was Hegemon Qiankuan and the others' target. Lin Fei didn't plan on hiding anything. He didn't want to end up in its stomach. Fiend wings appeared on his back, and he dodged into the void, dodging the golden toad's attack. Hegemon Qiankuan and the others stood there without moving, allowing the golden toad to kill 1-star hegemons. Once the golden toad was full, They could go to the island in the center of the lake to gather immortal medicines. He ran away. Just as the final hegemon was about to die to the golden toad, he suddenly vanished. All of the hegemons present were stupefied. The golden toad was a 4-star hegemon. How had that fellow escaped? Hegemon Qingyuan, is this the mission you spoke of? You actually used us to feed 4-star hegemons? This wasn't the first time Hegemon Qingyuan had done something like this. 1-star hegemons were a trap, but so were 2-star hegemons. Anyone who had been brought here would have no chance of surviving. Naturally, they would benefit immensely. Upon seeing the kid disappear, Hegemon Qingyuan sent out his divine sense, but he couldn't even see a shadow of the kid. But then, a cold wind blew from behind him, and he instantly realized that something was wrong. A streak of sword light stabbed out from the void. Hegemon Qingyuan's low-grade hegemon battle robes glowed with light, and then the sword pierced through his head. With a light twist, his entire head was smashed to smithereens. Hegemon Qingyuan instantly lost consciousness. Ding! Killed 1-star hegemon. Ding, ding. A system notification immediately rang out. Lin Fei once more dove into the void, leaving behind Hegemon Qingyuan's corpse. Qingyuan is dead. The 3 2-star hegemons were stunned, but they quickly came to their senses. They now had a new set of hegemon battle robes on their bodies, and their faces turned unsightly. They had actually misjudged. Hegemon Tempest. A terrifying hegemon tempest descended. Tens of millions of kilometers around them were instantly enveloped by the tempest, enveloping the 5 hegemons within. After becoming a hegemon, his world storm had reached the level of a hegemon tempest. This was the first time Lin Fei had ever used it, and he was using it with the power of a 4-star hegemon. The moment the tempest appeared, the 3 2-star hegemons were the first to suffer. Their souls instantly collapsed, and countless strands of sword intent mixed into them, instantly turning them into beehives. Swish, swish, swish. Even though they were wearing hegemon battle robes, they were now riddled with holes. Why is this happening? I can't accept this. Under the first wave of attacks, the 3 2-star hegemons didn't even have a chance to struggle. They perished, once more contributing to Lin Fei's victory. Hegemons Qiankuan and Heaven Primordial were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweat. This 1-star hegemon, whom they had never paid any attention to, had actually unleashed such a terrifying attack. Their hegemon battle robes were already riddled with cracks, and they weren't far from collapsing. Just from this hegemon tempest alone, they knew that this person was more powerful than they were. This time, they had truly shot themselves in the foot. Let's go. The two of them no longer had any confidence in facing off against this hegemon tempest. This person was far more powerful than they were. Just this terrifying hegemon tempest alone was more than they could endure. Do you think you can still leave? Lin Fei suddenly appeared, stabbing his sword towards Hegemon Qiankuan. A wooden shield appeared in front of Hegemon Qiankuan, attempting to block this sword attack. Since Lin Fei had attacked, he attacked with full power. Crack! The wooden shield shattered, and Lin Fei's sword stabbed into Hegemon Qiankuan's body. The hegemon battle robes shattered, and Lin Fei's sword stabbed into Hegemon Qiankuan's forehead. Just like Hegemon Clear Distance, Lin Fei forcefully twisted his head, causing it to explode. The 3-star Hegemon Qiankuan followed in the footsteps of Hegemon Qiankuan. It's your turn. The Hegemon Tempest shrank to the size of a lake, instantly transforming into a whirlwind. Crack, crack, crack. Chapter 15:18. In less than a moment, 3 2-star rulers and 2 3-star rulers died at Lin Fei's hands. After killing 6 rulers, Lin Fei gained a satisfactory amount of invincibility and divinity. WAWAWA tilde. After Lin Fei killed Hegemon Qiangyuan with a single blow of his sword, the golden toad hovering in the air above the lake opened its mouth and spat out a thick black mist. Wherever the mist passed by, not a single blade of grass could be seen. Even the corpses of hegemons who came into contact with the black mist were transformed into pools of blood. You're rebelling. Even rulers were taken care of, let alone the golden toad. For the heaven primordial ruler to bring them here to feed the toad, Lin Fei knew that this wasn't an ordinary golden toad. Maybe it had something good. Great Sword Chi Secret Technique. 5 beams of sword chi flew out, piercing through the mist and wrapping around the golden toad's body. Hua hua tilde, the golden toad was bleeding. The 5 beams of sword chi weren't just for show. The golden toad's defense was strong, but it was still cut open. The golden toad groaned in pain. Lin Fei definitely had to take care of such a huge golden toad. Perhaps it might also have divinity. The golden toad in his hand sank into the lake, and the huge lake churned. The blue lake water turned black, and black sword lights filled the sky. The world turned black in an instant. Lin Fei retracted the great sword chi and used it to shatter the black sword light. He frowned. He underestimated the golden toad's power. It easily escaped from the great sword chi. The ruler immortal beast outside Sky City isn't simple. I'll take it step by step. Lin Fei turned and left. After he left, the lake turned blue again. A huge head appeared. Its eyes were filled with hatred. The mountain range was huge. Lin Fei found a safe place, killed an immortal beast, and barbecued it. Then, he went to clean out the 9 rulers' storage rings. Lin Fei put away the rulers' rings. So poor. After emptying the storage rings, Lin Fei obtained 130 million low-grade saint stones, 5 million mid-grade saint stones, and a few low-grade ruler treasures. Lin Fei was not interested in this kind of harvest. After a while, the barbecue was ready. Lin Fei tore off a piece of barbecue and ate it. Divinity and invincibility value are still the best. It seems that the ruler here is not rich. The 9 sovereigns' possessions were pitifully few. This made Lin Fei very unhappy, but after thinking about it, he immediately felt relieved. This was Sky City, and if he wanted to survive for the next 10 years, he would have to be careful. It was not an easy task, otherwise, no one would have fallen for it. Soon, the roasted immortal beast meat fell into Lin Fei's stomach. What should he do next? After looking at the map from the storage ring, Lin Fei immediately had an idea. Anyway, I have 10 years. I have time to collect invincibility points and divinity. I believe that no one will care if there are fewer rulers outside. Thus, the Skycloud mountain range had gained a new nemesis for hunting down sovereigns. Boom tilde, a huge creature fell to the ground. This was a 1-star sovereign divine barbarian bull. It had terrifying brute force, and its body was full of treasures. Its meat alone could increase one's divine power, so its price had always been high. Not far away from the divine barbarian bull, there were 3 corpses lying in disorder. Big brother, we're rich. We can have fun for a while again. Next to the divine barbarian bull stood 2 1-star sovereigns, and they had a smug look on their faces. It turned out that they had launched a sneak attack, killed the previous people, and occupied the divine barbarian bull. Put away the divine barbarian bull. Let's go. The one who was called Big Brother was happy, but he remained vigilant. Yes, put it away immediately. Sky City was not like other places. Killing the divine barbarian bull had caused a huge commotion, so they had to leave immediately. If they attracted high-level rulers, their lives would be in danger. You don't have to. Suddenly, a voice came from the forest. Who is it? Boom tilde, a huge storm descended on the area. The black storm of rulers trapped them within. The storm was as sharp as a knife, and it strangled the 3 1-star sovereigns into pieces within a few breaths. What a sin! What a sin! A black-robed man walked out and put away the divine barbarian bull's corpse, as well as the 3 storage rings. He turned around and walked into the forest, disappearing without a trace. Gradually, the Skycloud mountain range had one more powerful killer. The news spread like wildfire. No matter which ruler it was, as long as they encountered this killer, no one could survive. Moreover, this sovereign came and went like a shadow, and no one knew where he was. Everyone knew that this person was in the Skycloud mountain range. His strength was unknown, his realm was unknown, and his background was unknown. A series of unknowns was a huge threat to rulers. Rulers would basically not enter the Skycloud mountain range alone. Usually, those who entered would form groups of 3 to 5. Even so, some groups still disappeared in the Skycloud mountain range. Whether they were killed by sovereign immortal beasts or by rulers became a big mystery. 1 year later, the Skycloud mountain range. Next to a stream, a black-robed man was roasting an immortal beast. He frowned slightly, as if he was worried about something. There are fewer and fewer people who are weak. The black-robed man sighed. I need to choose a new target. This person was none other than Lin Fei, who had always been in the Skycloud mountain range. After killing sovereigns of the cosmos and the others, Lin Fei had never returned to the safety zone of the plaza. Instead, he had settled down in the Skycloud mountain range. The Skycloud mountain range wasn't safe. There were sovereigns and sovereign beasts of all shapes and sizes, and Lin Fei constantly scanned the area with the system. That was how he had managed to survive. It wasn't as if Lin Fei hadn't run into danger. He had once been chased by a 6-star sovereign immortal beast, and it had taken him a lot of effort to shake it off. Lin Fei had experienced this more than 10 times. When the roast meat was ready, Lin Fei cut off a piece and ate it. Over the past year, he had killed at least 100 1-star sovereigns and many 2-star sovereigns. He had gained a lot of invincibility points and divinity. At the same time, many 1-star sovereign immortal beasts had died. These sovereign immortal beasts had divinity, and more importantly, sovereign blood essence. As a result, these sovereign immortal beasts had fallen to Lin Fei's feet. Over 100 sovereign blood essences had fallen into his hands, and in the end, he had given them to Hairball. For safety's sake, Lin Fei hadn't let Hairball out. Right now, the 1-star sovereigns and 2-star sovereigns were practically all wiped out. As soon as Lin Fei appeared, they would vanish without a trace. They were already terror-stricken by the mere mention of his name. Lin Fei had no choice but to raise his sights. For example, 3-star and 4-star sovereigns. As Lin Fei thought about this, he ate the roast meat and pondered his next step. Suddenly, a black figure flew across the sky. Chapter 15:19. Lin Fei's position was quite remote. As the warship flew across the sky, it didn't discover anyone below. This was the deepest part of the Skycloud mountain range, and it was extremely dangerous. Just the fact that there were 5-star sovereigns in the area ahead was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Those 5-star sovereigns weren't just any ordinary beast. Lin Fei had fought them before. Their defenses were extremely strong, and they had incredible recovery abilities. Lin Fei's combat strength was very strong, and he wouldn't be able to kill them in a short period of time. Therefore, he chose to avoid them. Strange, why would someone enter at this time? Lin Fei was quite curious. This was the deepest part of the Skycloud mountain range, and ordinary sovereigns wouldn't be able to enter. What surprised Lin Fei the most was that the warship didn't encounter any attacks from sovereign beasts. This was quite rare. 3 months ago, Lin Fei had seen a warship enter the mountain range, but they were attacked by a flying sovereign beast, and the entire team was annihilated. Are they going to deal with a high-level sovereign beast? The more Lin Fei thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. If a high-level sovereign beast died in his hands, he would gain a lot of experience points. More importantly, he would gain more divinity than a human sovereign of the same level. Let's go take a look. Lin Fei chased after the warship. At the same time, he asked Little Devil to help him cover his tracks. Since the warship dared to enter the depths of the Skycloud mountain range, there would definitely be a 5-star sovereign and a few 4-star sovereigns. Lin Fei naturally had to be careful. Coiling Dragon Sovereign's men? Lin Fei, who was tailing behind, was only 100 million miles away from the warship. He followed at a moderate pace, and saw the words Coiling Dragon written on the warship. Lin Fei remembered that the Coiling Dragon Sovereign was one of the 10 sovereigns of Sky City. He was ranked at the bottom, and there was no doubt about his strength. He just followed like that. A few days later, the warship landed beside an abyss. It was an abyss that was about 1 billion miles long, and it seemed to split the Skycloud mountain range into 2, forming a unique region. It's here. The moment the warship stopped, a group of people rushed out. These people were on high alert. There were more than 100 of them, all of whom were sovereigns. It was a sight that would never be seen anywhere else in the universe. What a grand scene. It seems like they are really here to deal with a high-level sovereign realm beast. Lin Fei, who was hiding in the dark, understood their purpose. Set it up. The hegemons on the warships began to attack. Not long after, 3 black objects were erected at high points nearby. They were the ruler's destruction cannons that had been ambushed at the Jiyu clan's mining area. There were 3 of them in this fight. All of them were mid-level sovereign tier destruction cannons. Lin Fei couldn't help but admit that with this kind of treasure, the moment a high-level sovereign realm immortal beast appeared, it would suffer heavy injuries. With the combined strength of over 100 sovereigns, they would be able to take it down easily. After the commanding heights were set up, another sovereign walked out of the warship. The moment he stepped out, he emitted a monstrous killing intent. He wore a dazzling golden battle robe and held a golden axe in his hand. He looked like a god as he stood at the bow of the warship. What a powerful aura. This equipment is too eye-catching. The Jingguang is shining. Isn't he afraid of becoming a target? Lin Fei thought to himself. Scan him. Peak 4-star sovereign. His combat strength is early stage 5-star sovereign. He is wearing a mid-grade sovereign battle robe and wielding a mid-grade sovereign weapon. This person is judged to be a 3-star danger. This was a very high evaluation. A 4-star sovereign beast was only rated as a 2-star danger by the system. The fact that this fellow was a 3-star danger was enough to prove how strong he was. Mid-grade sovereign battle robe and mid-grade sovereign treasure. No wonder they have such a high evaluation. Lin Fei stared at the warship. With these 2 treasures, even I won't be able to break through their defenses. Lin Fei finally understood how powerful the 10 sovereigns were. The sovereign ranked first might be even more terrifying. Hang them up. The golden-armored man ordered after finishing his preparations. Immediately, a few people were carried out. All of them were 1-star sovereigns. Their strength had been sealed, and they were carried out like dead dogs. Coiling Dragon Sovereign, you will die a horrible death. My family will not let you off. I will kill you. The 1-star sovereigns who were carried out had eyes filled with hatred. They cursed, and their eyes were filled with fear. Ha ha ha, you dare to threaten me? The golden-armored coiling dragon sovereign laughed loudly. The golden axe in his hand flashed, and arms fell to the warship. Now, I will feed you to the immortal beasts. Hang them up. 6 sovereigns were hung up in midair. Their bodies were covered with countless wounds, and blood dripped into the abyss. Lin Fei had experienced this before. Seeing 6 1-star sovereigns as bait, he knew that the Divine General Platform's test was extraordinarily cruel. These sovereigns should be top-notch existences no matter where they were. Unfortunately, they had become bait to deal with immortal beasts. Lin Fei had nothing to say about this. Since he was weaker than others, he had to accept the price he had to pay. Roar tilde suddenly, a roar rang out from the abyss. This roar shook the heavens and shook the earth. Quite a few of the sovereigns on the warship were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly. The coiling dragon sovereign revealed a look of delight. It's finally going to appear. Activate the warship's defenses. As soon as the warship's defenses were activated, an enormous creature flew out from the abyss. It was tens of millions of meters long, and as soon as it emerged, it bit down on one of the 1-star sovereigns. The 1-star sovereigns screamed as half of their bodies disappeared. Next, the enormous creature licked them with its tongue, and the 6 sovereigns hanging in midair fell into the immortal beast's belly. Fire! Boom! Boom! The mid-stage sovereign's cannons at the highest vantage point fired, unleashing one black beam after another. The beams slammed into the enormous creature's body, causing chunks of flesh to fall off. These were war weapons that could slaughter sovereigns. The enormous creature was immediately struck by a terrifying attack. Half of its body was blasted apart, and it was heavily injured. Roar tilde the enormous creature slammed headfirst into the warship, causing the warship's barrier of light to instantly shatter. Over 10 sovereigns' bodies exploded. Attack! Hidden in the shadows, Lin Fei was shocked as well. A 5-star sovereign's combat power truly is terrifying. Not only are they heavily injured, but they can also destroy the warship. Lin Fei watched the battle unfold not too far away. Perhaps the coiling dragon sovereign predicted that a 5-star sovereign's counterattack would be the most terrifying, and so he used the warship's barrier to block the first wave of attack. For now, Lin Fei didn't know what kind of sovereign beast this was, but he knew how powerful it was. At this time, the coiling dragon sovereign attacked as well, using his 3-headed, 6-armed divine ability. He chopped down with his golden axe, and the Jingguang's body flickered as he chopped off a chunk of flesh. Ha ha ha, how satisfying. The coiling dragon sovereign was wearing a mid-stage sovereign battle robe, and he wielded a mid-stage sovereign axe. His strength was great, and he attacked close to the sovereign beast, chopping off chunks of flesh. Most of the sovereign beast's defenses were blocked by the mid-stage sovereign battle robe, so the damage inflicted was kept to a minimum. Boom! Another beam of light shot out, and the sovereign beast was sent flying, crashing into a mountain range. In an instant, the entire mountain range collapsed and was completely destroyed. So what if you're a 5-star sovereign? You're still going to die at my hand. The coiling dragon sovereign leaped into the air, and his golden axe grew infinitely larger, becoming 1,000,000 meters long. He brought a wave of Jingguang with him as he chopped down heavily on the sovereign beast. The 5-star sovereign beast has been tricked. There's no way for him to turn the tables. Not much time had passed since the attack had begun, and the sovereign beast was already heavily injured. It didn't have much combat power left, and wasn't far from death. Should I give them a shot now? I'll definitely reap a huge harvest. Lin Fei thought to himself. At this distance, a single shot should be able to take care of a few dozen sovereigns. Don't forget that Lin Fei had a mid-stage sovereign destruction cannon. He had snatched it from a certain someone. Lin Fei was a daring fellow, and he instructed the little fiend to block out his killing intent. By the time he fired the cannon, it would be too late for them to react. The cannon's speed was unaffected by the distortions of space, and it was extremely destructive. There was no chance of resistance. The coiling dragon sovereign didn't die, but the other sovereigns weren't so lucky. Originally, Lin Fei had been wondering where he should go and do something big, but he hadn't met any big teams yet. The coiling dragon sovereign's appearance caused Lin Fei to have some devious thoughts. The 5-star sovereign beast didn't struggle for long before its head was chopped off by the coiling dragon sovereign's axe. However, it wasn't completely dead yet. A 5-star sovereign beast's life force was extremely powerful. Mighty, my lord! Mighty, my lord! The surviving sovereigns cheered. Of the 100 or so sovereigns, roughly 30 had died. They had all been killed by a single blow from the sovereign beast. Even a simple collision would have been enough to insta-kill them. With the 5-star sovereign beast dead, everyone surrounded it. The coiling dragon sovereign was in a good mood. They had lost 30 sovereigns, but they had taken down a 5-star sovereign beast. This was a good deal. More importantly, once they reached the next level, they would reap even greater rewards today. Once I get what's down there, I'll be the #1 sovereign. The coiling dragon sovereign had a look of anticipation on his face. Just you wait. That day will come very soon. Suddenly, the coiling dragon sovereign felt a sense of danger in his heart as he saw a terrifying beam of light shooting towards him. Damn it! The beam of light was like a sun as it appeared in their field of vision. Many of the sovereigns present didn't even have time to react. The sovereign destruction cannon was superior in both speed and power, which was why it was so popular as a weapon of war. Boom! The light rippled outward. Ding! Killed a 1-star sovereign. Ding! Killed a 2-star sovereign. Ding! Killed a 3-star sovereign. Ding! Killed a 1-star sovereign. A series of notifications rang out from the system. Lin Fei knew that he had succeeded. Ding! Killed a 5-star sovereign beast. Ding! Obtained a sovereign's blood essence. Another notification rang out. Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. Even a 5-star sovereign beast had been killed. Let's go. Chapter 1520. A furious roar came from the ruins of the Sky Cloud mountain range. The coiling dragon Hegemon stood in the ruins in a mess. There was a big hole in his golden armor, and blood flowed from his mouth. His face was terrifyingly dark as he looked at his subordinates, who were standing up unsteadily. Dead. Most of his subordinates were dead. The coiling dragon Hegemon had brought over 100 juggernauts, and 70 or 80 of them were killed in the blink of an eye. There were only 30 juggernauts left, and all of them were injured. How could the coiling dragon hegemon accept this? These were his foundations. Now, more than half of them had been killed. Ah, I'm going to kill you. The coiling dragon hegemon didn't expect to fail miserably here. He was ambushed, and more than half of his subordinates were killed. If he hadn't been wearing a mid-grade juggernaut battlesuit, he would definitely have been in deep trouble. Chase after him. Don't let that guy get away. The coiling dragon hegemon had always been arrogant in Sky City. He looked down on everyone, even the 10 juggernauts. Except for a few, he didn't care about anyone else. This time, the coiling dragon hegemon's subordinates didn't move. Looks of confusion appeared on their faces. How were they supposed to chase after him? Sir, we don't know which direction he escaped in. The coiling dragon hegemon felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. Yes, someone had ambushed him in the dark, and he, a 4-star juggernaut, didn't even realize it and almost died to this sneak attack, let alone his subordinates. The coiling dragon hegemon was unwilling to give up. He used his divine senses to search but found nothing. There was no aura left. The few of you stand guard outside. Kill anyone who comes near. The rest of you, follow me. They didn't catch up. In fact, Lin Fei didn't go too far away. With the help of Little Devil, he hid in a mountain range and secretly observed if anyone was following. If it was just a few people, Lin Fei didn't mind going out and killing them all. This shot was really satisfying. Lin Fei opened the system and checked his invincibility points. They had broken through the 100,000 mark, and his divinity points had broken through 300. They were on the way to the 400 mark, not far from the 500 mark. Normally, when hunting sovereigns, Lin Fei would be very careful. This time, it was truly satisfying. He had killed dozens of rulers in one shot. Although they were all 1-star and 2-star rulers, Lin Fei was rather satisfied. In truth, the coiling dragon hegemon was just unlucky. If they had spread out earlier, the power of Lin Fei's cannon would have been greatly reduced. It would have been impressive if it had been able to kill 10 or 20 sovereigns. They actually didn't catch up. Looks like they must be after something. Let me take a good look. Lin Fei charged back. It's still here. 200 million kilometers away, Lin Fei was hidden in the void. This distance was not far, and Lin Fei was very relieved. With the Little Devil activating the isolation system, he did not have to worry about being noticed, and he himself observed the situation over there. All he had to do was pay a certain price. Near the abyss, the corpse of the 5-star sovereign immortal beast had been chopped into several pieces, and was scattered all over the ground. There were 5 sovereigns standing guard near the abyss. The coiling dragon hegemon vanished without a trace. Could it be down there? Lin Fei suspected that the coiling dragon hegemon had gone down into the abyss. The fact that the 5-star sovereign immortal beast had died outside was a good proof. Otherwise, they would not have left the corpse behind. 5 4-star sovereigns. It won't be easy to deal with them. The 4-star sovereigns standing guard outside, Lin Fei could not help but feel a headache coming on. If it was a one-on-one fight, Lin Fei wouldn't mind. However, if he had to deal with 5 4-star sovereigns consecutively, he would need some time to deal with them. If that happened, he would definitely alert the enemy, and Lin Fei didn't want that. I'll give up on dealing with them for now. Let's head down first. Lin Fei was bold and skilled. He spread open his ancient demon wings and stealthily dove into the abyss. Do you think it was the Heavenly Fire Gang who made a move today? A 4-star sovereign said with a dark expression. Most likely, it was them. Even if it wasn't them, it was probably someone they hired. Another 4-star sovereign said resentfully. When we return, we must make sure the Heavenly Fire Gang suffer. The Heavenly Fire Gang is too much. As long as our Lord obtains the item down there, the 10 sovereigns will be nothing. Our Lord will definitely unify Sky City. That's great. The 5 sovereigns were furious. If not for their good luck, they would have followed in the footsteps of those people. Hearing that the coiling dragon hegemon was there, they became extremely excited. While they were communicating with their divine senses, someone stealthily entered the abyss. The speed of the ancient demon wings was so fast that even 4-star sovereigns would not be able to detect it. Moreover, Lin Fei used Little Fiend and activated the system's auxiliary function. The abyss was pitch black, and cold winds howled. They are down there, about 500 million miles away from you. They should be at the bottom of the abyss. Lin Fei dove down. With Little Fiend's warning, he dove down without any mishaps. Careful, there is a sovereign hiding on the left. There were rocks on both sides of the abyss, and the cold winds howled incessantly, causing densely packed caves to appear on the rock walls. Some were big, some were small, and they were very densely packed together. Lin Fei avoided these sovereigns one by one. Lin Fei really wanted to know why the coiling dragon hegemon was here. He had been very careful along the way. If he were to go down carelessly, he might really fall for it. 500 million miles wasn't long. Lin Fei soon reached the bottom of the abyss. Along the way, he avoided more than 20 sovereigns, which further proved that the coiling dragon hegemon was here for the good stuff. Ha ha ha, it's really here. Laughter suddenly came from the bottom of the abyss. It was a very smug voice. It doesn't seem far from me. It seems to be coming from the caves, Lin Fei said to himself. Help me scan the coiling dragon hegemon's location, the biggest cave in the east. Lin Fei observed carefully and really saw the bottom of the abyss. There was a huge cave shrouded in white mist, and 2 3-star sovereigns stood at the entrance. Go in. With the 3-star sovereigns guarding the entrance, Lin Fei turned into a blur and entered from the 2's field of vision. There seems to be wind. One of the sovereigns at the entrance said. It's normal to have wind here. The other sovereign said with a smile. The 2 of them couldn't even react when someone entered right in front of them. The cave was very big, and the passageways inside were all over the place. With the system's guidance, Lin Fei easily found the path until a huge stone door appeared. In front of the stone door were piles of bones. With this thing, who can do anything to me on the divine general platform this time? Ha ha ha. Laughter came from behind the stone door again. Chapter 1521. The coiling dragon hegemon was very excited. He had paid a great price for this item, but in the face of this item, all of that was no longer important. Even if he had been shot in the back, compared to this item, it was insignificant. So long as he could control this item, there was no place in the world he couldn't go. The coiling dragon hegemon was in an enormous cave. This cave wasn't damp, but rather filled with flames. The flames here were green, and they surged towards him like waves. The coiling dragon hegemon's body shook, preventing the green flames from approaching. In the center of the green flames was an enormous creature. This was the coiling dragon hegemon's goal. Even though he had sacrificed dozens of hegemons, he didn't care. Right now, the most important thing was to enter the center of the green flames. These green flames were very difficult to deal with. Despite wearing a mid-grade hegemon battle robe, the coiling dragon hegemon's movements were still very slow, constantly defending against the attacks of the green flames. It's all the fault of that sneak attacker. My battle robe was damaged, and I only have half of my usual defensive power. If I can get this item, I'll definitely skin him alive. The coiling dragon hegemon's eyes flashed fiercely, and he took another step forward. He was now only 1,000 steps away from the center. This seemingly simple distance of 1,000 steps put a lot of pressure on the coiling dragon hegemon. The only thing worth celebrating was that the ambusher didn't know his goal, and would probably fly away after a single strike. That person would know that the good stuff was here. Whoosh! Lin Fei entered the stone door and found himself in a sea of flames. Towering green flames raged towards him. The eerie green flames emanated a terrifying aura, creating waves that crashed down as if to obliterate the existence in front of him. Lin Fei's body shook, and his power crushed down, blocking the green flames' attack. Who are you? After blocking the attack of the green flames, a burst of anger suddenly appeared. Immediately after, a golden light slashed down, and everywhere it passed, the green flames were split into 2. I've been discovered. Lin Fei used his hand as a sword, sending swordlight to meet the slash. The green flames behind him all burst like bubbles. This isn't your place. Can't you come in? A vicious light shot out from ahead. It was Hegemon Pangu. Green flames were special existences that could attack any life form. Even though Lin Fei had concealed himself well, he was still discovered. The green flames reacted immediately. Hegemon Coiling Dragon was the first to notice this. He knew that things were about to go south, and he cursed his subordinates for being so useless. They hadn't even noticed that someone had snuck in, let alone sneak in. He slashed out with his saber, wanting to kill this puny one-star sovereign. Lin Fei would always be a one-star hegemon. In the eyes of the Coiling Dragon hegemon, it was only natural that he would be considered a one-star hegemon. The fact that his opponent had easily blocked his saber strike caused the Coiling Dragon hegemon's expression to change slightly. "You were the one who killed everyone outside." Hegemon Coiling Dragon suddenly thought of something. Lin Fei chuckled. "You've guessed correctly. Your men were indeed killed by me. Who asked you to gather together? You'd be a fool not to take such a good opportunity." The Coiling Dragon hegemon's killing intent soared to the heavens as he tore through the green flames, his bloodthirsty eyes seemingly piercing through the enemy. "Did the Skyfire Gang order you to do this?" Lin Fei knew that the Skyfire Gang was a big gang. The leader of their gang was one of the 10 hegemons, the Skyfire hegemon, who had the combat prowess of a peak 4-star hegemon. Lin Fei didn't respond to the Coiling Dragon hegemon's words. Instead, his gaze fell upon the enormous creature in the center of the green flames. It was something that looked like a castle. It was completely black, but it was now covered in cracks. It was like a work of art. It seemed like it would fall apart with a light touch of a finger. Lin Fei couldn't tell what it was, but he could sense that it was something extraordinary. Otherwise, Hegemon Pangu wouldn't have come all the way here. "Even if you don't answer, I know you're from the Skyfire Gang. The battle fought belongs to me. No one can take it away from me." Hegemon Coiling Dragon immediately thought that the other party was a member of the Skyfire Gang. "I'll kill you right now. It'll be too late for the Skyfire Gang to receive the news. Once the item is in my hands, I'll see what they can do." Whoosh! The green flames parted. The clone of the Coiling Dragon hegemon walked out, his face expressionless as he slashed out with his saber. This combat power was at least at the level of a 3rd-star sovereign. Battle fought. Lin Fei was shocked. To think that it was this thing. Back in the Moluo Weave, Lin Fei had read through quite a few ancient records and had learned of some important matters. Battle forts were the most powerful weapons of war of a certain race. If the Coiling Dragon hegemon hadn't mentioned it, Lin Fei really wouldn't have known that this tattered thing was actually connected to that thing. Battle forts were the weapons of war of the battle race. The battle race was the race that was the most proficient in battle in the Weave. They were extremely ambitious, and they wanted to rule over everything. They constantly launched attacks on other weaves, conquering one weave after another and establishing an unparalleled empire. The battle race wasn't naturally talented in cultivation, but they had powerful brains. They had developed all sorts of weapons of war that could explode forth with incredible power. The ruler's obliteration cannon had been developed by the battle race. An immortal emperor, or even an immortal paragon, could use this thing to kill a sovereign. When this thing had first appeared, countless immortal paragons and sovereigns had died to it. To the battle race, this sort of thing was nothing more than a toy. Battle forts were the most domineering weapons of war. They had been created by gathering all of the intelligence of the battle race, and there were a total of 10 of them. Once these battle forts appeared, they could unleash the combat power of 9-star sovereigns, the peak combat power of sovereigns. When these 10 battle forts appeared, rivers of blood flowed through the Weave, and countless sovereigns were killed. In the end, the human race had paid an enormous price in order to defeat the battle race, and the treasures of the battle race had become highly sought after by the sovereigns. Battle forts, on the other hand, were supreme existences. Lin Fei had memorized this name long ago. He hadn't expected to see these battle forts here. Now, he understood why the Coiling Dragon hegemon had been so ambitious. Anyone who controlled a battle fort would be able to rely on its incredible defensive power to make even 7 or 8-star sovereigns feel apprehensive. No one would dare to underestimate them. The Coiling Dragon hegemon's incarnation slashed out with a saber, but Lin Fei flicked his finger against the back of the saber, knocking the weapon away. 5 beams of sword energy flew out, one stabbing towards the coiling dragon Hegemon, while the other 4 transformed into a river of swords that wrapped around the incarnation and shattered it. The coiling dragon Hegemon arranged for the incarnation to kill his opponent, while he desperately ran towards the center. In the blink of an eye, he had taken more than 100 steps. Suddenly, his body shook, and he turned to see that the incarnation had been killed. So fast. The incarnation's combat power was that of a 3-star sovereign, so the coiling dragon Hegemon was not worried. The only thing he hadn't expected was that this black-robed kid would be even more terrifying than he had imagined. He had easily destroyed the incarnation. A sovereign sword immortal? Amongst sovereigns, sword immortals were the strongest. Their sword intents were tyrannical and difficult to deal with. The coiling dragon Hegemon thought that he had encountered a sovereign sword immortal. Normally, he wouldn't have cared, but right now, he had to enter the battle fort as fast as he could. Boom! 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 The coiling dragon Hegemon turned and tossed out several sovereign immortal talismans, releasing sword light, saber light, axe light, and lightning light. 4 sovereign attacks instantly released terrifying auras. Let's see if you can survive or not. Knowing that the black-robed kid wouldn't be easy to deal with, the coiling dragon Hegemon took out a precious sovereign immortal talisman, grabbed a great axe, and smashed it against the green flames in front of him. As soon as the 4 sovereign immortal talismans appeared, Lin Fei immediately sensed danger. This was an attack that could take his life. The space around Lin Fei instantly froze as lightning descended from the heavens. Invincible defense. This sovereign had the power of a 5-star sovereign at the very least, and it contained a terrifying aura. As soon as Lin Fei activated his invincible defense, his body began to tremble as waves of energy surged through him. If it weren't for his invincible defense, the attacks from the sovereign immortal talismans alone would have severely injured him and rendered him incapable of combat. Sovereign Tempest. Boom. The limitless Sovereign Tempest descended. The coiling dragon Hegemon's movements were restricted, and the Tempest attacked relentlessly, forcing the coiling dragon Hegemon to retaliate with little effect. Lin Fei took the opportunity to enter the range of the Sovereign Tempest, saving himself a great deal of trouble. 5 beams of sword light swept through the green flames, and Lin Fei passed the coiling dragon Hegemon. Coiling dragon Hegemon, I'm 1 step ahead of you, Lin Fei said, then turned and entered the fortress. Bastard! This is mine. The coiling dragon Hegemon's rage soared to the heavens, and he swung his great axe repeatedly. The gap he created was immediately blocked, and his path forward was cut off. The coiling dragon Hegemon's heart sank. This is the interior of the fortress. After entering the fortress, Lin Fei's field of vision was filled with interweaving paths. He could vaguely sense a terrifying aura coming from them. They were actually spell formations and restrictive spells. As soon as Lin Fei's divine sense probed, he activated the restrictive spells, which shattered his divine sense. Fortunately, Lin Fei reacted quickly and cut off his divine sense. What terrifying restrictive spells! With a casual scan, there are at least 1 million of them. Lin Fei was glad that he didn't act recklessly, and he didn't enter the restrictive spells head-on. These were restrictive spells that could kill sovereigns. How do I control the fortress? Lin Fei observed for a while and found that some of the restrictions were broken. However, most of the restrictions were still intact. That was enough to make things difficult for him. If I want to control the fortress, I need to break the restrictive spells and go all the way to the center. Lin Fei had an idea. Little devil, can you break the restrictive spells? Lin Fei didn't have the ability to break through hundreds of thousands of restrictive spells, so he could only rely on the little devil now. There are 1.5 million restrictive spells here, and most of them are compound ones. You need to break through 780,000 of them. You only need 200,000 fiends' hearts, and I'll help you break the restrictive spells and allow you to control the restrictive spells. Deal. With the fiends' hearts in hand, the little devil started to break the restrictive spells.